Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. We're going to have a lot to talk about, I think, in today's live stream. The severe weather right now, kind of at a little bit of a lull, but I think things are really going to ramp up here over the next few hours. We have a couple of different areas that we're watching for. We actually have two different enhanced risks for severe weather, which you may notice here. Our first one currently is from Louisiana back into Texas. This is where we're going to be watching for, really for development over the next few hours, with some significant severe weather, including very large hail, damaging winds, and maybe even a few tornadoes. And then the other area that we're watching is back over in Florida, and that is actually where we currently have an ongoing QLCS tornado threat, basically meaning that we could get in some embedded tornadoes in a linear line of storms that's right now moving across the Florida panhandle right now. So that is what we're going to be really talking about, I think, for the next hour. But the next development area will be across areas from Missouri back into Arkansas, Texas, and even into Louisiana and eastern Oklahoma, where there will be a threat for some significant damaging winds, large hail, and maybe even again maybe a couple or a few tornadoes over the next few hours. So we're going to be watching for that development as we go later into the afternoon hours. Let's begin west to east, and we'll begin with Texas right now, where we do have some large hailstorms already ongoing this morning and now into the afternoon hours. We are at one point southwest of San Antonio had hail as large as the size of baseballs, and that is at least weakened for the time being back down to quarter-sized hail. Notice the city or this storm right now near Falls City going towards the Karn City area just southeast of San Antonio, where there will be some large hail and perhaps even some damaging winds as this continues to move to the east over the next several minutes. So if you are near the Floresville area or Karn City or Falls City, make sure that you are at least staying away from windows as that storm continues to roll to the east. We have other storms also in the San Antonio area. We got one just southwest of San Antonio that is producing some hail and some wind. It's a relatively low threat right now for severe weather, but it might materialize into something down the road. And we also have a strong storm that has begun to develop back over near the Hallettsville area that is currently moving to the northeast with some gusty winds and small hail. That could become more of a concern as it continues to move towards Columbus, Texas, and eventually going towards Interstate 10. And another area that we're going to be watching for really during the afternoon will be anywhere around Houston, because this area in particular, we're going to be watching for an MCS to develop, and that MCS, which is a mesoscale convective system, will basically move through this area, producing the threat for damaging winds, potentially even significant damaging winds, large to very large hail, and the threat maybe for a couple of tornadoes. So we'll have to watch that area closely. They have not issued a watch for this area yet, but I would not be surprised if they do issue one at some point down the road. The storm that is actually now over near Karn City is no longer warned. They've actually warned the storm behind it near the Petite area near Pleasanton and as well as Charlotte, and that's going to be for quarter-sized hail and also the threat for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that right there is a new warning. Now, one of the other concerns that we're watching for is this other enhanced risk for severe weather back over in Florida, and in my opinion, this is probably going to be the more concerning area in the short term. They do have a tornado watch in effect for a large chunk of the Florida panhandle, anywhere from about Tallahassee back into Panama City, and also near Destin and back even near Live Oak, Florida. And this is where we're going to be watching for the potential for a couple of tornadoes. We did have a tornado warning not too long ago. The rotation was pretty strong on radar. It didn't seem to produce anything, at least according to radar, but that rotation was pretty strong. Now what we're watching for is anything else that'll develop in this particular line of storms, and I do see a couple of spots that I'll be watching for, and it's really going to be these little notches that you're going to kind of see in here. Anywhere that we can get like a little inflow, that is where we're going to be watching for a more elevated tornado risk. And so there are a couple of storms right now that I'm looking at. There's one just west of Highway 77 with a little couplet there. We have a broad area of circulation as well on the northwest side of Panama City, and we also have some areas offshore where we actually might even have a water spout all the way back down here. So if you know any fish down there, make sure to let them know that there might be a water spout coming their way just south of Panama City. But there are definitely a couple of areas here that I'll be watching for closely, especially near, again, Panama City and Lynn Haven. Anywhere in this area, I'll definitely be staying vigilant and stay weather aware, because there are definitely a few pockets of rotation. And look at this right here. We got two water spouts, most likely ongoing now, about 25 miles to the southwest of Panama City. Let's check that in real quick. 35 miles for the first one, and then 50 miles for the other one. So we might have actually two water spouts ongoing here, which leads me to my next point. I do think we're going to have a more elevated tornado risk right in here near the Carabel and Port St. Joe area. I think overall this will actually be one of the more concerning areas for this tornado risk. Even though we could get maybe an isolated tornado near Panama City, I do think we're going to have a more concerning tornado risk as this moves towards Port St. Joe. And NATOcast, which is a experimental tool that basically gives you tornado parameter, basically a tornado probabilities, similar to the Storm Prediction Center's tornado outlooks. They have gone ahead and issued, let's go ahead and show you this. So this is NATOcast's latest outlook. This is again for today. Notice they actually did issue a small little 15% back over in that little Florida panhandle area near Panama City, which is what I was just talking about. I do think we're gonna have a little bit more of an elevated tornado risk there. And then otherwise, I think it's a relatively low tornado risk anywhere else today. Even when we have that 15% red area there, obviously that's not an official Storm Prediction Center outlook, but that is an area that I do think will actually have a more elevated tornado risk. With the tornado parameter values being higher, we have more veering, and overall the QLCS is more organized, even offshore right now. And as this moves to the east, I do think near Port St. Joe, and as well as near Mexico Beach and back over near Carabel, Florida, I do think we're gonna have a bit more of an elevated tornado risk as this continues to move in that direction. So I'd be very vigilant if you're in those areas, as we definitely could get an isolated tornado with that activity as it does continue to move to the east. Now, obviously, these could be water spouts. We really can't verify that even with the correlation coefficient, unless there are legitimately fish being lifted up into the atmosphere in large quantities, because the correlation coefficient really only shows us debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere. So there's really no way to actually verify that this is a water spout or this is a water spout. Aside from that, there is very strong rotation. So, I mean, again, there's no CC drop that you're going to see on there. We're not going to see flying fish probably. But with that said, obviously, those are probably two water spouts that are offshore that could be potentially, if there's any boaters out there, producing damage, but hopefully not. I don't think there's really too many people out there. That's, you know, again, 50 miles offshore almost for the furthest away water spout, and even the one that's a little bit closer is still 35 miles away, so still relatively far. But once again, we do have some broad circulation right now just to the north of Lynn Haven, and also one right over Panama City, Florida, and those right now are the two that we are watching for the closest for a tornado risk. So once again, if you're in this area, definitely stay away from windows. There is a damaging wind risk right now with this up to 60 miles per hour. And again, there is also a tornado possible label, which does mean that we could definitely see an isolated tornado out of this as this activity does continue to move to the east over the next several minutes. All right. Sharknado, yeah, definitely possible. Also, we will have Storm Runner Media, Storm Chasing with us. Let me pull him up on the screen here. He will be with us here throughout the day today. He is in, actually, Texas. So he's right now, he was near Bigfoot, Texas, which we actually covered the other day. But now they are back over in Floresville, Texas, near a severe storm. So it's very ominous skies right there. You can see it on the right side of your screen, and we'll probably full screen more as he gets closer to any big storms. And again, he's currently in Texas right now. How's everybody doing? Welcome back. Any chasers out there today? We do have Storm Runner Media. I don't know about anybody else though. I know Connor Croft, he's taking an extended break. He will be back, I believe, tomorrow. So that'll be his next time back. And we will be back here for today, and then after today, we are probably not going to be live until maybe, I don't know, maybe Friday. I think we're going to be taking a long break after today, at least for a few days. No problem, Deborah. How's my trip? I still haven't gone on my trip. my trip got pushed back, so I was originally supposed to leave Saturday, but now I'm leaving tomorrow. So with that said, I might even do a little bit of a storm chasing stream. We will see. There is going to be a tornado risk tomorrow. Real quickly, let me zoom out here. So this is obviously today's risk, and also back over in Texas. But tomorrow we actually have another marginal and slight risk. So we have a slight risk anywhere from Jacksonville back into Tallahassee and Pensacola, where there's actually a 5% tornado risk. And so this was just issued in their latest outlook about, not that long ago, really just relatively recently. This is at 5% tornado risk, so they did upgrade the tornado risk for tomorrow. This is primarily in the morning, so there's a pretty solid chance I won't even be awake when this happens. But let me go ahead and show you the future timing real quick on this. We'll actually probably show you the future timing on everything, but this is tomorrow's risk. Let's go ahead and jump to tomorrow morning. Notice we'll have another MCS overnight tonight. That's the one that's going to be developing in Texas tonight. By 6 to 7 o'clock, these storms will move into the northern Florida area, so Tallahassee and Jacksonville right around 7 a.m. tomorrow. And this will mainly be embedded tornadoes in a line of storms. So, I mean, this will be done by like 10 or 11 o'clock. So it's going to be a relatively short-term threat and primarily during the morning. But with that said, there will probably at least be an isolated tornado or two with this Boeing segment as it moves through the northern side of Florida as we go throughout the morning hours. And eventually by the afternoon, things are probably going to be winding down. Now, with that said, this is what's going to develop over the next few hours. We are going to get some massive storms going here in southern Texas as we go throughout the afternoon hours. And by the time we get closer to rush hour, those storms will be moving through Houston, more than likely more linear. And that when it becomes more linear, it should go from more of a hail risk to more of a wind risk. So I think overall damaging winds will be the primary concern with anything that develops as we go into this afternoon, with again damaging winds upwards of 60 to 80 miles per hour being a possibility. And then once we get closer to like 8-9 o'clock, the majority of the storms should be offshore, meaning that we will probably not have to be live if anything, you know, if most of the stuff's offshore. But there could be some storms still inland that produce a low tornado and low hail risk and maybe even a low wind risk. But overall, that threat should be low in southern Louisiana, and that would impact areas like New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and the Lafayette area. With that being said, we'll also have a chance for storms up here near Missouri and even back into Arkansas and Texas. This area in particular will have some storms developing right around rush hour as well, where the potential for some large hail, damaging winds, and then again maybe an isolated tornado will be possible. The tornado risk for today is primarily confined to the Gulf Coast. As you can see here, that 5% tornado risk anywhere from New Orleans back into Houston. With that being said, we do have a low tornado risk. It's a 2%, very low tornado risk back into parts of southern Missouri, eastern Oklahoma, and as well as back into almost all of Arkansas, where there might be an isolated brief tornado or two. The marginal threat, though, goes back all the way to the north into areas like Jefferson City. So we could get an isolated severe storm there as that activity really blows up around 3 to 4 o'clock as we get a lot of forcing and a lot of rising motion that should eventually allow for some storms to kind of get through this environment and allow for maybe some isolated severe storms as we go into the afternoon for southern Missouri, Arkansas, and as well as eastern Oklahoma. So that'll be really what we're going to be watching for as we go again more into the afternoon hours. But really over the short term, our greatest concern is going to be in Texas, where we already got a lot of storms firing off here. And then once these become more organized, they will again cluster together, producing a damaging wind, hail, and low tornado risk. And then also as we go into Florida, this threat will probably die down, I think, closer to like 4. I think we'll be done with this threat by 4 or 5. But over the short term, we'll definitely have a threat for, again, tornadoes, damaging winds, and also some hail, and definitely plenty of water spouts. Once again, we probably got a couple of large water spouts offshore right now. And so as this activity continues to move towards Florida, I do think we are going to get a more elevated tornado risk right in here, anywhere from Carabel back into Panama City, the Apalachicola area, south of Tallahassee, and Port St. Joe. So that'll be the next area to watch for, I think, over the next few hours. Thank you, TK, for the $5 super chat. What is the risk of nocturnal tornadoes for the Alabama Gulf Coast tonight? I don't think we're going to have much of that threat. Let's go back to the future radar. I think the tornado risk with the second MCS will be lower. So this is what it looks like for timing tonight. The HRRR keeps the majority of these storms, at least on the most recent model run, pretty much offshore. Now, we definitely could see this MCS closer to like southern Alabama, for example. If we go back to the 12Z run here, which is their the main run, which goes out 48 hours. Notice their storms a little bit closer to you, right around 1 or 2 o'clock. But I think overall, the majority of any storms that develop out of the Texas storms later tonight or even later today, will eventually move offshore. I don't think we're going to have much there along the Gulf Coast. With that said, I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado, but the threat should stay very low for the overnight threat. Now, if we go to the tornado parameter values, you'll probably also see, I've actually not even looked at this today. Let's go ahead and check this out. So this is this afternoon. Once again, tornado parameter values remain relatively low even in Florida. which this is not the right time. Let's go back over to here. So you can see here, this is going to be for today. So again, that main tornado risk right here in the Florida Panhandle near Apalachicola and Panama City is primarily going to be confined to this area as we get closer to 3 to 4 o'clock. Notice large water spout potential is definitely going to exist offshore. I do want to point this out. If we did have if these storms were like 100 miles further to the north, we could actually have a few strong tornadoes today in this area. The good news is that the bulk of the wind shear and the bulk of the spin in the atmosphere is actually mostly going to be offshore, at least, you know, where we have very strong surface winds as well. So just keep that in mind. Obviously, we're probably not going to see any strong tornadoes today, but that is just something that I wanted to point out there. Here's the tornado risk as we go into this evening, though. The HRRR barely shows any sort of risk for tornadoes. It's very low. So I'm not really expecting much, even if you're right on the immediate Gulf Coast. I think the risk overall should stay low. If not, it'll be probably close to zero. And I don't think that'll change much. If it does change, I'd be kind of surprised, because overall the wind shear is kind of crappy in this environment anyways. It should be low enough to the point where we're not really going to see much there. And again, that's out of the second MCS. This particular mesoscale convective system, I do think, has a greater potential for tornadoes. So, yeah. Thank you, Ryan, for the $5 super chat. How's Orange County, Florida looking this afternoon for severe weather? I do not think you're going to see much. If you do, it'll be primarily just isolated hail and wind. That'll primarily be after 5. Trampoline meter today is medium. It is not high, it is medium. Sorry, vacationers on the Gulf Coast. Yeah, Gulf Coast, if you're vacationing on the Gulf Coast, I am sorry, because it is not looking like a good day for you. I saw some people on the beach earlier. I don't know if we have a live cam, but there were people on the beach, and I do feel bad for them because it is not a very good day to be at the beach. This is a live cam. Let's go to the traffic map here. This is a live cam out of Cape San Blas, and this doesn't really show you the beach, but well, it kind of shows you the beach. I don't see anybody on the beach here, but these are all homes, so not seeing much right now. Just chill. But once these storms do get a little bit closer, we'll probably have a better view of any sort of you know wind or tornado risk. But again, that's still probably a good hour out from here. By the way, thank you, Geneva, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Ryan, for the $9.99. Also from earlier, and also thank you, Waco, for the $2 super chat. I think overall Waco is probably not going to see too much today. If we go back to Texas real quick, yeah, we'll go back to Texas real quick. I honestly think overall Texas is going to be pretty minimal when it comes to severe weather, at least in Waco. I think it's a much better shot of severe weather if you're back in this area. So again, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, anywhere just east of those two locations, more than likely will have a better shot for very large hail and damaging winds. But I don't think Waco is going to see much today. If you do see anything, it would be a very marginal threat for severe weather overall. With again, maybe an isolated wind. And yeah, that's about it. Maybe an isolated wind and hail threat. That would be just about it. How is Corpus Christi looking tonight? You should at least get some rain tonight. It's going to probably be a few hours, but the majority of your action will stay off to your north. So I do think the majority of the action will be north, but you could get some showers and storms, and if you do get any, it'll probably still be a few hours from now, since that activity is just developing right now. Still got some broad circulation on the leading edge of this damaging wind risk right now, back over near Panama City, Florida, and we are watching for a low-end tornado risk here as these storms do continue to move east and southeast over the next several minutes. Once again, if you're near Mexico Beach, Port St. Joe, Apalachicola, or Carabel, definitely go over your tornado action plan, because those areas are going to be in the track of some severe weather here over the next few hours, with the tornado risk definitely being possible. If you're not going to get tornadoes, you're at least going to get damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So that'll at least be a threat here relatively soon. This is the Schooner's live camera from Panama Beach, I think. Wait, let me see if I can show this. I don't think I can show it. I can't tell. Maybe I can. All right. This is the Schooner's beach camera right now. So again, notice the waves starting to pick up here. This is right in Panama City. I think the wind was picking up here earlier, but I think the wind threat has left this area. But still some high waves. And that is going to naturally happen whenever we do have some sort of damaging wind risk, even if it's offshore. I believe we did have a brief water spout even near Panama City about an hour ago, maybe a little bit sooner than that. So definitely watching for that. Also, again, we got some circulation offshore that we're watching west of Mexico Beach. Here's the latest velocity scan. So again, mostly looking at a leading edge of wind right now across the Panama City area and Panama City Beach in Florida. And then again, broad circulation right now just north of Lynn Haven, really broadened out over the last few minutes, and we still could get an isolated tornado maybe over like Parker or somewhere embedded in this area here, again near Route 231 or north of Panama City. So that's the area that I'll be watching for a little bit more closely over the next several minutes for some sort of tornado risk. And again, it would be embedded in this MCS as it does continue to move east over the next several minutes. Go surfing. Today's not a bad day to go surfing, I'll tell you that. The surfing weather is actually pretty solid today with how high those waves are. It is it's actually a very good day for surfing, especially if you're back over, I think, on the east coast of Florida. There should be some pretty good surf there too. Thank you, Sybil, for the $10 super chat. I want to thank you for the coverage in Northeast Alabama last week. Life-saving. I'm glad I can help. Do you see any threats of more tornado activity in the next 24 to 48 hours? If you're talking about Northeast Alabama, I don't really see anything there. I mean, even tomorrow, it should be a very low risk. This is, again, the severe weather outlook for today. So, again, you're not even in that risk. And then tomorrow, it should be a relatively low risk, even Northeast Alabama. It would primarily just be isolated wind and hail. Can't rule out a brief tornado, but once again, that threat's probably going to be pretty low overall. Let's go to this screen here. All right, we'll go there. We'll put Storm Runner medium bottom right. They're right now in Flores, Texas, or Floresville, Texas. So they're right now intercepting some hail and wind storms. They were already in a pretty significant storm earlier today, so that could happen again here as well. Let me fix the screen here. All right, that should be good. Missouri is also isolated wind and hail. Overall, I don't think today's going to be super concerning. Now, once again, we'll probably at least be live for 3 to 4 hours because that evolution of the storms in Texas will be interesting. And also, there is a short-term tornado risk here in Florida. So there's a couple of different areas that I'm watching for today. And again, the one back over in Missouri and Arkansas and Texas, it should be a low risk. I think southern Texas really, again, has the best risk, and as well southeast Texas. But we'll probably at least be live through those Houston storms. So that's at least the plan for right now. I'm having Chick-fil-A for lunch. I'm having a Wendy's chocolate milk right now. It's fantastic. Yeah, tomorrow's tornado risk is mostly Florida. But even then, I mean, again, isolated wind and hail could occur back over in, northern Alabama or northern Georgia. But I don't expect any tornadoes really up that direction, which is good news. Thank you, Jackster, for the $4.99. Timing for St. Louis. If you get any severe weather, it would be sometime between about 6 or 7 until about 12. But even then, I don't think St. Louis is going to see anything severe. You might see storms, but probably nothing severe is in the forecast. And once again, what we're looking at right now is a surge of damaging winds right now near Panama City and near Parker, near Lynn Haven. And this is the latest velocity scan. So again, notice that surge of wind right now going through Lynn Haven, Parker, Felix Lake, and Panama City, which does still have some broad areas of circulation, but again, it's a relatively broad area. I'm not seeing anything right now that looks like an imminent tornado risk, but from earlier, if we go back, let's just go back like 30 scans, you will see there was a tornado warning earlier, which you'll see that rotation much clearer, I think. I might have not gone back far enough. Yeah, I didn't. Never mind. Let me go back further. There was a much more definitive area of circulation, and I'll try to show you an example of what we're basically looking for here. So what we'd be looking for is something like this, like what we had earlier near like the Big Hammock area or near the Mar Beach near Destin. That rotation right there, that is definitely a more definitive area of rotation from earlier. So that's basically what we'd be looking for. And then this is also a definitive area of rotation and circulation near Grosh. So right there. So that's basically what we'll be looking for, something like that. We had a few little pockets also near Freeport earlier, so we had a couple of little notches going into the storm. Basically anything that can get an inflow, that is what's going to produce the greatest tornado risk. But look how that occluded really quickly. So again, that's essentially what we're looking for right now in terms of a tornado risk, would be something that we can get embedded in one of these circulations and get really some sort of strong inflow. And if we go back on the reflectivity even, you'll be able to see that inflow. Let's go back all the way here. All right, so you'll be able to see that that little inflow that we have here, that little inflow notch. That's essentially what we're looking for, something where we can get like a hook and an inflow notch for today. So that's what we're gonna be looking for. We had that earlier, and it's very possible that we get something like that again. But this particular MCS has been kind of collapsing to the south over the last like hour or so. We had some circulation even north of Lynn Haven earlier, back near the radar site, but that kind of died pretty quickly. It just seems like everything right now is collapsing this direction, which means that we'll probably get a more localized tornado risk right along the coast near Mexico Beach, Port St. Joe, Apalachicola, and Carabel, Florida. So that's what I'm thinking in terms of that, again, that tornado risk for today. And it looks like we are starting to get maybe something like that. This area in particular, something happening there. Let's see. We got like a little bit of a... Let's see. Yeah, there's like a little bit of something developing here. We might have some sort of inflow notch or some sort of hook trying to develop here. Just to the east of Lynn Haven near Panama City. There's something happening there. So we'll be watching that closely here. Again, near Lynn Haven and Panama City. But yeah, that little area that is circled, there's something happening there. So we'll watch that. Good thing is parameters are low. Yeah, parameters can be low. We can still get tornadoes and they can be strong. I mean, the tornado parameter values do not factor in absolutely everything. So just, you know, keep that in mind. It's not like a, I mean, if we look back at Oklahoma with that high risk the other day, we had tornado parameter values between like 7 and 8 and 9 across like the entire state. And we only had like one strong tornado and large tornado. So yeah, it's not something that, you know, you don't necessarily need to have super high tornado parameter values. We've had events where there's tornado parameter values at like 2 or 3 or even 1. We've had strong and large tornadoes. By the way, this area is definitely starting to rotate, so we might get a warning on this. That's going to be just east of Lynn Haven. You can kind of see over the last few scans, it was mostly just straight line winds here. And you can kind of see how that's spinning a little bit up to the north. So we are starting to get some spin here. Just to the east of Lynn Haven, and also just northeast of Panama City, north of Parker, Florida. So this area would eventually go towards Wewa-Hitchaka and Larkin Fish Camp, Florida, which is going to be kind of out in front of this. Let me, we'll stay here, but yeah, that'd be the area that we're looking at out in front of it. I'm in Lynn Haven. I can feel the pressure dropping. There can be sometimes like very localized pressure drops with storms like this. Remember that West Virginia tornado warning that came out of nowhere last week? There's a lot of those. That wasn't even last week. That was like 2 days ago, wasn't it? Or a few days ago? That was like West Virginia and Ohio. How's the new computer? It's running fantastic right now. We've had absolutely no problems on this stream so far. We have like 6 different live cameras on my recording software right now, but we're only using 1 right now on the screen. But like everything's working well. You can't even hear the computer. Like it's quiet as can be. It's very impressive. So it's working fantastic right now. Still got a broad area of circulation east of Lynn Haven. So again, that's the area of circulation that we're looking at. Once again, we are looking at the velocities radar. That gives us an idea of any sort of, again, you know, rotation or wind, whatever might be happening. That's essentially, again, what we're looking at here, just to the east of Lynn Haven. And it's a relatively broad area of circulation, but it definitely could intensify as this does continue to move to the east. All I can hear is that song. What song are we talking about? No, this is a brand new computer. Yeah, for those that are wondering, I mean, again, let me go back to here real quick. This is our computer, top right. This is our new computer setup. You can't see the computer, but this is our laptop. This is what we're using before. So that right there on the right, that's actually what we're using right now to look at the Storm Chaser feed. So yeah. The computer is down below. You can't see it, but Did I show off the vacuum? I did. I showed off the vacuum in the members only stream the other day. Its name is Chewbacca. Don't know why. Couldn't tell you. Did I buy John cheese curds? I did not. No. I bought him a very nice steak dinner though. So there you go. Or nice as in Longhorn Steakhouse. But that's actually Longhorn Steakhouse is pretty good. It's like the fanciest meal I've had in like, I don't even know, probably 2 months. I'm telling you, every time we go live, like I'm either getting Wendy's or McDonald's or something really crappy beforehand, or even during live streams. We don't usually get anything too crazy. Just something that's easy to eat. By the way, new SPC mesoscale discussion. They are likely going to issue a new watch. Probably a severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah, that's what it says on the left. There you go. A new severe thunderstorm watch is expected to be issued here for those in southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana, where the large hail and damaging wind threat will continue downstream. So they currently have a watch back over near Georgetown. They are expecting to issue a new one here soon. We do have a stationary frontal boundary. That's that line here that I just drew. That's your stationary frontal boundary. So anything kind of near that boundary will probably be severe. Anything south of that boundary will be severe. But as this lifts more to the north, it will probably become more apparent where we'll have more of a severe weather risk basically anywhere in this area near Columbus, Houston, Galveston, Freeport, Lake Charles, or Oberlin, basically any of those areas. But they are going to issue a watch there. There could be an isolated tornado as well, but the risk there should stay on the lower side of things. Still have a broad area of circulation just east of Lynn Haven, Florida. We're still watching that closely. So that'd be the next thing that we'll be watching for over the next several minutes. Tornado sirens are scary. I know, they do sound pretty scary. Anything to watch in the tropics? Not as of right now. Not as of right now. Let me go back to the screen. Let's fix this real quick. All right, there we go. Longhorn Steakhouse in Arlington is no more. Longhorn Steakhouse is amazing. I don't care what anybody says. It's like the best place to go. Their lunch specials you cannot beat. All right, there you go. There's your circulation right now. Again, just east of Lynn Haven, Florida. And also we have another severe thunderstorm warning. I believe that one's also in Texas. Yeah, so we have another severe thunderstorm warning right now in Texas. And also, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm watch, so that did not take long. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm watch, which is going to be popping up over the next few minutes. But there's a new watch now for those in Houston, anywhere surrounding Houston. The main concern right now is going to be damaging winds, which is going to be scattered damaging winds, upwards of 70 miles per hour, and then isolated significant damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour are likely. Scattered large hail to isolated very large hail up to 3 inches in diameter is also likely, and then also a tornado or two will be possible. So again, anywhere here in southeast Texas back into southwest Louisiana, here is the official watch that was issued by the Storm Prediction Center or National Weather Service. There you go. There's your watch. It includes College Station, Houston, Galveston, Texas, Port Arthur, Lake Charles, the Fort Polk area. Lafayette is not included in that, but I would expect that you're issued under a watch probably later today if that threat does continue in that area. Right now, the main concern is damaging winds and large hail. And then the tornado risk is low. A strong tornado right now is a very low chance. They've gone ahead and issued a 20% chance of 2 or more tornadoes in this watch, and then a 5% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes. So essentially, it's a very low risk overall, and it's not really expected. But anything that can be discreet like this and not elevated, which I don't think this storm, I think this storm is elevated, so that might be a tough spot there for this storm, but anything that's not elevated and that's discreet could produce a localized tornado risk here over the next couple of hours. But I do think we'll probably get more of a tornado risk as these storms do become more clustered, which might be a little while. Looks like we do have some circulation here near Highway 97 as well. So there are a couple of areas that I'm watching for right now that at least have some circulation. This one's broad, and then we also have one back over in Florida. So once again, there are a couple areas that we're watching there for that threat. That watch not fully on the screen yet, but it does include, again, southwestern Louisiana. Wow, this is near Panama City. We still got broad area of circulation on the northern side of this MCS, just east of Panama City. Yeah, right there. That's your broad area of circulation, once again, just east of Lynn Haven. Still watching that closely here in Florida. What's the difference between circulation and rotation? It's basically the same thing. I just use both terms. Who's a storm chaser? That is Storm Runner Media. They are currently in Scottsdale, Texas. So, yeah, they're currently out there chasing. They're, like, literally in rain. We can actually go full screen to them real quick. I don't have their audio. Oh, no, I do. Never mind. No. Yeah, they're just driving through a bunch of rain right now in Texas. It's Scottsdale, Texas. They're just driving through tons of rain. Let me go to Scottsdale on the bottom right of your, or Stockdale, sorry, on the bottom right of your screen. So that's the storm that they're driving through, which actually does have a little bit of rotation. So it's relatively weak, but it's more of a wind threat. Wow, look at all that debris there. Looks like a lot of leaves.
Trees got taken down. Right there.
Are we putting our steak type in the chat? Medium rare. Medium rare is the way to go. Look at all the leaves on the ground there. So they're on the back side, I think, of the storm that is severe right now near Gonzales, Texas. Yeah, look at all the leaves on the ground. And there's also a sign that was down the right side of your screen there.
$58 subscribers away from 30,000. 58.
Just leaves all over the place here. Wow. Those winds must have been strong. I mean, 60-mile-per-hour winds can definitely tear leaves down, trees and stuff, but, you know, that's a lot of leaves. I mean, I've never seen so many leaves on the ground from, you know, wind before like that. Even when I've seen severe weather, I mean, even on live streams and stuff, we usually don't see that many leaves on the road like that. Granted, this is like a forest here in Texas. Usually there's not that many trees in Texas like this. So again, near Scottsdale, Texas, I believe they're in right now.
This rate, it could take us almost an hour to get to the freeway.
Well done is illegal. Yeah, whoever does well done is crazy. Hail will bring leaves down. That can also happen. I mean, I'm not, but the storm here that's right now severe is not producing hail. If there's any hail, it's small. So, yeah, I mean, it has to be a lot. I think it's just a lot of wind. By the way, if you do have any photos, videos, anything like that, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. And if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. I have 4 monitors, so I can look at other things. It's nice. Nice perk. Wow. Look at that. They're driving through wind. They're just driving through the core of this wind threat right now. Look at those trees whipping. You know, this is on the storm near Gonzales, Texas. That they're currently on near Smiley, Texas, which isn't probably smiling right now. This is the storm that we're talking about here. Again, near Smiley, Texas, which again, probably not smiling with this storm. I would be surprised if they were. The wind threat right now on radar is estimated around 70 to 75 miles per hour, even near 80. A little bit off the ground, so the surface wind's probably closer to 70. I'm honestly surprised that this warning has not been upgraded to 70 mile per hour winds with what we're seeing, at least on radar and even in visual. So again, if you're near Shiner or Yoakum or Curio or Gonzales or even in Smiley, Texas, you know, you should be staying away from windows. This is a pretty intense wind threat here. Also, if the audio's too quiet on their end, let me know. I don't know if it is.
It's definitely stronger than 60.
Am I drinking? I was drinking Wendy's chocolate milk. I'll give it a 4 out of 10. Store? I don't even have store reports on here. Oops. There we go. All right. I not trust any fast food milk. Culver's is pretty good. Their regular milk is kind of crappy, but their chocolate milk is not bad. There's audio. Can you guys not hear the audio? Can you guys hear the Chaser's feed or no? You hear it? Okay, okay. Just making sure. If it's too quiet, too loud, or just right, let me know too. Again, we're on a completely different computer. I didn't test this audio stuff yet on the Chaser's feed, so if it's too quiet, just let me know. I do want to put your attention back to the storm real quick that we're on right now in the Coast and Wrightsboro area of Texas. Again, there is some circulation here. It might not be much, but there's definitely something here. It's on the leading edge of this activity. It's completely rain wrapped, so just keep that in mind if you're near Gonzales. I'd at least be staying, again, away from windows at the bare minimum, maybe on the lowest floor possible. Again, they've already gone through some pretty intense wind, a lot of leaves down, and definitely a possibility that some trees could be down. Obviously, there's not a ton of trees probably in this area of Texas, but from where they drove through, that looked like there was a lot of trees. So I would at least at the bare minimum stay away from windows if you're in that particular warning. We still do have a hailstorm also west of El Campo, Texas, which is $half sized hail and 60 mile per hour damaging winds. We are still watching the storms in Florida, which this one is no longer a tornado possible label, even though there's at least some broad circulation to the east of Lynn Haven. It's really not enough, I don't think, even for a tornado warning, but it might produce something down the road, but not imminent. We are still watching for some large water spouts offshore here, south of Panama. Okay, there we go. We got our tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, this is in Florida. Okay. This is on a... Whoa. Okay, this is weird. We have a tornado warning here in Florida. This is actually near Dowling Park. Okay. Wow, that's a tiny storm. Wow. Okay. So there you go. Tornado warning if you're in Dell, Florida, Mayo Junction, Day, or Dowling Park. If you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is interesting. That is a very tiny storm. But again, if you're in Mayo Junction, Day, or the Dowling Park, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's kind of hard to tell if we have any sort of debris being lifted up. We are very far away from the radar site, but that would be your area of circulation on the very southern side of the storm. It's very slowly lifting to the north and northwest. So again, if you're in Dowling Park, seek shelter, as well as the Mayo Junction, Day, north of Buckville. near Chansey. Yeah, that's your circulation right there. It's a relatively broad area of circulation. And if that storm got warned, then we would have to also watch the other ones that are back over here south of Live Oak, because we got a lot of storms that are just kind of coming offshore here. Let's go back to this radar. We got a lot of storms that are kind of really small but lifting slowly to the north. So all of this storm activity here would have to be watched for as well. So that storm that we just outlined, that's tornado warning, and also the other two that are currently ongoing south of Interstate 10. There's really a lot of areas here that we're watching, but it would basically be anything that's down in here, south of Live Oak, southwest of Lake City, and also this storm that's east of Perry. So a couple different spots that I'd be watching for, but this one obviously currently warned. These ones could get warned down the road. They are all relatively discreet, or at least semi-discreet. So again, just stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. That circulation, again, is relatively weak and broad. Definitely could see a tornado out of this, but it would probably be brief and weak. But regardless, the tornado is the tornado. So if you're in that warning, again, seek shelter. It's going to be going towards Mayo Junction, Florida, and eventually going towards Dowling Park and Lancaster. Fort Canaveral doesn't have a close radar. Even if they did, this is nowhere near Fort Canaveral. I think Melbourne, Florida has they have a radar. Melbourne, Florida has a radar, and also I think Jacksonville does. Miami does. Tampa does. TTT, terrifyingly tiny tornado. That might be what we have here, honestly. It might be what we have. Yeah, so again, this tornado warning, just for reference, let me zoom out a little bit. So this tornado warning, once again, this is all kind of just from discrete cell activities that's developing back over here east of Tallahassee. For reference, this is really the main area where we would be watching for tornadoes. But anything that's, developing here that gets tall enough, which that storm, again, probably very small, could produce an isolated tornado. So anything that's, again, relatively discrete has that chance. With that being said, again, it's not a very tall storm. I mean, again, we don't need tall storms for there to be tornadoes, but the echo tops here are like 20,000 feet. So this is a very small supercell that's currently ongoing, which, again, we can sometimes get low top supercells in this environment. So it's not completely unheard of. We'll wait for the next velocity scan, which should, again, be in here in just a moment. Yeah, this should be in like a second. So we'll wait for that. And we'll probably go to Storm Intermedia again if we see anything. Thank you, by the way, Adam, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. That is our highest tier membership on the channel. I do appreciate it. Put some hearts in the chat for Adam. I do appreciate your generosity. Here's the latest velocity scan. So that rotation has just kind of died on the latest scan. I mean, I'm telling you guys, this is one of the smallest supercells that I have seen on radar. That thing is tiny. I mean, seriously, I don't know what the exact height of this is. Let's go to satellite. I'm curious to see if we can see this blowing up or not. I'm not sure what I'm really curious about the soundings in this area too. I'm genuinely curious to see how tall this thunderstorm is. This is interesting. Okay, so in this environment here, I mean, there's a lot of moisture. I'm not sure exactly why the storm is so small. I'm trying to figure that out. What time is it? It's 2? It's so cute. I know, this is it's a very small storm. I'm guessing it has something to do with moisture. I mean, this storm, again, relatively low top to the lifting condensation level here, which is where storms essentially bubble up or start developing. That's relatively low to the ground. It's about maybe a few thousand feet up at most. So there's that, but just really, really low top supercell here. Maybe not a strong enough updraft or something, but about every single one of these storms is doing the same thing. The ones back over here near Carabel aren't even rotating. And the ones that are in this, MCS right now, still very broad rotation, mostly just a wind threat right now, dropping down towards Apalachicola and Carabel and Port St. Joe. But yeah, this is just a very small little storm here. Interesting. Wait for the next velocity scan. Should be in here in just a second. There's an ambulance on the bottom right of your screen. Never mind, that's not an ambulance, that is a truck. Okay. Goodness gracious. I've never seen a truck have flashing lights like that before. Okay, that storm, by the way, in Texas that we were just talking about, the one that Storm Runner Media is on, your Gonzales, Shiner, Smiley, which again is not smiling right now, they have a damaging wind threat now up to 70 miles per hour. So that storm's now officially been upgraded. We were just talking about that earlier. They are currently driving through that storm, bottom right of your screen, near Shiner in Yoakum, or Yaukum. Lots of lightning, by the way. Look at all that lightning. That is a lot of lightning right now. Just south of Interstate 10. That's an oversized load. All right, cool. That's just fantastic. All right. But yeah, again, this storm definitely has a lot of wind right now. There's no tornado possible label. For the record, that rotation that we did somewhat have earlier has broadened very much so. It's mostly just wind right now. So again, that's the storm in Texas right now that, again, Storm Runner Media is currently on. We will full screen back to them if anything does end up happening there. We might even go there if this tornado warning kind of dies out. The latest velocity scan here was 4 minutes ago. Now, I'm not seeing much circulation, but we'll see what the next radar scan holds for us. This is in Lafayette County, Florida, just for reference. This particular tornado warning is in Florida. The severe thunderstorm warnings are in Texas, and then we have one also back near Panama City. Max just hit us with a dad joke and ran. Dad jokes are the best, gotta say. Fantastic stuff. I'm really curious. The storm right now in Florida that we're looking at right now, again, very low topped. I'm not sure why. I would love to know. Because, like, I mean, if we look at a sounding, this is an example. Like, usually it's going to be something to do with moisture as we go up in the atmosphere, but the moisture is pretty tight all the way up to the equilibrium level. The lifting condensation level right here. I don't know. I'm not telling you, but this storm is puny. Latest velocity scan still shows a very weak area of rotation south of Dowling Park. The one thing I'd be keeping in mind here is that, you know, if they do issue a new warning on this, which they could, I mean, it's very low topped, but it's, you know, it's the storm on radar, at least according to reflectivity, is still there. It's again, very small storm, but it's there. If the storm does continue to move north, it would probably impact areas near Dowling Park, Florida. So that would be the next area that I'd be watching for, again, in Dowling Park. They might issue a new warning on that, because that's the area that's going in track of this. I think the CWA region is cut off here. That's why they're not included. But yeah, that would be like the next area to watch for here on this tornado warning. Let me, all my radar Omega settings did not transfer when I changed computers, so I got to kind of change some of the stuff. Make it bolder. There we go. That looks better. Thank you, nobody, by the way, for the $5 super chat. Don't size shame the storm. I mean, this is like, again, tiny. Here's the latest velocity scan, and yeah, I'm not seeing much here. Again, it looks pretty weak to me. The other storms that were developing near like Lake City, for example, I would not be surprised if those produce tornadoes. We just don't have a great radar view of this. This is our best view. And so, relatively speaking, I mean, if that storm got tornado warned, and, you know, it had rotation, rightfully so, it got warned, but, you know, I would be watching these other storms near Lake City and Interstate 10 for that same sort of threat to try to develop as those storms move northbound and northeast. So that would be the next area I'd be watching for. So, yeah, definitely make sure, again, if you're in this warning, that particular tornado warning, again, near Dowling Park, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows in the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as that continues to move to the north and northeast over the next several minutes. Max seems more relaxed. I have a lot more to look at now. I love this setup. I mean, I love it. I have Storm Runner Media all the way on the right. It's just a fantastic setup. Got 6 different things to look at, and it's way easier to do stuff now compared to before. It should also be easier to cover more warnings. Down the road, I mean, I have Radar Omega above me, below me. I got 3 different Radar Omega tabs open right now, so I can monitor a bunch of stuff all at once. Makes it super duper helpful. Let me put another one up here. We can even do split screen. The Texas storm near Gonzales is still producing damaging winds up to 70. Again, that is producing also a lot of lightning. We will go back to that. Again, that's the storm that Storm Runner Media is currently on. Again, that's going to be going towards the Flatonia area of Texas. eventually. And again, what we're looking at here is the tornado warning in Dowling Park, which again, really weak rotation right now. This is again the one that's currently in Florida. Yes, I cover hurricanes. New to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We cover hurricanes, believe it or not. Do sharks show up on the correlation coefficient? I don't know if anybody's done a study on that. I couldn't tell you. I'm guessing they might if there's enough of them. But like, I've never seen a CC drop on a. I mean, I've seen that I think once, but they're usually not really there on a water spout. Tornadoes already today. We had a tornado warning at like 6:30 this morning in Mississippi. We also had one back over in Florida before I went live, back just west of Panama City, which that was actually a pretty strong couplet. This one's kind of broadened out and is kind of dead, so I don't think this warning will continue. They'll probably cancel that. With that said, we are still watching for severe storms back over near Port St. Joe, Florida. Still a low tornado risk. It looks like we got a little notch trying to develop again here, maybe near the Hitchcock area of Florida, or Wawa. Yeah, that area though. But another area that we're watching for as that continues to go to the southeast and east southeast. Might be something trying to develop there. Looks like mostly wind, but we do have a very large area of broad circulation there. All right, they have gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning, so we no longer have that, but we are still watching once again for the threat for hail and wind in many other areas. Let's go ahead and all right, let me take this down here. We're gonna go back to Texas real quick. Actually, we'll probably stay here for a second. We're gonna go to Storm Runner Media in a second, but this is the wind threat that we're talking about. Again, Storm Runner Media is on this storm, or they were. Let me see where Leesville is. All right, so yeah, they're still on the storm right now. That's producing damaging wind, hail, and then maybe a low tornado risk. Has a lot of lightning as well, so a couple of different things that we'll be watching for as this does continue to move east-northeast near Gonzales and Shiner. So we'll continue to watch this closely. We'll go back to Storm Runner Media in just a moment. By the way, I do want to mention that we officially have, funny enough, we have Max Hydration merch. You can go to shopmaxvelocity.net. We do have a hat for Max Hydration. And then we also have a sticker, and that's somewhere down here somewhere. I don't even know where it is, but it's somewhere down here. There you go. Sticker, and then a mug as well, which also has the Max Velocity logo. So you can go to shopmaxvelocity.net. The link's in the description. We officially have that, which is just ridiculous. We'll also have a water bottle drop at some point soon. I'm not sure when. Hey, Waco for the $5 super chat. How's Lakeland, Florida doing? Let me check it out. Lakeland is probably not going to see much other than just isolated wind threat. That would be later today. Also, the link to that is in the chat from Tucker. Thank you, Mike, for the $2 super chat as well. Wait, Max covers hurricanes? I do, believe it or not. I know, it's shocking. Sky's turning green on the camera?
Yeah, it's fairly calm
I don't
now.
think
The
so.
storm is
Looks pretty
almost
gray to me.
past us at this point. It's the only storm. Yeah, it is. It's in the very back northwestern edge.
I'm not sure if they are currently going to be, I don't know if they're keeping up with this storm or they're going to try to do something else here. I'm not sure where exactly they're heading right now. Because, again, this is the main storm, which is producing wind damage now. Near Smiley, Texas, believe it or not, we do have a wind damage report. So, again, people in Smiley, Texas, again, not smiling. There's a report of trees down in the Smiley and Nixon area from the community emergency manager. This is a legitimate report. Let me go back to
20 subscribers
here.
away.
There you go. There's your wind damage report. Right out of Smiley. And in Nixon. Of trees down. You know, there was a town under a tornado warning. I think it was a few days ago The name was Slab City. I don't know how they come up with these names, but we actually have now a report in Smiley, Texas. A train spotter reported multiple tree limbs down. So again, that's in Gonzales County. Next thing you know, we're going to be running into Angry Texas somewhere. I bet there's an Angry Texas. There has to be. There's an Angry Drive in Texas, and that's in Tyler, Texas. Oh, man. There's a Hell, Michigan? I know that. I knew there was a Hell, Michigan. I think we covered Hell, Michigan the other day. Yes, Babyhead, Texas, too. There's a lot of interesting ones. Thank you, Granny, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. So, once again, this is the storm that we're looking at right now. That is the one that Storm Radar Media is on. Again, it's mostly a wind threat near Gonzales, but there is definitely at least a low chance for a tornado out of any of these storms, really. They're all relatively wind threats, but we could definitely get an isolated tornado. With that said, I don't think we actually have any storms right now that have tornado possible labels. So let me take that off real quick. But we definitely still have a lot of severe weather out here with half-dollar sized hail as the maximum hailstone size right now, and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And we also have storms exploding right now near Houston, Texas. So if you're near Houston, be mindful. Tons of lightning coming your direction. And we'll be keeping a close eye on this storm activity where we could get a localized wind, hail, and tornado risk going if any of these storms are able to organize. They are relatively new. Once they start pushing a bit more to the east, I think we'll get a bit more of a tornado risk going. So if you're in Houston, just keep that in mind. We'll keep it posted with the latest as these storms do continue to evolve. We need you in Hawaii. Why? There's something happening in Hawaii. Also, this warning that we're on right now, that Storm Radar Media is also on, this storm is still producing damaging winds up to 70. Let me go back to Florida real quick. Let's see if there's any rotation on that storm. Look at that transition, by the way. I'm telling you, this computer is way more smooth. Okay, I'm not seeing much rotation on this right now. Maybe a little bit on the leading edge, but just not much. So again, we'll keep posted if anything happens there. We still probably at least have some water spouts offshore here west of Port St. Joe. I would really be watching for this closely if you're in Port St. Joe. We'll see if it makes it or if this MCS kind of, pushes this out of the way and kind of weakens it before it gets to Port St. Joe. But we definitely will have a tornado risk if those storms do make it to Port St. Joe. So that's really the main concern right now if you're in Florida. And then anything that's relatively low topped for supercells that are back over near like Live Oak and Lake City, we could also get an isolated tornado out of. So there's a few areas that I'd be watching for over the next little while. All right, let's go back to that. Thank you, Wazzies, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. If you're just tuning in, make sure to like the stream, subscribe if you're new.
Don't know if we still have you guys. I have lost service on.
I don't even know what my subscriber count is at anymore. YouTube's bugged out. Oh, never mind, it's back. We're 17 subscribers from 231,000, so make sure to subscribe down below if you are new to the channel. Apparently, Storm Radar Media is like 10 away, so go subscribe to them too. I think the link's in the description.
I can't load anything on my phone anymore, so.
We had a lot of wind damage in Hadesburg, Mississippi area. Can you confirm that we actually had a tornado this morning? I know that there was a tornado warning there this morning. Or Hattiesburg. I think it's Hattiesburg, not Hadesburg. Let me check though. I don't know if we've had any reports there. Let's do 24-hour reports here. A lot of wind damage reports. A tin canopy collapsed near the Sonic drive-thru as of 4:23 this morning. Oh, that's early. This is really early. Jeez, 4:41 a.m. Granted, we're in Central Time, not Eastern Time, but still. There's a lot of damage reports. Again, it could have been straight line winds. I don't really know. I mean, I was not live this morning. We could go back 250 frames, but I don't think that's going to get us to where we need to be on this storm. I did not see this storm evolve this morning. I was not awake for that. And I'm not even on the right radar site. That's unfortunate. All right, let's see if I can go back far enough and look. Not the Sonic. Yeah, the Sonic drive-through, unfortunately. All right, let's see. Wow. Wow. We can go back all the way. Holy cow. All right, let's look at the rotation here. I'm not sure if this was ever confirmed or anything. I'm not entirely sure, but we can go back all the way, so let's check this out. It might have just been straight line winds, but... All right, let's see. I mean, there's not much to see there. There's rotation once that storm goes right through in the morning hours, but like, just, it's not clear and definitive. If there was a tornado, it would have probably been on the southwest side of the town, near that Sonic drive-through. But other than that, all wind mostly on the northern side of that. I'm surprised we could go back that far. I didn't know 250 frames went back that far. Alrighty. Interesting stuff. Yeah, straight line winds, once again, don't get, too caught up in the fact that, straight line winds can basically do the same thing as a tornado. They're not that, different. In a sense where straight line winds are normally going to be more numerous to widespread. And a tornado, in most cases, is going to be more localized, but it can do more damage. It just depends on the situation. I think a lot of people get caught up in the fact that, when we do have tornadoes, or even when we have straight line winds, like, people think tornadoes are worse. They're not always worse. They really aren't. If we have widespread damaging winds around 70 going across an entire area here in Texas, which is pretty much what's happening right now, and we had a localized tornado with 100-mile-per-hour winds like this right here that was long tracked all the way through this area, look how much smaller this is going to be, this tornado, compared to this very large area of damaging winds. Presumably, like, again, assuming that this entire area is producing damaging winds, which isn't true, but once again, it's a very big difference. A tornado is very localized. Now, they do often do more damage than wind, but again, it's much more localized weather phenomenon that happens. So again, do not get caught up in that. A lot of people do think that, wind damage is always going to equivalent to a tornado. It just doesn't. Thank you, Karen, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. We do not have any hurricanes or really tropical disturbances that are currently forming. I don't really have any in the forecast right now. Hopefully we don't anytime soon, but this hurricane season is probably going to be supercharged, meaning we'll probably have at least a few hurricanes that impact the United States, or tropical storms. What does more damage? Usually tornadoes, sometimes hurricanes. It just depends on the intensity and stuff. Wind damage can still do a lot of damage, though. If you ever look at Iowa, when we had that derecho a few years back, derechos do a ton of damage. And they're all widespread wind events that happen over like a 200 to 250 mile length, or even sometimes longer, with widespread wind damage. So, all right, looks like Storm Warning Media is catching up to the storm now that is currently going through Gonzales, Texas. Again, this one is producing a large swath of 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading right into Shiner. Yoakum is probably going to be closer to 60, maybe even a bit less than that. They'll be going towards Hallettsville and Schoenberg and Flatonia, eventually going towards Columbus. Moulton's also in the track of this. You got Gleckler, Hackberry, Kinkler, Sublime, Whitting, Oakland, Rock Island, Sheridan. All those areas will be in the track of this down the road. Hope. Is that just a velocities glitch? Yeah, that's a velocities glitch. All right. I think the velocities are just bugging out right there on that latest scan. Looks like a lot of hail there. The Midwest a few years ago, the crop devastation. Yeah, that was a massive derecho. What are my thoughts on Lockport, Illinois? I've never been there, so I couldn't tell you. In terms of weather, there's nothing expected there today, at least in terms of severe weather. The severe weather risk once again for today. Let's go ahead and zoom out real quick. I'll kind of show you. Also, real quickly, the storm now near Runge in Kennedy, Texas, is now producing ping pong ball sized hail. Let's go back to the outlook for today. So here's your severe weather outlook for today. It's a relatively large area. In nature, it does include a lot of places, but the majority of the severe weather is going to be in Florida, in the slight and enhanced risk, and then also back over in Texas and Louisiana and southern Mississippi and southern Arkansas. With that said, we are going to have some severe weather develop within the next couple of hours and in parts of Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas, where there will be a localized wind and hail threat that develops. With any sort of robust supercells that get going this afternoon, I would expect a storm initiation around 3 or 4, so probably about an hour or two from now. Could happen a little bit sooner, we'll see. With that said, though, again, that would be the area that we'd be watching for some initiation this afternoon. I don't anticipate a severe thunderstorm watch unless storms really do become a bit more numerous or even widespread in nature. But yeah, that area we'll be watching for closely. And then back over down here to the south, that is where we're expecting a mesoscale convective system, which is an MCS, which is just a fancy term for a cluster or line of storms developing this afternoon. And that would happen across parts of Texas and as well as back into parts of Louisiana. So a couple different areas that I would be watching for this afternoon. So that's really the main concern for today. Which again, we'll probably be live all the way through 5 or 6, maybe later if needed. That's the current plan. Right now it's 1:40. So if things really look more intense later on today, we'll stay live. If things kind of remain kind of on the low end, we'll probably end around 5 or 6. But if needed, we'll be live later. So make sure to subscribe to the channel. And we'll keep posted with the latest. I do think really the greatest concern right now, though, for the threat over the next few hours is probably going to be right along the Gulf Coast. Notice that 5% tornado risk. That's going to come out of that second MCS that's going to develop here soon. So from those from Houston back through Baton Rouge and New Orleans, I'd be watching for a more elevated tornado risk in this particular area here. So again, if you're anywhere in that brown shaded area, we'll have a better shot at tornadoes and stuff like that later on. It should be a relatively low risk overall, though. Again, I'm expecting more of an isolated tornado risk. I don't think we're seeing strong and long track tornadoes by any means, but maybe a few brief and weak tornadoes are definitely going to be in play. And they have gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm watch, which goes all the way until 8 o'clock tonight across Lake Charles, Louisiana, back through Beaumont and Port Arthur and Galveston, Texas. Which, again, main concern there is damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, hail up to the size of, maybe tennis balls in a couple of storms, and then also the potential for a couple of tornadoes. Let me change the state line real quick to white. There we go. That looks better. All right, we'll keep it there. Again, a lot of my radar omega settings did not transfer, so I just have to kind of fix some of those things, which isn't really that big of a deal. It's very minimal stuff. All right. Thank you, Dota, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it. And welcome to the velocities. I was listening to Stormrunner Media talking about me. What was my background? Meteorology? It is meteorology.
We also don't have time to stop for food right now.
Again, I'm currently 3 years through my bachelor's in meteorology, and then we only got 1 year left. All right. We do have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas. We still got 1 in Florida. I think we have 2 in Canada. That's why the counter's at 6. Again, we've been looking at some broad circulation on this area of storms in Florida for quite a while. Mostly just a wind threat right now, pushing down to the southeast over the next several minutes, going towards Port St. Joe and Apalachicola, and eventually going towards Carabel. And we are still going to be watching for an isolated tornado risk to come out of this. Even if we don't get tornadoes, we will have water spouts impacting some of the fish. So if you have any friends that are fish here in the Gulf of Mexico, give them a call or text. Make sure they're doing okay, just to the southwest of Port St. Joe. And then, again, we just still have some wind for the most part near the Wawa, Hitchcock area of Florida, but I'm not seeing really much rotation there. So Again, this tornado watch goes until 7 p.m. Eastern time. We'll continue to see if anything does develop there, but so far it's been just, for the most part, all wind, with only one tornado, I think, being reported there. And this is the storm that's in Texas near Gonzales and Gonzales County, going towards Hallettsville. This is the one that Storm Runner Media is on, and again, it's producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour right now. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Spider, for becoming a minimum velocity member. And also thank you to Eric for the $4.99. How is College Station doing? Looks fine for right now. The majority of the storms have been down to your south. The one thing to keep in mind is that there is a stationary frontal boundary that is lifting north. So as that lifts north, this environment will become a little bit more capable of hail and wind. Probably going to be a very low tornado risk here. I think if we have any tornadoes, they'll probably be closer to Houston and not this far to the north. But isolated hail and wind, definitely a possibility out of this activity. We have a lot of storms right now developing in the Houston area. Like, look at all that lightning. Those are some light shows that are happening right now in the Houston area. I'm sure Max will get his doctorate as well. I'm sure I'm not getting my doctorate. I do not want to be in college for 8 years. No, thank you. Though I would love to learn more about weather, there's just no way I'm going 8 years in college. That would be way too much for me. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're watching Houston pretty closely. I think it's going to be pretty stormy this afternoon in Houston. So if you're in Houston, I'll just fully expect a lot of storms throughout the afternoon. I don't think you're going to be done with storms until like 6 tonight. I think it's going to be like 5 hours or, you know, at least 4 hours, but maybe 5 hours of just almost nonstop storm activity or very limited breaks, which could lead to a localized flooding threat for the record. But the HRRR kind of keeps storms in that area until 6. And then it kind of moves out. Yeah, this will try to develop into an MCS today. We'll see how that evolves. Then also further up to the north, storm initiation in Oklahoma, Arkansas, and southern Missouri should be within the next hour or so, maybe an hour and a half. So we'll be watching that area too. Again, it's a relatively low threat, but we could even get a brief tornado up that direction. So we'll be watching for that activity closely. Yeah, I don't think the Storm Prediction Center has any... Yeah, they don't have any new mesoscale discussions. So if anything does come out, we'll let you know. I usually only use tilt 1. If we're trying to verify like a debris signature, I sometimes go higher than that.
That's it. What she wrote. Well, I figured we'd be done.
And the storm at the bottom right near Gonzales, Texas is where they Storm Runner Media is at. What about College Station? Mostly an isolated hail and wind threat, Aaron. I think it should be a low risk. Again, the storms that are developing there right now are just beginning, and as they continue to develop, they will probably at least produce an isolated hail and wind threat. An MCS is a mesoscale convective system. Again, it's essentially just a fancy word for a line or a cluster of storms that we have. We don't have really any of that here in Texas right now yet. That's what we're expecting, though. Back over in Florida, this is more of an MCS, which this has become much smaller scale in nature, but we had a much more definitive MCS earlier, probably about 2 or 3 hours ago. So, yeah, once again, it's just a fancy word, basically, for a cluster or a line of storms. Not to be confused with a squall line, which usually squall lines are more intense. Thank you, Jacob, for the $5 super chat. Driving from Gainesville to Tallahassee, Florida. What are your thoughts on if it'll be safe enough or not? Tallahassee got hit with 3 tornadoes. I saw that. Yeah, there were a couple of EF2 tornadoes confirmed from Tallahassee, according to the National Weather Service there, which is... a little bit surprising, but, with that said, on radar, it looked very impressive. The CC drop was pretty definitive, and the damage also looked pretty crazy. Gainesville to Tallahassee, though, you're probably going to have some storms here continuing throughout the day. I think you're going to be dealing with rain, really, regardless of when you leave. But if you leave around 5 or 6, there will be some showers and maybe thunderstorms, but I think the majority of the severe weather will be done by the time you're going towards Tallahassee. So I wouldn't be super concerned about it. Maybe isolated wind, very low tornado risk, and that's really about it. I don't expect much, though, in that area. This tornado watch goes until 7, but I honestly think this tornado risk will only exist probably until like 4. or 5, and that's Eastern time, by the way. It's about 3 right now, so we got about 4 hours left on that watch, maybe until 5 or 6 on that tornado risk, and then it will probably be pretty close to done by then. And even if there were any tornadoes in this environment, I just don't think we're seeing anything that strong. Aside from, you know, these areas of rotation offshore, I mean, goodness, we have really strong rotation offshore here. Back over south of Port St. Joe. I'm telling you, if this MCS was 100 miles further north, we're probably dealing with a couple of strong tornadoes in Florida today. But good news is that is currently in the Gulf of Mexico and not, you know, here. No offense to the fishes, but, you know, that's what we're dealing with there. Thank you, Misty, for the $50 super chat. I do appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Misty. I do appreciate your generosity. Hope everything is going well. Was that today? What are we talking about? Yeah, the timing and everything I just showed you was today. The 2 tornadoes in Tallahassee was not. That was a few days ago. I don't know when that was. But it was the day that I was not live, I don't think. Tallahassee. How do I even spell this? There we go. Let me pull up that stuff real quick. They had I retweeted it on Twitter too. And we make sure to follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We do retweet a lot of that stuff. It's from Allison Bell on Twitter. This is how you do it, by the way. That trampoline right there, that's how you do it. Just for the record. Have it hatched down, because it's not going to fly away. Allison was doing it right. No flying trampoline there. Where? All right, here it is. All right, so these were the preliminary damage reports. This was the first one. This was from Friday, I believe. Yeah, Friday. So we had 2 different EF2 tornadoes, and look at the track, by the way. This went like literally right through the town. The first EF2 tornado went right through the southwest and west side of Tallahassee. The second one went right through the south side. The path was over 20 miles on the first one and 27 miles on the second one. Wow. Those are long track. That's a long track, 2 tornadoes there. Jeez. I kind of wish we were alive for that. It was at like 7 a.m., but still. That's actually crazy. That's a long time, especially for Florida tornadoes. Wow. Well, I think we had a third one too. I could be wrong. Yeah, we had a third one too, which was on the ground for 31 miles. That is insane. 3 tornadoes in Florida on Friday. This is in the morning. This one was on the ground for almost 32 miles as an EF1 tornado. That is actually crazy. I didn't know they were on the ground for that long. Jeez. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, that's wild. Even for Florida standards, I mean, that's pretty crazy. Most of the tornadoes that I've ever seen in Florida are usually brief and weak. We sometimes have strong tornadoes. They're just not super common, but that is pretty crazy. It goes to show we can see tornadoes any time of the day. It could be morning, could be afternoon, could be evening. But yeah, that's 3 tornadoes on the ground for 20 plus miles is insane. Thank you, Michelle, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it. And welcome to the Velocities. Am I in a wheelchair? No. I'm in a chair. You can see it at the top right. Normal chair. Who's in Tallahassee, by the way? I'm just curious. Anybody in the Tallahassee area? Anybody experience that? How flawed do I think the EF scale is? I don't think it's flawed at all. A lot of people don't like how they rate tornadoes because the winds on radar are so much stronger, but you gotta realize they are based mostly off damage. Right now, this storm again in Texas near Flatonia. Still producing damaging winds up to 60. It's near Shiner and Hallettsville. Storm media right now is in Lowling, Texas. They'll be going towards Columbus. more than likely is my guess. Again, we got a lot of storms right now going into the Houston area as we speak. Again, the main concern here is going to be the threat for lightning, and as well as the threat for some gusty winds. So if you are, again, in Houston, Texas, just continue to stay vigilant. There's going to be at least a hail and wind risk as these storms do continue to move to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. A lot of wind, a lot of rain, and potentially even maybe an isolated tornado risk as well. So that's what we're looking at right now, again, primarily in the Houston area, but there definitely could be an isolated tornado risk as we go later into the day today. By the way, thank you to whoever LR and BMR, those are the initials, for picking up some merchandise on the Shop Max Velocity website, a Drunk NATO t-shirt, and also the coffee mug and a Max Velocity t-shirt. I do appreciate your generosity. If you want to pick up any Shop Max Velocity merch, we just released Max Hydration merch. Again, you can check it out. The link is in the description. It's also shopmaxvelocity.net. The links will also be in the chat. With our Drunk NATO and Max Hydration collection now out. Let's go back to this screen here. All right, we'll stay there. Hey, coin for the $4.99 on my NOAA radio. I was able to receive a Tallahassee NOAA weather radio station all the way from Pasco County. That's awesome. That is pretty crazy. Tallahassee in the house. All right, we got a few people in Tallahassee. Panama City. I can imagine. I mean, again, having tornadoes like that in Florida, they are not anything, small. With that sort of scale, I mean, be on the ground for 30 miles is just insane. Yeah, that's just crazy. I didn't even know they were on the ground for that long. I mean, I retweeted that stuff this morning, but I didn't look at how long it was on the ground for. I just kind of assumed maybe a few minutes, but those were on the ground for like 30 minutes and on the ground for like 30 miles. I will be adding a water bottle drop at some point, Abby. I'm not sure when, and I'm not sure where. It will probably not be on the Shop Max Velocity website because we do not have water bottles through that provider, but I will be doing some sort of water bottle drop at some point in the future. Just not sure when. In Pettis, Texas, we do have a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust that has just been reported as of about 8 minutes ago. This storm is still producing damaging winds up to 60, as well as golf ball-sized hail. South of Kennedy, Texas, near Runge, going towards Glade, Texas. North of Beeville. And Stormrunner Media is now bombing to the east, as I said, going toward right along Interstate 10, going towards Columbus. I recall that morning the storms knocked out the local radar. I almost would guarantee you that they did. I mean, the tornadoes were literally next to the radar site. By the way, just for reference, the first Tallahassee tornado was approximately 900 miles, or 900 miles, wow, that'd be a large tornado, 900 yards wide, and the second one was 1,400 yards wide. That's almost a mile wide, and it got larger, actually, as it went further to the east, which you cannot see, but let me zoom out a little bit there. But yeah, that's a crazy, that's just crazy. This was a relatively wide tornado. That's almost a mile wide, just on the south side of Tallahassee on Friday morning. Now, the estimated wind's 115 miles per hour. That's a low-end EF2, but even then, an EF2 is an EF2. 900 miles? Yeah, that'd be something. That would be... That'd be pretty crazy. It'd be the size of a hurricane. I mean, that's the size of a hurricane right there. That's not even a, tornado. This is a live view in Stump Hole, or I believe this is just to the southeast of Mexico Beach, Florida. So this is an area that we're watching for some damaging wind potential over the next little while. There is a severe thunderstorm warning here, I believe. Let me just double check. Yeah, I believe they're under a severe thunderstorm warning here, so... Yeah, live camera there out of Florida right now. Got some cars driving on the road, but that's near Cape San Blas, Florida. And if we hop over to that warning real quick... which ends in a minute. They actually might not continue this morning. It's going to be impacting areas near Port St. Joe. This is the area that we're just looking at. So again, we got some storms coming that direction. We're watching basically for two different areas here. One area is going to be this broad area of circulation back over east of Parker, very rural parts of Florida. I've actually driven through this area before. There's like nothing there. And then also back over to the southwest of Port St. Joe, we have a couple of water spouts offshore. So there's a couple of different things that we'd be watching for at this point. But more than anything, we have this MCS that's really weakening into mostly just strong storms, maybe isolated winds up to 60. And then this area is trying to push to the same direction, kind of going east, east, southeast. We could get an isolated tornado risk here right along the Gulf Coast. So we'll be watching for that to see if anything develops down the road as well. We're up to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings, and I think almost all those are in... Oh, no. Whoa. We have severe thunderstorm warnings near Chicago. They're not even in the risk for severe weather today. We might have to fix the thumbnail. This is kind of surprising, actually. We have 2 different storms. We have one near Milwaukee that's producing some hail and wind right now. Huh. So if you're in this area, I would definitely make sure that you are staying away from windows. Just it's a relatively low risk, but yeah, you're getting a few severe storms here. What time is it? The SPC update comes out, I think, in an hour. That's a bit of a surprise, though, honestly. Milwaukee's under a severe thunderstorm warning here. And there's also one just southwest of Chicago. It's mostly hail and wind. This is outflow-driven storms, by the way. So we won't get any tornadoes with this, but we do have an outflow boundary here. You can kind of see that. That's moving north. So we'll probably get more storms developing near Chicago over the next hour. They might issue a small marginal threat up here. I don't think there is one right now. Let me double check. Yeah, there isn't one right now, but they might issue like a small marginal threat if things continue like this in the next outlook. But yeah, that's again a little bit of a surprise here back up in the Midwest. In Chicago suburbs, thunder, ears popping. It's a report from chat. I got a backup thumbnail in case there is a risk up here that really develops, but yeah, it's definitely a little surprising. I don't know if we really have much instability up here, but this is just an outflow boundary. Let me check the computer models. Storm Runner Media is behind a barbecue truck. Let me check instability here real quick. Moody Mondays for these storms. We don't have a day for Mondays. Like we don't have a day name other than Mesoscale Madness Monday. That's literally it. There's actually instability up here, believe it or not. It's not much, but we do have instability. Relatively low values, but instability is instability. Again, instability basically is just, you know, how unstable the environment is to produce thunderstorms. It's kind of like putting gasoline into a vehicle. It's what fuels severe storms. So we have that right now up here in Wisconsin and even back into Illinois. So yeah, there's at least a low threat here for hail and wind. And maybe, just maybe, a very brief tornado. But I think that threat should kind of stay near zero, because all this is, for the most part, outflow driven. So yeah, we'll watch this closely. The storms, again, near Chicago will probably actually increase in coverage here over the next hour. Again, this is your outflow boundary. Let me pause this in motion. But just kind of look at this interaction with the outflow boundary with this particular storm here. Creates a lot of rising motion. So notice that storm, how it kind of just blows up here right along that outflow boundary. So that kind of gives you an idea there of the outflow boundary's power. And then also down here, watch this activity here kind of blow up. That's all from the outflow boundary. And actually, the one just to the north of that circle was better, near Ottawa, Illinois. That right there is, you know, a bit more impressive. So yeah, mostly hail and wind. I don't expect really any tornado risk here. If there is any, it's very low. But like, yeah, that alpha boundary, you can just see how that interaction happens. It's impressive. All the storms developing here just kind of blow up along this outflow boundary. Again, this right here is your outflow. That entire thing. And it goes further than that. You just can't see it because of the, you know, the radar sight. It only picks it up so much because, again, the reflectivity is just, it only can show so much here. But yeah, that right there is pretty impressive. That's your outflow boundary. I don't know if we have one up here in Wisconsin, but we might. Yeah, I think we have one here too. It's a very small one, but kind of right here, looks like. Got a little outflow boundary, maybe. So you got some storms trying to fire off there now near Milwaukee. We'll watch that area closely. That's definitely interesting. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the northeast of Houston, Texas. That is going to be for isolated hail and wind. So that's near Hardin and Liberty for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So if you are in that warning, continue to stay away from windows, as there could at least be an isolated hail and wind threat. There is a boatload of lightning, by the way. You can clearly see all the lightning here on radar. It's everywhere. So we have a lot of lightning with these storms. Near the Woodlands in Houston and Sugar Land and Pasadena, all those areas looking at a lot of lightning. So obviously, again, stay indoors at the bare minimum. And this is the one that Storm Runner Media is on right now that is quickly marching to the east towards the Weimar and Columbus areas of Texas, going towards Eagle Lake and eventually going towards Sealy, Wallace, and East Bernard. It's producing damaging winds up to 60. I'm in that warning. It's not hard to be in a warning where there's a lot of people in it. I mean, there's a lot of high population areas in the warnings that we have right now. It's super sunny now in southwest Missouri. Let's go to the satellite here. Here's the satellite imagery. This is actually impressive. Look at this. Here is your low pressure system spinning. Look at that spin. It's actually impressive. Might have like a little dry slot on the back side of this, but again, your storm initiation expected in the next couple of hours here in this little area where sun is starting to kind of pop out. That's where some storms will kind of start to fire off here soon. Got some outflow-driven storms back over near Chicago and Milwaukee. Got huge complexes of storms in both Texas and as well as in the southeast. If we go to the infrared imagery, which I'm going to pull up pivotal weather for this. Let me go to the satellite. This gives you an idea of the cloud tops and how cold they are. This is a pretty impressive view of everything as well. Let me try to make this a little bit smaller. I mean, just look at this. This massive complex of storms in the southeast today. Very cold cloud tops aloft across those storms in Florida. Got the massive explosion of storms in Texas over the last couple of hours, or really over the last few hours. Here's your low pressure system in Kansas and Oklahoma. Got some of the storms developing near Chicago and Wisconsin. And you also got some showers and isolated rumbles of thunder in northern Missouri and Iowa. So pretty impressive. And here's another low pressure system up here. But yeah, that's the massive MCS that we had this morning. And then this is the new MCS that's now trying to develop in Texas, which will also pretty much go on the same track as the other one. So interesting stuff. New severe thunderstorm warning just southwest of Victoria, Texas, north of Corpus Christi. That is for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Should northern Indiana be concerned? I don't think so. I don't think northern Indiana should be that concerned. If we get anything up here, just be isolated wind and hail. And I did add Illinois and Wisconsin to the thumbnail because of the storms that we're seeing right now that are all coming off this outflow boundary. Though this environment is not super favorable here for tornadoes or anything like that, we definitely have a threat for some isolated hail and wind. Let me pull up the METAR data here. Let's go to temperatures real quick. So temperatures right now in the upper 70s, low 80s. Dew points, though, are struggling. They're only in the mid to upper 50s. We really need more moisture in this environment for there to be some sort of tornado risk. And again, I don't expect tornadoes here, but just kind of for perspective here, that's what we're looking at right now. It's just a relatively, it's not really that moist of an environment here. Again, the dew points are relatively low in the 50s and low 60s, but with the outflow boundaries that we have right now that are popping up on radar, you can again clearly see them. We have storms that are essentially just going to explode off of these over the next couple of hours, and that'll eventually start to produce a hail and wind risk. So this storm, for example, near Sandwich, that might produce some hail and wind, or it could become clustered together like this one near Ottawa. That's just a bunch of small hail and gusty winds. But like this storm near, you know, Joliet or near Bolingbrook, that one has a better shot at least of some isolated hail and wind. But this will be moving towards Chicago here soon. So as that outflow boundary pushes north, we're probably going to get some more storm activity in the Chicago area with isolated hail and wind. And then also one near Milwaukee has also an outflow boundary. So we're starting to see a couple of storms now near the Cudahy area, east of Waukesha. So yeah, that's another area to watch for at the outflow boundary. Name pronunciations, I tell you. All right, let's go back down to Texas for a moment. Now, for the record, we are going to keep a close eye on the Midwest, because I know a lot of you are, presumably a lot of you that are starting to tune in are probably going to be from the Midwest. So, do we have a new mesoscale discussion yet? Let me check. We do. This is from this is about 10 minutes ago. New mesoscale discussion, a severe damaging wind and tornado threat will continue across parts of the Florida Panhandle. So that is going to be for those near Mexico Beach, Apalachicola, back into areas near Tallahassee. It's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. That's it. We don't have any other mesoscale discussions. That one goes until 4:30, so that's about an hour and a half from now. All right. Play any golf yet? I have not. For those that are wondering, my golfing trip was delayed till Tuesday. So that's tomorrow. So I'll be leaving tomorrow. But yeah, I was not able to make it on Saturday. Instead, we've delayed that till tomorrow. Waukesha, thank you. We'll never remember that. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below and like the stream as well. It is completely free to do, by the way. And again, we'll keep you posted on the latest with severe weather. Once again, we are watching for an MCS to try to develop here across parts of Texas and Louisiana. Which again, that's kind of in development right now. It's trying to organize mostly hail and wind though for the short-term threat with an isolated brief tornado. More storms will develop here soon across parts of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and even northeast Texas, and back into southern Missouri where there could be some isolated hail and wind, and then back over in the Chicago and Milwaukee areas, we are watching for, again, outflow-driven storms that are developing, and so this activity will start to ramp up over the next hour with an isolated wind and hail risk existing. Tornado threat should be pretty much zero out of this activity. But yeah, we'll be watching that again as that develops. And then also we have that tornado watch back over in Florida. With the very weak storms that we have left, we could again get maybe an isolated wind or hail risk out of this, maybe a brief tornado, but the tornado risk in my opinion here is really getting low because that MCS is just kind of dying off here. We don't really have any organization there anymore, so I really would not expect many more tornadoes there, but at least have that tornado action plan in place just in case anything does try to develop here soon. But overall, that threat should stay low. Can weather people not say the word moist? What's the big deal there? It is moist back down here, at least down here in the south. The dew points back up to the north it's much less moist. We do have a new Weather Prediction Center discussion on the rain potential back over in the Midwest. This is going to include Illinois, northeastern Missouri, and southeastern Iowa, and southern Wisconsin. Slow-moving thunderstorms with 1 to 2 inches of rainfall per hour being possible. Also, we have a wind damage report coming out of Gonzales. That's going to be a tree that snapped halfway up the trunk in Gonzales. So that's from this wind event that's happening again with damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour near Hallettsville. I had a whoopie pie from Buc-ee's, not gonna lie, it was actually pretty good, and it actually was pretty moist. Somebody said moist cake in the chat, so that reminded me of that. We are back down to 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. We still have 2 in Texas, 1 in Illinois, and 1 in Wisconsin. And then other than that, the warning that was northeast of Houston has expired. It's now a strong storm. And then the storms that are back over in Florida are also not severe. We have a lot of lightning going through Houston. Is anybody in Houston right now or in the suburbs? There's a lot of lightning popping up on radar here. These are highly electrified storms. And then the ones in Illinois and Wisconsin, we are still watching. That's a huge storm over Houston. It's really just a lot of updrafts. I mean, it's not just one storm. It's kind of just a bunch of storms clustering together here. They're everywhere here around Houston. It's just an entire area. This stretches for over 100 miles from southwest to northeast. That's a massive area of storms. We're probably at least going to get an isolated flooding threat here in the Houston area with all that rain. We lost power for about 25 minutes. Houston, we have lightning. I would assume so much. There's a lot of lightning popping up on radar. Guys, lightning is not moist. Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm in Houston, but risk of tornadoes, it should be very low. I think if we get a tornado risk out of any of this, it would probably be down the road once this MCS develops a bit more. I mean, right now it's just all wind and rain and lightning and some hail, maybe very small hail. But I don't think we're gonna get a tornado out of this activity. I mean, there's just no way. It's like, well, it's not a no way, but it's a very low chance. The activity that I would be looking for a little bit more of a tornado risk will be out of this. We don't have a great view of this on radar yet, but right there we have a little notch developing. So if we get any sort of notches like that develop, we definitely could get at least an isolated tornado near Houston. I still think that threat, though, is probably a good 30 to 45 minutes out from actually developing. I still think we're in the development stages of this MCS that's trying to form. Victoria, Texas getting slammed. Yeah, there's a lot of rain and lightning there. I'm not seeing any sort of, big wind threat, but there might be some gusty winds. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois has expired or has been canceled, actually. We do still have a warning, though, near Milwaukee. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The storms that are in and around the Chicago area still kind of struggling, really. I mean, again, a lot of these are just outflow-driven, so a lot of this should just be pop-up showers and thunderstorms. There will be a hail and wind risk, I think, with anything that does become stronger near, like, Ottawa and the Joliet area, but it should remain relatively more on the strong and not severe side of things. And what that means is that small hail up to maybe nickel-sized hail, and then maybe some gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour. And this storm activity also in Indiana is kind of in the same boat right now. So anything over in here, kind of in the same boat. It should all be mostly gusty winds and small hail. Now, with all that being said, the dew points here, which if we go to the METARs, the dew point right now is well into the 50s and even some low 60s in some of these areas. And so we do have enough moisture here where we could get an isolated severe storm or two. There's definitely some buoyancy here, and there's also instability. I'm not sure what the soundings look like here today, but I don't think we have really that much wind shear. Let me check real quick. Let's see. This is from this morning in Illinois. This is earlier today in like central Illinois. It's the closest one to Chicago. Notice again, temperature relatively low this morning. Kind of ignore this stuff though. The wind profile is relatively weak all throughout the atmosphere, all the way up until the jet stream level and even the mid-level flow back over above 500 millibars. So yeah, again, not really an organized environment, but we do have some instability, and we again do have at least some lifting here, and enough of a, you know, we have a lifting mechanism with this outflow boundary that could again lead to some storms, but it should be relatively minimal. Low risk for severe weather, in my opinion, but it's definitely not zero. Oops. All right, let's take off all the dew points before that gets a little too crazy. All right, let's go back down to Texas again. All right. Moist velocity. Oh my god. A new subscriber from Panama City, Florida. While my son live. Wait, my son and his new bride live in Tallahassee. Has a lot of damage. Without power till this morning, a massive 150-year-old oak tree was uprooted. Now that is crazy. Tallahassee on Friday morning, they had 3 different tornadoes that were on the ground for over 20 miles. I think 2 of them were on the ground for 30 miles. So that's pretty crazy too. I don't know if you're talking about from Friday's event or this morning, but Friday there was a ton of activity. We had 3 different tornadoes that morning. This is from this is near Houston from we're doing Oakland, Texas. There's the hail, wind, and rain. Doesn't look like super big hail, but it's kind of hard to tell. So, interesting stuff there. All right. We are now down to 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. I believe the one in, the Wisconsin one was just canceled. So the only warnings we have right now are in Texas or Canada, at least for the time being. That could always change. Thank you, Cheryl, for becoming a minimum velocity member as well. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. The water I'm currently pouring is moist. Oh my lord, this has gotten out of control. Thank you, Ethan, for the $9.99. I'm from New Orleans and have a lot of friends there. I know with the warm or the Gulf warm air is crazy, so storms always multiply. My question is, how do tornadoes form in Dixie Alley versus Tornado Alley? It depends on the trough and how it's just kind of, you know, it depends on the organization of troughs a lot of the time. Let me real quickly go to this. New severe thunderstorm warning on the north side of Houston. That is for damaging winds up to 60. So they've gone ahead and issued a new warning there. Let me take my lightning detection down to 1 minute and not 5 minutes because it's going crazy right now. There we go. Looks a little bit better. But again, new severe thunderstorm warning just north of Houston. As I was saying, it depends a lot on trough ejections. We do typically get a lot more shear environments because again we have mountain ranges and stuff in the Rockies that can sometimes lead to more shear and stuff. It just kind of leads to a better environment overall. The problem is really a lot of the time in the southeast we don't get super organized severe weather events, especially this time of the year. We sometimes can, it just kind of varies, but the I would say one of the biggest things is just we always have a lot of moisture. There's a lot of, you know, storm activity that happens in that area, especially when we have a lot of moisture and stuff like that. And so the storm coverage, like for today, for example, is not super organized. It's more of an MCS, which has been kind of weakening, but we just have so much rain, it's kind of killing off this area. But I would say overall, it's just different from the fact of the matter is of the trough. Depends on the troughing more than anything. And during the winter, in really mid to late winter and into the spring, we do usually get troughs that kind of ride across the central and southern tier of the United States. So like in Kansas or Oklahoma, they kind of move through the Dixie Alley. And if they are far enough down to the south, we can sometimes get, you guys gotta stop with the moist word. You're distracting me. you basically again get these different troughs in the, you know, the winter and spring that are further south that have more shear available for areas like the Dixie Alley. But once we go into the spring and summer, they're usually further to the north and further west where they don't produce as much of a threat. Today's trough, for example, is back over here in the four corners essentially of these states, which they are not really four corners, but you know what I mean. Basically in the intersection of those four states here, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, or Arkansas. Oh my goodness. And that's where the trough is located. And so we are getting that first MCS pushing through that area. And then the second one's developing down here in Texas. And then some potential storms will develop here near that low later today. But a lot of the time during the winter, we have low pressure systems further down here to the south that produce more of an organized either dry line or cold frontal boundary threat. So hopefully that answers the question. It was a confusing answer, mostly because I keep getting distracted. Thank you, Jonathan, for becoming a Velocity member. And also thank you, Mike from Florida, for the $50 donation through the donation link. I do appreciate that. Thank you for being live so often, and congratulations on the new studio. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Mike, for the $50 donation. Put some hearts in the chat for Mike. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for using the donation link in the description. It does help out the page a lot. All right. This chat is officially out of control. The M word might have to be banned. It might have to be banned. By the way, we have a couple of big sponsorships possibly coming soon. I just want to throw that out there. Can't say the names yet, but it is in progress, which could be pretty cool. Not Culver's, by the way, but, you know, more weather related. And I'm excited for that. If we had a Culver sponsorship, though, that'd be insane. All right, we do have a this is the new severe thunderstorm warning. Currently, all the severe thunderstorm warnings are in Texas. We have none in Canada now. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Victoria, which somebody in chat was from Victoria, just talking about this. Damaging winds of 60, and quarter-sized hail is the main concern there. Raid Shadow Legends, no, it's not a game either. Well, once they happen, they'll happen. Excited for both of them, though. All right. If you guys have any questions, by the way, feel free to leave those in the chat. And if you're new here, make sure to subscribe, like the stream as well. Again, we'll be live here probably at least through 4 or 5, and then if things continue to stay active and you know, significant enough for us to be live, we will stay live longer. But the current plan is to at least be live until you know, at least live through probably about 4 or 5, and then maybe later if needed. The tornado risk, though, will probably start developing here within the next few hours. And again, it would be associated with this cluster of storms that's back over west of Houston. More of just a wind, hail, and ton of lightning and lots of rain threat, basically, for the Houston area. But that will change as this moves eastbound. We should get a bit more of a tornado risk out of that. No tornado possible labels yet, but we'll be watching that closely. Roker, positive and negative charges. It's a simple answer. It's the most simplistic answer I can give you. Dayton, Texas is bad here. The lightning and thunder is crazy. Let me check how much lightning there is right now. Let me get an actual number here. We currently have 300 lightning strikes per minute. And that is across Houston and Victoria. So those are the two areas that we're looking at for that lightning right now. That's a lot of lightning. Axis chair cam is lit. This is just the studio. It's really just a studio cam, honestly. That's what it looks like. Just for reference. OBS, chat, Facebook for some reason. Just basically Twitter and stuff reports is this right now. Radar Omega, Radar Omega, Storm Runner Media. Once we have 2 Storm Chasers, they'll both be on that monitor. And if there's any significant severe weather events, Radar Omega will be also there. So we'll have 2 feeds, possibly as many as 3 if we need it. So yeah. In addition to some blinding lights. Thank you. When's the G Fuel collab coming? I've never even had G Fuel in my life. I see it advertised a lot though. Thank you, Jonathan, for the $5 super chat. I'm near Fort White, Florida right now, and there's very large wall cloud. I'm seeing rotation on radar. I'm guessing it's a shelf cloud. If you send me a photo, I can verify it, but it's more than likely a shelf cloud. I don't know where that even is. Fort White, Florida. Oh, it's this storm. Oh, okay. Might be a little bit of rotation there. I actually wouldn't be surprised if this got tornado warned. We had a storm like this earlier that ended up getting tornado warned in Florida. That was just really small, like this. Very low top supercell that had rotation. Now, that rotation that you're looking at on radar is nowhere near where it would usually be. It would usually be back in here. So if we match up the velocities there's really nothing there. The problem is, though, our radar coverage kind of stinks here. But there you go. There's a little bit more of a view there. Looks like more of a hail threat, though. There's a little bit of something. At least some broad rotation or broad circulation near Fort White. We might get a tornado warning on that. We'll see. If you have a photo, though, let me know, because I would actually like to see that. If you can send it in to me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, at me, and don't message me, just at me on Twitter, and I'll take a look and see if you have Twitter. If not, you can email me. The email's in the description, because I would actually like to see that. There might actually be a wall cloud there, but it could also be a shelf cloud. But I kind of doubt it on that small of a storm. So we will at least check that out if you can send it in to us. And once you do send it, at Tucker, and let Tucker know what platform, and I'll try to look at it. Hey, by the way, Sterling and Eric for becoming minimum velocity members. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. By the way, our Twitter is at MaxVelocityWX. Our email is also like the bottom of the description. Thank you, Rick, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Storms for Indiana. I don't think there's gonna be anything severe up there. If there is anything, it'll just be isolated hail and wind. This is what it looks like right now out there. We just got a lot of outflow driven storms here. It is right now 2:30, so I think an hour from now, if this outflow boundary can keep going, our peak of severe weather in the Midwest will probably be around 3:30 or 4. But with that said, this is not a very organized setup. It's just all outflow driven storms right now. So anything that develops will be isolated quarter-sized hail and isolated damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. I think the threat should stay relatively low overall. And even the Milwaukee storms, they're not really looking that impressive. They're all kind of moving offshore at this point anyway. And even these storms near Victoria, these are also outflow driven, so that tornado risk should stay low at least temporarily. But we'll see. Thank you, James, as well, for the 199. We got hail in Victoria with decently high winds, or heavy winds. Heavy winds. Heavy winds is an interesting way to put it. But I get what you mean. Yeah, Victoria is right now under a severe thunderstorm warning for that threat of damaging winds and isolated hail. Dreamer, you're already subscribed. You only can chat in the chat if you're subscribed. Sterling, the radar that we use is Radar Omega. There is a link to download at the very bottom of the description. This is the storm that Stormrunner Media is on right now. This is the one near the Weimar area of Texas.
Just to go to Louisiana.
Not really seeing much right now, but they're kind of near that area where there's at least a strong storm down to their south right now. Hey, Michael, for the $5 sewer chat. Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I can help. How's the tornado threat in Beaumont? I think overall the tornado risk today will be on the low side of things. This is what we're looking at right now for storm activity. But if we go to the... all right, let's go to the tornado outlook for right now. The next Storm Prediction Center outlook's in 25 minutes, so we'll see if they change anything. But the tornado outlook right now is primarily confined, for the elevated risk, is confined to areas like Houston, back through New Orleans. So again, it's a relatively confined area here right along the Gulf Coast. We also have that 2% tornado risk, which goes all the way back into southern Missouri. So again, a relatively large area for a low tornado risk. Again, that 2%, it's a large area, but it's a very low risk overall. That's primarily going to come out of any storms that develop later today that produce the threat for isolated hail and wind and maybe an isolated tornado. That's back up here to the north. And then anything near the Gulf Coast will be coming out of that MCS, which is, again, that mesoscale convective system, which essentially is just a cluster or a line of storms that is right now developing back southeast of San Antonio. But as we go throughout the afternoon, this is what it's going to look like around 4. We're going to have plenty of showers and thunderstorms right near the Gulf Coast, right in Louisiana and in Texas. The storms in Florida will start to move offshore. And we'll also have some development back over in eastern Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas, and southern Missouri. By the time we go closer to 6, those storms continue to ramp up. We'll have some storms developing also just to the south and southeast of Dallas and Fort Worth with some isolated hail, wind, and maybe a brief tornado. Same thing goes for the storms in Arkansas. And also back down in Texas, that MCS will continue to progress across southern Louisiana. And by 7 to 8, that MCS continues to move through Baton Rouge and New Orleans. These storms back up in Arkansas will continue to produce at least an isolated threat for hail, wind, and a brief tornado. And storms will even continue back over near the Dallas-Fort Worth area, with the main focus of any severe weather south of Dallas and also to the east of Fayetteville. And then by the time we get closer to 9 to 10 o'clock, that MCS is really kind of done at that point. It rides along the Florida Gulf Coast overnight, and storms will continue in Arkansas probably all the way until midnight and maybe even into the overnight hours, but the threat there should stay on the low side of things. So that's what we're going to be looking at there. The times that are, when I said the times, they're all in Central Time. It's whatever time is on the top left of your screen, which right now is in Central Time. So Eastern Time would be an hour more. Got a bunch of special weather statements being issued right now here in Florida. Might even have a little bit of rotation near Lake City. Yeah, we're watching for a very low tornado risk out of any of these little pop-up low-topped cells that we have developing right now across parts of central northern Florida, southwest of Jacksonville. So I'm not ruling it out an isolated brief tornado out of that activity. The storms back over near Chicago are continuing to still stay outflow driven. We have a lot of storms here that are producing at least small hail and gusty winds. The one that is south of Chicago right now could produce some small hail as it moves into the south side of Chicago. A little bit more of a elevated hailstorm just northeast of Gary, but that's going to be staying offshore in the lakes here in the Great Lakes, and then still some storms back over west of Joliet. Outflow driven area of storms continuing to move northbound, and once again we just have some rogue cells that have kind of developed off that outflow boundary, and anything that's kind of running into this outflow boundary could become a little bit more significant. But this activity really the most concerning right now, and even then it's relatively weak. It's just small hail and gusty winds. And then the main event right now, again, is in Texas right now. Back over near Houston and back over near Victoria, where there is going to be a chance for some damaging winds and some hail. In fact, the storm that is near Victoria has been upgraded. That is now up to golf ball sized hail. And as well, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So I know we have had some viewers in Victoria. That storm's now up to golf ball sized hail. And once again, the majority of these storms are outflow driven. So there's your outflow boundary. Should stay as a low tornado risk for a little while. That is the most significant storm that we have on radar right now in Texas. All right. I wouldn't be nervous if you're in Beaumont. There's a lot of storms, and obviously the amount of storms might be scaring you. There's a lot of storms here. But don't be scared about the amount of storms. I would honestly be more concerned if you're in Beaumont about a flash flooding threat. We definitely could get some flash flooding here with the quantity of storms that we have. And even if we don't get flooding, if you get severe weather, it's mostly a wind threat. I mean, you might get a brief tornado, but I'm still not really concerned about that. This isn't a day today where we're going to have strong and long track tornadoes, or at least we shouldn't. It's a very low chance. So, yeah. Also, there's damage this morning in the Gulf State Park campground and Gulf Shores area. I am retweeting photos of that on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. But yeah, we've had some damage photos there. We've had damage photos in a few places. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be on the storm that is currently east of Victoria. We actually do have a report of golf ball sized hail in Victoria from emergency management. Again, that's Victoria, Texas. Edna is the next area in track of the storm. Ganado, Red Bluff, Mount Olive, Navidad, all in the track of this as that continues to move northeast. All right. Is there a storm in southwest Illinois? If there is, it's just strong. The only storms that are really significant back up in Illinois are primarily on the northeast side of the state. We got one near Decatur that's strong. That's really about it. Yeah, Illinois doesn't look super concerning. I did throw it into the thumbnail just because there were a couple of severe storms there near Chicago. Granted, there's no actual risk here that's outlined by the Storm Prediction Center, but we did have at least a couple of storms that were severe earlier. If they don't issue a marginal threat here in the next outlook, we'll go ahead and remove it, unless something does pop up again here that's severe. But it's mostly just strong storms off that outflow boundary, again, near Chicago and Gary. These are all, for the most part, moving north and northeast. We also had one near Milwaukee, for the record, too. So we had a couple of severe storms, but those warnings have since been lifted, and that was about 20 minutes ago, maybe. Thank you, Chelly, for becoming a Velocity member as well. I've already tripled my YouTube subscribers in 2024. I know. I actually didn't even realize that. Yeah, we've tripled our subscriber count in 2024. That's actually insane. Thank you, Zuber, for the $2 super chat. Main threats in Louisiana. It's mostly going to be wind. There will be a more elevated tornado risk if you're right along the Gulf Coast. I think if we get really any tornado activity, it'll be primarily in here. It's much more isolated, though, the further north you go. It'll still be isolated even around the Gulf Coast, but it's not going to be nearly... It's basically going to be more isolated here, but it'll be more isolated if you're outside of this area. That's what I'm trying to say. So, you know, we might get one or two tornadoes in this area. Otherwise, further north, it's really just going to be a brief tornado or two anyway. But that'll be coming out of this mesoscale convective system that is currently developing. And we got a massive cluster here, and then this is the cluster that we're watching that's going to try to organize more and maybe produce an isolated tornado risk. So a couple different areas that we're watching for here in southeast Texas. How's it going, exploration? When should wind be considered dangerous? I mean, it can be dangerous at any time. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be 60 miles per hour. It could be 80 miles per hour. It could be 200 miles per hour. It could be dangerous at any point. Any level of severe weather. 60 mile per hour winds could still knock over trees and power lines. It's not that hard for that to happen. And if you live near a home, or if you live in a home, I should say, that, trees are large and are surrounding your home, that could be dangerous. Granted, again, if you don't live in an area like that, you live in like just a desert, flying trampolines could be a hazard, even at 60 mile per hour winds. Or flying debris could be a few branches from a tree down the road. So, it can be dangerous at any point, really. Oh, look at this view. This is from Storm Runner Media, left side of your screen. Can't tell if that's a storm or that's just I'm not sure if they're driving south. If they are driving south, that's probably a storm.
I'm pushing the buttons.
It's no longer on the screen, but...
dead to it. And then this camera back here, the case is not completely sealed. So water can get into it and therefore fog up the image. So the connections
we'll back to them in a second.
Sealed.
Looks like they had a view of something there, though. They are in the Weimar area of Texas. I'm not sure if they're on Route 77. If they are, that would be the storm that they're looking at. Can't really tell. I don't have their map pulled up. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning northeast of Houston. I don't know if I just pointed that out, but damaging winds up to 60 is the main concern. Oh, thank you, JD, for picking up a shirt. Appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of you, if anybody did pick up any merchandise, like the Drunk NATO t-shirt, that stuff should be arriving pretty soon. Unless you just ordered it, which I know a few of you guys have just ordered t-shirts, the Drunk NATO t-shirts. But those should be arriving in the next, like, week or two, if not much sooner. When I ordered my shirt, I think it came in, like, 4 days, so. Thank you, Eric, for the $4.99 if you live near home. Yes, quote of the century right there. If you live near a home... there might be debris. There might be wind. We're not doing moist merchandise, guys. Oh my goodness. No way. I'm not even... we're not even gonna... I don't think we're doing the 8-inch merch either. I actually did consider it briefly, but no, we're not doing that. There's no way. What's your Twitter to send photos? It is at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. The link was also just posted in the chat. Should I ever get that photo from the person that talked about the, maybe the wall cloud there in Florida? It's actually kind of curious. So we do have a couple areas of circulation here near Lake City. Not much, but... this is so weird. This storm is so puny. It's incredible. That storm is tiny. It's a low-top supercell. There's not much rotation here, but I mean, there's a little bit of circulation. It's not much, but there's something. Actually, kind of crazy when you think about it. Damp basement. Yes. Can't get over the max hydration sign. It is the dumbest thing we've ever done. It was literally all just from somebody commenting about the godforsaken water bottle that we use. Oh, man. Yeah, this back here, we've had this for, like, ever. That Stormlight there, that I got that on Amazon, like, 2 years ago, I think. But yeah, this is the comment. The godforsaken water bottle that I use. It's the last line. We wouldn't have had a max hydration sign if it wasn't for that comment, just for the record. I think somebody recommended it. Yeah, it was Nippers WX. You know what would be funny? If we get an LED light behind me that says max hydration, like an LED light somewhere on that wall, that's custom made, and it flashes whenever we drink water. That would be so crazy.
Louisiana, or do we just
oh man, I need to look into that after the stream. I just thought of that. We're getting custom lighting for when there's tornado warnings, so that we don't have yet, but we'll have that in a few days. We'll have custom lighting that flashes when there's warnings and stuff. That'll be coming in probably in a few days. But that LED light, we'll have to look into. I think that will probably cost at least $100, but it would be so funny. We officially went over budget on upgrades, so I didn't expect to spend as much as I did, but yeah, it's worth it. We went a little bit overboard with a lot of the stuff. I mean, not really overboard, it was kind of what I expected, but the lighting was pretty expensive that we're getting, and then the cables, just a bunch of stuff ran up the price. But it's all good, it'll last a while. By the way, Stormrunner Media right now is in Cat Spring, Texas. This is going to be... They're kind of approaching the Houston area, so... Not sure exactly what they might be looking at. Maybe just a little storm that's trying to develop there. Looks like this is, I think, what they're looking at right here. Could be wrong. Not really looking at much, but... A little bit of something there.
There's something caught around
Near Brazos County. I think that's what they're looking at right now. Also, new Storm Prediction Center outlook should be out in about 10 minutes or so. So we will have an update there here soon. And we'll see if there's any sort of tornado risk with that. If there's like any changes to the forecast. Here is the latest mesoscale discussion for Louisiana and Texas. Rapidly intensifying thunderstorms will train with 2 to 3 hours of rainfall. Flash flooding is likely. So that's what we're talking about before. We got a massive train of storms right now across Houston, and that should allow for a flooding threat to develop as those continue to move to the east-northeast. And we got some scud cloud activity there on the right side of your screen on the storm near Cat Spring, Texas.
All right, we'll be in
with
Stormrunner
Media.
Miles, so we've got about 7-8 minutes to figure out where we're gonna go here. It's been really nice having everybody rolling.
Storm Prediction Center just posted.
Thank you all so much for sticking with us throughout the day.
Wow, they're early.
It's nice having
Here's the latest outlook from the Storm Prediction Center.
Turn the severe warning thing off because we're out of a warning now.
So this is the latest outlook. Just waiting to see if there's any changes on this, which we'll wait for in a second. The one change that is very notable, which was expected, is that the enhanced risk for severe weather has been removed from Florida. So that's done. That was out of that first MCS. This enhanced risk still remains intact from what I'm seeing. We will have a update here in a moment on the actual probabilities. The enhanced risk is slightly more condensed down to the south. They did not add a marginal threat by any means to Illinois or Indiana. You can still see severe weather for the record, even if you're not in a marginal threat. So just keep that in mind. We just had that earlier in both Wisconsin and near Joliet, Illinois. And then we're just waiting right now on that update from the on the probability. So we'll wait for that. That should be in here in a moment.
A full meal right now.
Thank you. Be prepared for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, CCMS, for the $1.99. The Hattiesburg area of Mississippi. I think the main concern will be overnight tonight with an isolated wind threat. Got some interesting clouds here on the storm. It's not even a storm. It's just a little shower that developed here. Lots of scud cloud activity there on the right. Just some low level clouds, just cumulus clouds. Really not much there. Small rain shaft in the far right. No longer can see that, but there was a small rain shaft there. All right, tornado or the values here just updated here on the Storm Prediction Center website. So this is the latest on the probabilities for today. So once again, we do have that 5% tornado risk that has not changed. The one in Florida has been downgraded to a very tiny spot there. The wind threat still pretty much in the same area. We could see some significant damaging winds unravel here later today as that MCS develops across southern Louisiana and southeast Texas. And then the hail risk is primarily going to be right along the Gulf Coast. So that's the updated outlook for today. And there's that little cell that developed there near Cat Spring, Texas. It's not even a severe storm. That's the only overlay that we have. But there are some developing cells there close to where they are. They're trying to develop into thunderstorms. They're just having a little bit of a tough time there. One is hail considered big. I mean, large hail is considered 1 inch or larger, which that would be severe. So, yeah. Is there a P.O. box we can send mail to? There is. Tucker can post the link in the chat. There's also a link in the description. I will directly post the link because you have to go through the link tree to find it. Which isn't that hard, but I'll post the actual link to it. The link I posted is the link to it. Do I do storm chasing sometimes? I've never been actual storm chasing. I'm considering it tomorrow morning, actually. That's if I get up early enough, which is very doubtful. But I was considering doing a storm chasing stream tomorrow morning for the threat in Florida and Georgia, but I'm not sure. Probably not. That threat is going to be like... I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Probably not. I doubt it. I might just post photos to Twitter if I see anything. I'm not mentioning the C word in today's live stream. That way we don't have any tornado warnings today. We are not mentioning the C-U-L-V-E-R-S word. Because we do not need tornado warnings here today. Now with that said, we only have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Good news there. I did once, but that was way earlier. That was before we had any sort of crazy action. Which we don't really have any crazy action anyways right now. Thoughts on CJ Stroud? I'm not an NFL podcaster. I'm a weather streamer. With that said, he looks like the next Tom Brady. You're welcome. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we are still watching several areas for severe weather. The only area that we currently have severe weather in is in Texas, which there are 3 different severe thunderstorm warnings. One northeast of Houston with some damaging winds and plenty of lightning and also heavy rainfall. We also have a storm east of Victoria that is producing damaging winds up to 60 and some ping pong ball sized hail. So again, relatively marginal threats for severe weather right now. We do have some storms that are ongoing in Florida, but nothing severe over here right now. We do still have a low tornado risk here, which actually we do still have some broad circulation approaching Carabel, Florida. So we'll have to watch that closely. Just a broad area of circulation. And then back over in central and northern Florida, we do have some cells that are developing. These are all low top cells, but we could get an isolated tornado out of this activity. This activity near Ellisville and Providence in particular looks the most concerning. It's a very small storm, but we might get an isolated tornado out of that as that moves off to the northeast. See that rotation there? It's relatively broad, but a low top supercell trying to produce maybe an isolated tornado. And then back over in the Chicago area, we actually do have a wind damage report there near Plainfield of a downed power lines or power poles near Illinois Route 126 and County Line Road. So these storms are at least producing some gusty winds. But overall, nothing really severe here out of this activity. Did have a couple of severe storms earlier, but that threat has kind of gone down. At least for now. Yeah, still watching Florida for at least an isolated tornado or two, and also these storms too. definitely could produce maybe an isolated tornado as well as they continue to move eastbound. Not really seeing any rotation right now in that activity, but wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado with that as that continues to move eastbound. But I think our better shot for tornadoes are still probably a good couple hours away, especially along the Gulf Coast of Louisiana and even the Gulf Coast of Texas. Ryan, it's next year, not this year. And I will probably still be doing this. Probably. Most likely. I would expect so much. Does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? It always does. We have a North Texas Weather Center page on Facebook. I'm always thinking about North Texas. But I'm not thinking about it when there's nothing too crazy happening there. I don't think there's anything happening there right now. Nothing there. Might get a couple of storms later today, but it's supposed to be a pretty low threat for severe weather. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning northeast of Houston has ended, so we're down to only 2 warnings, and those are currently near Victoria, Texas. Yeah, Houston's going to get another round of storms, most likely. Even if you don't, you are definitely getting a lot of rain, because this is all moving that direction. The area of storms here right now is primarily moving east, but down the road, it could kind of grow and upscale a bit more to the northeast. So we might see some upscale features there that might bring some storms to Houston. But again, the main concern is going to be damaging winds, if there's any severe weather there. How's Louisiana doing? I still think you're an hour or 2 out from storms. I think Louisiana, again, you're going to probably see more storm activity as we go later into the afternoon hours. So, you know, probably closer to like 5 or 6. Go to the future radar real quick and kind of give you an idea of that time frame. So, and this is right about now. We got plenty of storms in the Houston area, back over near Victoria, Texas and such. The HRRR model doesn't pick up great on that storm activity, but or at least where it is at this given time, but still gives you an idea of what's happening there. By 5 o'clock or so, storms in Louisiana, trying to ramp up with a damaging wind, hail, and low tornado risk. And then once we get closer to 6, 7, 8 o'clock, they continue to move eastbound, going through eastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. And then eventually by 9 to 10 o'clock, those storms are for the most part offshore, with a low tornado risk existing along the Florida coast and even inland in Florida as we go into the morning hours on Tuesday, which is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. So that's the look at that for tomorrow. And then Illinois, anywhere in the Midwest right now, isolated hail and wind threat, mostly a marginal threat, but again, there's not much there. And they're not under a marginal risk for the record, but like if there's any hail, it'd just be marginally like large, like quarter-sized hail at most, probably. The environment there is not super favorable for any sort of, you know, significant severe weather by any means. How long have we been streaming? We've been live for 2.5 hours. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning southeast of Victoria, so these storms are probably going to continue to stay severe all the way until they get offshore. This is going to be for mostly a hail and wind threat. The wind threat not warned on this particular storm, but they do have a warning here for quarter-sized hail, and a slightly higher chance for damaging winds will exist on this northern side of storms back near El Campo, Texas, just east of Edna, Texas. Pronunciations. But that'll be the next area in the track of that. Still have circulation here on the storm near Interstate 75 in Florida. Still watching that. Still watching that closely. Where is my hat? What hat are we talking about? I don't know where my max velocity hat went, to be honest. We were setting up this entire studio. I don't even know where it went. So this storm here, again, we're still watching for a low tornado risk here. It's moving east towards Lake Butler, Florida. It's still something there. It's not really strong rotation. It's just, it's relatively broad. We had a tornado warning on a storm like this earlier, so I wouldn't be surprised if we did get a tornado warning on this down the road. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know where my 100K subscriber hat even went. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I put it. Chewbacca took it? Probably did, honestly. I don't know if my robot goes off today. It's Monday. I don't think it does. It's probably a land spout. I mean, does this morning even mention it? Like funnel clouds or anything? Oh, land spouts. There you go. So land spouts are possible here in Florida. Yeah, they have issues. They've at least mentioned that there could be a land spout with this storm in Florida. I'm not sure if we've seen anything like that. Let me check Twitter. Out of the way here. Land spout, Florida. Let's see. Anything popping up here about land spouts? Nope. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything right now. Yeah, no reports of any land spouts yet, but I mean, this storm in particular would have a chance at a land spout in Florida, going towards the Lake Butler, which is a little bit more populated. But yeah. Here's the latest radar scan. I mean, honestly, I would not be surprised if we had a land spout right here. The, you know, the rotational radar is definitely strong enough for that, but yeah. Again, I would say it's a relatively low chance anyway of that happening, but definitely still possible. All right, let's go back to Texas. Once again, we got a cluster of storms once again developing, going towards Port Lavaca, going towards Palacios and Bay City near El Campo. That's again primarily for a threat of damaging winds and up to ping pong ball sized hail, and then also the storms that are east of Houston right now, just mostly clustered together. Lots of lightning, lots of rainfall. There is going to be a flooding concern there. We do have flash flood warnings that are now going up there north of Beaumont, with lots of rain expected there. These are primarily outflow driven, so the tornado risk is low, but it definitely is not zero. Yeah, the SPC already updated. We showed it already. The only changes is that the enhanced risk is gone in Florida, slightly more condensed in Texas, and the 5% tornado risk in southeast Texas and southern Louisiana is still in play. Why has there been so much severe weather this year? I think a lot of it just has to do with the transition between El Nino and La Nina, but I mean, I would say that's really the primary reason. We've had a lot of troughs that have been very organized going over the Rocky Mountains too, which, for the record, I don't think we're going to have anything super big over this week beyond today, which today's an enhanced risk, so it's a little bit larger of a risk overall. Pretty confined area, though, right along the Gulf Coast. But I think we'll have a better shot for severe weather maybe on Friday. Maybe. It's still a big maybe. And then after that, I think our next big storm that produces severe weather probably will not be until sometime next week. So, you know, we'll kind of have to wait and see, but I just don't see anything major really beyond at least, you know, this week that's in the forecast. The Storm Prediction Center for the Day 4 to Day 8 outlook has mentioned that there might be some sort of severe weather on, you know, Thursday or Friday, but it remains unclear at this point due to the shortwave, low latitude character of the shortwave, and the chance for widespread precipitation remains uncertain. And then Saturday also and Sunday remains really uncertain, but it looks like a low threat. So that's good news for me going golfing. I'm excited to go golfing and actually take a little break. We'll still have videos every day, obviously. I might go live if there's anything significant on like Thursday through Sunday, but Overall, at least tomorrow looks pretty minimal. Just for the record, this is what we're looking at for today. Let me go through the next 3 days real quick. So today's risk, again, we got that large enhanced risk right along the Gulf Coast. We got a marginal threat back into Missouri. A non-zero threat for severe weather in the Midwest, maybe even Indiana, but if anything happens there, it's just isolated hail and wind. Nothing beyond that. We're not expecting tornadoes up there. Again, I outlined it in the thumbnail since we had a couple of severe storms there earlier. Still a low chance there. And apparently this morning in Oklahoma, we had a tornado. What? Luther, Oklahoma this morning? Is this? Yeah, this is this morning. A home experienced partial loss of its roof from a tornado. Anybody have any photos of this on Twitter? I'm kind of actually surprised. Apparently there was a tornado this morning in Oklahoma. But as I was saying, we have that enhanced risk across parts of Texas and Louisiana, right along the Gulf Coast. A slight risk that includes parts of Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi. Very small area there. Main concern, again, is going to be damaging winds as high as 80 to 85 miles per hour. Large to very large hail, still a possibility. Upwards of maybe tennis ball or baseball sized hail remains in play. Here's your wind risk. It really will increase over the next few hours. So the greatest concern is going to be the damaging wind threat as this moves across Louisiana and southeast Texas. And then the tornado risk again for today is on the lower side of things, but there is a 5% tornado risk that goes from Houston, Texas, back into New Orleans, which is going to come out of that MCS. So that is the main concern for today. Now, tomorrow, the risk is going to be primarily in the southeast for Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Florida. There is a slight risk as well where that MCS will roll through overnight tonight to tomorrow morning with some isolated wind, hail, maybe a couple of tornadoes, but it should be a relatively low risk there. That is primarily going to be in the morning. And then as we go into wacky weather Wednesday, it will not be too wacky, but we do have 3 different marginal threats. We have one in Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, Colorado, another one in North and South Carolina, and one in Florida. Basically everywhere. So main concern with any of those will just be isolated hail and wind, and then beyond that, we don't have any risks outlined by the Storm Prediction Center, but there might be some low risk days on Thursday and or Friday. So that's what we're looking at long term. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We will have daily weather forecasts again beginning tomorrow. That'll be videos. And we will probably have at least a video tomorrow. We might even have a video tonight, depending on how long the stream is. We could even get a video out tonight about the long-term threat for severe weather. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure yet. But we might have something out on that. We will see. Oh, yay, Tennessee. I don't think it's going to be that bad in Tennessee. Just had some golf ball sized hail about 30 minutes ago. Yeah, we've had a couple reports in Victoria, Texas. 2 different ones of golf ball sized hail. Sent in by emergency management and also reported by the public about 30-45 minutes ago. Those storms still producing up the ping pong ball sized hail as they go through Port Lavaca, Port Comfort, which is not very comforting right now. El Campo going towards Bay City, Texas. So still a risk there for at least some hail and wind. And then the storms back over near Houston, still primarily right now gusty winds and small hail. Nothing super significant other than that. Flooding, rains, lots of lightning. Pretty ordinary stuff though for this time of the year. Will the tornado risk be high in Florida? No. It is relatively low. The rotation in Butler or Lake Butler die out. Let me check. It hasn't died out, but it is still kind of broad. I mean, we could have a land spout or something like that. They did put on the special weather statement here that land spouts are possible. So, could still see a land spout, but I'm not super duper concerned about that. Do have some storms now firing up also near Orlando. Some strong storms near the theme parks area, just southwest of Orlando. All relatively strong storms, nothing too significant. So isolated strong storms possible there. We could get an isolated hail and wind risk with those storms, though, as they do continue to evolve and develop over the next few hours. I sent you something on the Luther, Oklahoma tornado. Let me check. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, there was definitely some pretty significant damage there in Luther, Oklahoma. It must have been a very brief tornado. Wow. Okay. The tropics are in full swing. Guess what, guys? We have an area of discussion. I don't know how you turn this thing on anymore. I haven't done this in a while. We haven't had to do it in a while. I think it's this. There you go. 30% chance of development over the next 7 days. South of Mexico. That is our first outlook, I think, in the Pacific Ocean this year. We have had one in we had one in the Eastern Atlantic a couple weeks back. But wow. There you go. We are in May. We're not even in hurricane season. That's pretty crazy. Your video shutters when you move fast. Does it? Does it still do that? Is anybody else seeing that? Like when I do this? And we're still trying to figure out the encoder and some graphics issues. A tad. Timestamp is this 2:45. All right, I'll have to look back at it. We had a issue last night with a couple of those shutters on the face cam and stuff, so there might be some sort of issue there. All right. Max shutter. Is it gonna be bad for Midwest? I don't know what that is. I thought you meant Kentucky. Kentucky's definitely not really seen anything. How about you think the hurricane season will be? I think this hurricane season is going to be very active. I think we're going to have probably at least a few hurricanes that could even be, you know, strong. And we could even see a few make landfall here in the United States. I do think it's going to be active. I'm not going to make a full-blown video on it, but I do think it'll be active. Latest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center is for widely scattered thunderstorms that will continue to develop along a sea breeze, which happens a lot during the summer, but it's also happening now. Localized, strong to severe wind gusts and perhaps a landspout are possible. So no really mentioning here of a tornado, but the landspout potential does exist. There is a 5% chance of a watch being issued, which basically means there will not be a watch issued. So yeah, we've had at least maybe a brief landspout or two in that area here recently. Show the setup. Here's the setup. Look at that. Fantastic. Yeah, the trio symbols in the chat are for Velocity members. And you can become a member with the link in the description, also pinned in the chat. It's also the join button down below. PDS graphics card. My graphics card's at 4070. It should not have any issues, but I don't know. I've had a couple of issues here recently. Just minor issues. Nothing crazy. I've got to say that this I mean, you guys can definitely notice the difference between the last few streams we had with zooming around and stuff on Radar Omega, and now it's a night and day difference. It's way faster and way smoother now. So I think it's way better. Thank you, Daniel, for the $5 super chat. Do you have a timeline for the severe storms in southern Missouri? Sure, I can do a timing guide. I appreciate that. Yeah, the setup again was a major upgrade and a major expense, but I think it's well worth it, and I think we're gonna have much higher quality streams here, especially with multiple storm chasers here in the near future. Here's the timing for today. That's Arkansas, not Missouri. We're going to continue to see some showers and storms near St. Louis, but nothing severe. Storms will fire off right around 4 to 5 o'clock. So isolated wind and hail being the primary concern near Springfield, right around 4 to 6. And then as we get closer to 7 to 8, they continue to move east very slowly. And then by 9 to 10 o'clock, they'll continue to move eastbound with, again, maybe some isolated wind and hail. And then by 12 to 1 o'clock, they continue to move east with mostly just rain. But the timing really will be anywhere from about now until about like 8 or 9. And then after that, everything should be non-severe up in that direction. It's only a marginal threat. Again, it's not super concerning, but it's concerning enough to the point where you should at least stay a little bit weather aware for today. You have a new severe thunderstorm warning now in Florida. That's near Orlando. It's a storm that we're just talking about. It's for Polk and Osceola County, Florida, just to the southwest of Kissimmee, southwest of Orlando. That is going to be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that storm has just begun to develop over the last few minutes. Thank you, Raven, for becoming a Velocity member. Springfield rotation. I'm not seeing any rotation near Springfield. Assuming you're talking about Springfield, Missouri, which I don't know. There's a lot of Springfields in the United States. There's a train. Yeah, there's always trains. These are legitimately train cameras. Once again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning just southwest of Orlando. Mostly a wind threat, but look at the correlation coefficient. We do have a hail core developing here, just to the west-southwest of Davenport. Thank you, James, also for becoming a Velocity member. We have 14 new members today. I do appreciate anybody that's become a member of the channel. Thank you, Ellie, for the $5 sewer chat. Any piece of advice for someone wanting to go into going to school for meteorology? Just no math and no science. If you know those two, you should be fine. Because it's very math and science heavy. If you don't know how to do at least some math, it might struggle. Like, you might struggle. Which you can probably get help in a lot of these colleges, but it's definitely going to be not super easy. It's not easy in general. It's still going to be hard no matter what, but yeah. Thank you, Karen, for the $10 super chat. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Waco, for the $2 super chat. Waco is probably, if you see anything on Thursday, isolated hail and wind, it does not look super significant. Speaking of significant, this storm in Florida is ramping up. We actually have now black appearing on the reflectivity, which does indicate a more significant hail core that is developing near Davenport, just southwest of Orlando. So if you're in this warning, again, stay away from windows. This is not far from the theme parks near Disney World and Universal. So again, just stay weather aware if you're in those areas as well. Explain membership benefits. If you're a member of the channel, you get a bunch of things like the chat badge, bloopers access on certain tiers, exclusive live streams to members only, which we've had 2 of those recently. One of them was the computer building stream and all that. You get exclusive Discord roles and stuff like that. Access to my oldest forecast ever, which was when I was like 10 years old. There's a few other things in there too. Again, if you click the join button, you can read off all the benefits there. But exclusive live streams and also weather forecast is something that we're going to be doing more of here soon. We have over 1,000 members now, so yeah, we'll be adding more here soon. Some more benefits. And emojis also to the chat. Thank you, Givo for the $1.99. I did not see anything when I looked. I'll look again. but I did not see like anything. It just looked like a normal storm. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much. It's very, very broad. Very, very broad. It's not enough yet to be anywhere close to a tornado warning. It could be something down the road that produces something, but I just don't see it producing anything soon. All right, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back. And again, this storm right now is Central Florida near Celebration. That might have been much faster than 60 seconds. All right. All right. Max share stream. I should have gone to the I should have gone to this other camera behind me. That would have been better. Any tornadoes today? We've had a couple. We had one in Oklahoma earlier. Which was not in this stream, but like this morning. We also had one also near Panama City, just west of Panama City, I think this morning too. This storm, by the way, right now, near Davenport, just southwest of Orlando, is continuing to intensify. I mean, look at that hail core there. It's going to be going right into Haines City near the Holiday Manor, near La Serene Park, Lake Alfred, Lynchburg. I think there might be one town that I actually pronounced right in there, and that was Davenport. But that storm right now, again, producing some more significant hail there near Route 27. This warning will probably get upgraded. So that is definitely some significant hail there. Again, moving east-northeast. You'll think we'll see more storms like this little one pop up further south as well. Yeah, there will probably be a few more of these. It's coming off the sea breeze activity here, which you can kind of see on radar. But this is right here what we're looking at. It's that convergence of sea breeze activity here in Florida, and so we have storms that are developing right now across west central Florida, moving kind of eastbound with the upper level winds kind of or really just the winds in general steering these storms more to the east and northeast. But we're going to continue to get storms even down here, for example, that are near Route 2798, southeast of Tampa. I don't think we'll see much around the East Coast until later. Once these storms kind of cluster more together, they'll probably move in that direction. If we go to the future radar here, we can probably kind of show you the timing here for today. This is the latest HRRR model run, so 4 to 5 o'clock, those storms kind of moving eastbound. Again, kind of around the center part of the state, so from Gainesville back into kind of central Florida here near the Lake Okeechobee. I think that's how you pronounce it. And by the time we get closer to, sorry, we're in Central Time. Let me redo that real quick. This is technically 5 o'clock Eastern, so 6 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock. Those storms continue to move eastbound. By 8 to 9, most of those storms should fizzle out since daylight heating will end, and the sea breezes kind of die off. And then by about 11 to 12 o'clock tonight, a few isolated storms still being possible that are severe. So maybe something here near the I-4 corridor, but it'll be very isolated by then. And I'm not expecting a whole lot of significant severe weather out of that. So that's what I would expect there in Florida. But I do think that severe thunderstorm warning that is currently near Orlando could get upgraded. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in Montana. Now that is something. That is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Who would have thought Montana would have a severe thunderstorm warning today? Thank you, Wanda, for the $5 donation through the donation link. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for all your time and work that you put into keeping us safe and weather aware here in the Southeast Texas. I appreciate that. Thank you, Wanda. Thank you, Sterling, for the $5 super chat. It's the highest level of math course you had to take. Calculus 3 and differential equations were the highest two. And differential equations is a pain unless you have a good professor. So make sure you get a good professor. Evan, what tornado are you talking about? Talking about the one in Florida? Oh, the water spout? Oh, I think I saw your stream when that happened. I don't know if that was a water spout, but it was not far from it. It might have just been wind, but I couldn't tell. I only saw a brief clip of it. I really couldn't tell, though. I mean, I saw that briefly. I only saw, like, part of the clip when I was looking. Lake Alfred? I don't think there's really much rotation here, at least on radar. We're not really seeing much. This is much more of a hailstorm, and bit of a rare situation here, but we're actually up to ping-pong ball-sized hail now in central Florida. We don't usually see hail that large that often here in Florida, but the correlation coefficient, again, showing a pretty significant hail core here near the Davenport area. Again, that CC drop basically showing that there's hail falling, something other than rain that is falling here in the atmosphere, just southwest of Orlando, Florida. But yeah, we do have some, significant hail now near Davenport. It could get more significant than that. I wouldn't be surprised if we have something closer to golf ball sized hail. Let's see if we have any reports of that. It's on your Twitter. All right, I'll look at it in a few minutes. Let's see if we have any reports of hail yet. No hail reports on the storm near Haines City, Florida right now, but the storm is pretty significant, at least according to radar. Also, quick update, there is a new mesoscale discussion in Texas and Louisiana. The severe weather threat will continue in these two watches. And the latest update is that this is the discussion here. The storm mode across southern Texas has gradually transitioned to become more linear over the last hour, with two broken line segments moving eastward. The more western line of convection has had recent reports of wind gusts up to 52 miles per hour and golf ball sized hail. The main threat with this linear convection will remain damaging winds and large hail, with the potential for a tornado or two through the evening. More discrete supercells have developed across the South Texas Brush County area. This is moving eastward into an unstable air mass with around 4,000 joules per kilogram of instability, and with deep layer shear around 50 knots. So the more discrete supercell activity will have the potential to produce more large to very large hail up to 3.5 inches in diameter. So that will be anywhere again here in Texas and southwest Louisiana. Wow. That is unbelievable. Is that a scatter spike? We might even have a scatter spike developing on this. This is crazy. Hailstorms like this do not happen in Florida often. I just want to throw that out there. The fact that we have this is a pretty significant hail core right now near Davenport, Florida. Wow. I don't think that's ping pong balls anymore. That's probably closer to golf balls at least. This is going to be heading in the direction of St. Cloud, Poinciana, south of Celebration. This should stay south of the theme parks, but wow. You don't see hail that large that often here in Florida, especially in this part of Florida. Huh. I see the full video now. That's actually kind of crazy. That might have been some sort of non-condensed water spout. That's actually crazy. I mean, it would have been if there was a water spout. It was definitely very brief, but like, or weak even then. That's kind of crazy. Poinciana? Is that not what I just said? Can anybody explain a water spout? Let me put it really simplistically. It's like a tornado, but it's on water. That's pretty much what it is. Usually water spouts are, you know, they're not usually as strong as like a tornado. But I mean, in some cases, I mean, we were looking at, you know, velocities offshore earlier from the storms that are south of Apalachicola, which there's nothing really rotating here now, but we did have some storms that were rotating offshore with very strong rotation, which may have been, you know, some water spouts there offshore. That's like the simplest way to put it. A water spout is just like it's essentially a tornado. They're very similar, but obviously water spouts being offshore. We'll have another radar scan here in a second, then we'll go back to Texas in a moment. Somebody just added me on Twitter and just said that they're watching me on YouTube as I type. I live in Davenport, and they're currently not looking forward to the golf ball sized hail, which right now, if there is hail that is that large, it would be right here in Haines City, just southwest of Davenport. We have not had any official confirmation of this, but we can pretty much confirm that there is hail just by looking at the correlation coefficient. It might not be golf balls, but it's definitely up there. It's at least, I mean, the warning's for ping pong balls, so the hail could be somewhere in that ballpark between, you know, dime to maybe quarter-sized hail, might even be a bit larger than that. But again, right there in the middle is where we're looking, which the correlation coefficient has not updated here, but this is definitely a significant hail core. That white would be representing that, you know, large to even potentially, again, maybe even very large hail. Can't rule it out. But so far, we've had no reports, which could be good news. It also could just be bad news that nobody has power. One of the two. Presumably, though, hopefully there's no hail really that significant here. Because again, Florida does not see hailstorms that significant that often. I mean, we've had some hailstorms in Florida before that are, you know, quarters, maybe $50, but it's usually not that significant. We'll go back to that in a second. Here's the severe weather in Texas right now. And we got an MCS that's been developing here back over near Bay City, Texas, and relatively weak in nature. It's mostly just gusty winds, but the most severe part of it, south of Bay City, is producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Then the storms right along the Gulf Coast are also trying to develop here, producing mostly just gusty winds and small hail near Texas City and Galveston. And then near Beaumont, it's all wind and lightning and heavy rain. That is moving east. But not really looking at any sort of tornado risk here, at least for right now. Might get a low tornado risk down the road, but it's, again, a relatively low risk as these storms continue to move eastbound. So, also, we do have a warning also back over west of Corpus Christi for quarter-sized hail. We'll get a couple of discrete cells here that could produce hail, and that's pretty much about it. I don't really expect much of a tornado risk out of those. Here's the close-up radar site, which doesn't really show, it doesn't give you the CC on that one, but and huge hail core right now, southwest of Orlando, Florida, currently warned for ping pong ball sized hail. Thank you, James, for the $5 super chat. I'm in Lubberton, Texas, just north of Beaumont. It's raining cats and dogs. Thank you for the report, and hope you stay safe with the cats and dogs raining out of the sky. There's gonna be a lot of rain there for the next few hours, and I would expect at least some localized flooding there in Louisiana and even southeast Texas. There is a severe thunderstorm watch in Canada. It's actually really early to have watches in Canada, but there's a severe thunderstorm watch back up in Canada. It's going to be for Alberta and Saskatchewan, Canada. It's not even close. But those areas are included now in a severe thunderstorm watch. Is there a way? I don't know if I have that turned on. Oh, it goes for certain parts of the country. So I can put it on Canada, too. Oh, I don't have watches on for Canada. That's why. There we go. And then Germany, apparently. Holy cow. Thank you, John, for the $5 super chat. Anything in Illinois, Indiana, Ohio that I need to warn my extended Michigan family about? Other than strong storms, not really. Which we will head back to now. I'm not seeing really as much of a hail core there. There's black, but that doesn't always mean hail. But mostly just strong storms, and that's it. We're not looking at like a tornado outbreak or anything like that up here. There are some storms marching across the Chicago suburbs and near DeKalb and Dixon and Rockford and also even northern Indiana, but these are all just strong. Gusty winds, small hail, frequent lightning, all possibilities. This severe thunderstorm watch goes for almost 12 hours. There you go. There's your answer to whoever just asked. Usually there's severe thunderstorm warnings that go until like, forever. Usually they're much longer than that. Or severe thunderstorm warnings usually go for like 3 hours in Canada, which they never last that long. Like the storm usually doesn't last that long, but yeah. There you go. I also got another one northwest of Toronto, apparently. So, all right, we have a tornado possible label here in wrong screen. We have a tornado possible label here near Highland or High Island. Sorry, High Island. There's actually that circulation. It was a bit stronger a few minutes ago. Looks like it's broadened out. That's near Oak Island. Doesn't look like we had a tornado or anything like that there, but yeah, there was definitely a hook there though. Looks like it's kind of fizzled here as it gets closer to the Gulf Coast. That's again near High Island right now, moving eastbound. So again, this is currently moving east. It's just southeast of Houston for reference. We'll watch this storm closely, but I do think that rotation is kind of fizzled. It's much stronger there a few minutes ago. South of Texas City too. We have a little hook there, but not really any rotation. Up and down this line, I'm not really seeing much. And then also in Louisiana, don't see any notches there right now. Maybe like a small notch, but nothing too strong. Back to Florida. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning southwest Orlando. This is again producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. If we have any hail, it would again be near Haines City, which the hail core is right there, which just updated. We'll wait and see what the correlation coefficient looks like in just a moment. Thank you, Daniel, for the $10 super chat. Can you examine the storm south of Branson, Missouri? It looks like it's a hook in rotation. I will momentarily. And thank you for the $10 super chat. I will go to that in a second. Yeah, I'm not seeing any sort of CC drop here anymore that would represent hail. So, there might be still some hail there, just not nearly as significant. If there is any, it would probably just be south of Davenport and on the northeast side of Haines City, Florida. So not nearly as significant, but we do have a lot of storms firing up here. And yeah, all right, let's go back to Missouri. Near Branson. Might be something there. That might actually be a tornado. There's a little CC drop, but we are kind of far away from the radar site. But there actually might be something here near Melva in southern Missouri, going towards Mincy. That's a tight couplet right there. Granted, again, if there's a tornado, it's probably going to be pretty brief and weak, but wow. That actually might be a tornado there south of Branson in Missouri. And it's not confirmed. It's that CC drop, but we'd have to probably see it for another scan. But regardless, if you are in that area, I would seek shelter. We are not far away from the radar site, just south of Forsyth. It'll eventually move towards the Mildred area, Mincy, and Cedar Creek. Relatively rural areas here of Missouri. Yeah, I mean, this, again, could be a tornado that's on the ground or may briefly touch down here. Yeah, shout out to Daniel for mentioning that. I haven't really been paying attention to this activity much, but yeah, more than likely that is a at least some sort of brief tornado that has touched down here near Melva. Let me go higher up in the CC. Yeah, like the tilt 2, which is 5 minutes ago, doesn't show it. Or yeah, tilt 1's the only one that shows that. It's tilt 2 show. Yeah, I mean, this more than likely is at least a brief tornado, or, you know, something along those lines that's on the ground there near Melva, Missouri, just south of Hollister and Branson. Yeah, there's more than likely something here. See if we have any reports in this area. Trying to see if we have any reports in the area here. I'm not seeing any reports, but obviously, you know, this is a very rural area of Missouri. So if we have a tornado, once again, it would be on this area of rotation near Melva. There is a CC drop, but again, can't really confirm it officially until we have a better view of that, which the latest radar scan does not show nearly as much of a CC drop. Let's check out the velocities here. Thank you, by the way, Ferry, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Again, this is in southern Missouri, south of Springfield. Maybe a brief tornado. It's not really confirmed yet. If the velocities are going to update or not. Sometimes they update, sometimes they don't. Once again, that right there would have been your tornado. Yeah, I mean, that's still there. And the CC is not really as definitive here, but there's still a tightening there. It's been broad for a while up until really the last couple of scans. I'm actually kind of surprised we don't at least have like some sort of special weather statement on this, or, you know, maybe a warning of some sort. Like, this is again just kind of one of those rogue storms. Yeah, I mean, the rotation's been strong, and this is probably at least a small tornado. I'm kind of surprised this didn't get warned yet. The south of Forsyth, Missouri. Unless I'm tripping. But, I mean, this is more than likely at least something. Maybe a brief land spout or tornado. There's no warning or confirmation from the National Weather Service yet, but I mean, if you are in Mincy, Missouri, or near Melva, I would at least seek shelter for a few minutes near Cedar Creek. Again, if there is a tornado, it's probably relatively brief and weak, but like, again, that would be the area where I've circled where that's where there would be a tornado. And again, looking at the velocities, this looks nothing like last week where we had strong and large tornadoes, but even then, it's still, a tornado is a tornado. And again, I could be entirely wrong, but I'm leaning towards that this is a tornado. I mean, I'm seeing some people post about this, that this is an unborn tornado, but the CC drop that we had a scan ago looked pretty definitive. This latest scan still shows maybe something. It's, again, if there is a tornado, it's probably weak. And it might be occluding pretty fast here, but that would be, again, your tornado. In southern Missouri, and again, just for reference, it's going to be south of Springfield. And yeah, the storm on radar, I mean, it has a hook and everything, so it's not like a... I actually even had a little storm merger there at the top, near Forsyth. Thank you, Ice Trey, for the $4.99. Lesser Antilles looks fine for now. Nothing too crazy there. Could there be a tornado with no mixes of greens and reds? Yeah, we've had it before. Happens actually a lot more in Iowa, but typically those are land spouts. Here's the latest radar scan. Latest scan here does show a broadening, so any tornado that we may have had is likely occluded, as I just mentioned. So we may have had a brief tornado here near Hollister, Missouri. Well, Daniel, appreciate you calling that out. I mean, I've had a couple people talking about this storm for a while. I know Jivo was also talking about it. But yeah, that was more than likely a brief tornado that just happened here in southern Missouri. I'm still surprised we never got at least a special weather statement on this, but even then, maybe a warning. That would have been your tornado. If there was one on the ground, it was relatively brief, and it went through very rural parts of Missouri. This is near Branson Creek Road, or Boulevard. Just like a small community there, it looks like, and then after that, there's not much. Just a road. Maybe some homes along it. But yeah, interesting. All right, a couple updates back in Texas. We do have a storm near High Island that is still a tornado possible label, but that storm, its rotation has kind of died out. New severe thunderstorm warning near Winnie, east of Houston. We still have a storm near Texas City, near Galveston. Those are all just mostly just strong storms. We have one that's near the Palacios area, east of Port Lavaca. This will be moving offshore soon with some damaging winds and isolated hail. We still have storms ongoing in Louisiana, and the one near Lake Charles has now been upgraded to a 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind risk, and it appears as if we are starting to get some rotation on this. Maybe right here, and then also here is the one I was really looking at. Which, that rotation is really interesting back up northwest of Vinton. Look at that thing go backwards. The wind's going away from the radar, kind of backtracking in here. That's your circulation right there near Highway 87. Very rural parts of Louisiana, west of DeQuincy. And then the other area of circulation, broad, but it's trying to develop. So we might get a tornado risk out of this over the next hour or two. It's definitely trying to develop now. Back over in Louisiana. And again, this is the one in Missouri that was not tornado warned. I'm going to see what the next velocity scan shows. See if anything happens here. Drunk NATO? I might be a drunk NATO in development. We'll see. We do have drunk NATO emojis now for members. Yeah, no mentioning on the storm at all. I'm kind of surprised. I would have... Oh, there you go. There's a new... They have now put a severe thunderstorm warning on this, and it now has a tornado possible label. So there you go. They have gone at least ahead and issued a warning on this with a tornado possible tag, which, again, we most likely just had a brief tornado on this storm just south of Hollister in Missouri. See what the next velocity scan shows. Still has a hook and everything. Thank you, Chelsea, for the $10 super chat. How often do unwarned tornadoes happen nowadays? Most of the time, tornado warnings do get issued for, you know, bigger events on storms that might actually produce something. But if we're talking about a low-end day or even a no-risk day where there's like a random land spout or a very random brief tornado, there usually will not be warnings on those. Or there might be warnings, but if there's nothing definitive on radar, there won't be warnings. But if it's something like really brief and weak, a lot of the time, those are the ones that are unwarned. This one, in this case, it could have been a tornado. It might have been... You know, it was probably weak. By the looks of it, it looked weak on radar. So this is the latest velocity scan in Missouri. And again, I'm not seeing much here. It's a relatively broad area of circulation right now. Did I pass my finals? I did. I made honors roll. Which I kind of unintentionally did, but it happened. And we're on the storm that's in Missouri right now that has a tornado possible label. Still watching the storms in Louisiana too. This is the other area near Lake Charles that had some rotation. So we still have some broad circulation right now. A couple different areas. One, or both of them actually, west of DeQuincy. This one's weakening. This one's kind of going to weaken too, probably. But this will be the next area for a more, you know, elevated tornado risk. Will be in this area here across Lake Charles, Beaumont, and Port Arthur here in southern Louisiana. So we'll be watching this area closely. We're still watching the storm south of Springfield, though, because I kind of find the storm interesting. We'll have another velocities and radar scan in a second. Thank you, Cookie, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. We have 16 new members today. I do appreciate anybody that's become a member. Anything in southern Illinois, other than just an isolated strong storm? Not really. Maybe the National Weather Service of Springfield was watching the stream. I mean, I feel like if they were watching the stream, they may have actually issued a warning on that earlier. But again, that's why we do these live streams. Sometimes things like this can happen. I mean, again, it might have been a brief tornado. We really don't know. I mean, there was a CC drop, but it's hard to tell, because even if we did have a CC drop from this radar perspective, it's too far away to really confirm that. But if we circled this up with the velocities again, it was more than likely at least something brief. All right, we now have a tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This one's gonna be in Texas. It's gonna be for Jasper. That's actually the rotation we're just talking about. This is actually in Texas. My bad. That's not in Louisiana. That's right on the border. This is gonna be for Jasper County, and also going to be for Newton County, Texas. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, we were just talking about this a moment ago. The tornado warning goes for 35 minutes. The circulation that we're looking at is like a drunk NATO. It's essentially, it's doing some weird stuff here. That rotation is going to be right here. It's kind of going backwards. So, yeah, it's kind of backtracking. But that rotation right now is near Highway 87, east of Highway 82, east of Route 96. It's probably going to be kind of stationary, if not moving south or east. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Thank you, Kathy, for becoming a Velocity member. Let me zoom in here real quick. This is Bunker Hill, Buna, Besme, just southeast of Forbes, Texas. And it's right along the border. And this is the area that, again, we're just talking about a few minutes ago with that rotation. But they've gone ahead and officially issued a tornado warning there. This rotation, again, kind of moving in weird directions. I would assume that that rotation will probably move southeast over the next few minutes, but it, again, can move any direction. I mean, it's kind of moving backwards or even stationary, but it's now starting to track east and southeast. And here's the latest scan. It's kind of dying now, so we'll see how long this warning goes. It probably won't be the full extent of that 35 minutes, but that would be your area of rotation there. Just see in motion, though, is going west, and then it started going south. And it's a drunk NATO that is trying to develop here. Drunk rotation at the bare minimum. We are, by the way, up to 10 severe thunderstorm warnings now. We also do have, again, this one tornado warning issued in Texas. This is, again, near Jasper and Newton, Texas. Those are the counties that are included in this warning. I do have a reverse camera now, too. East of Lake Charles, we had silver dollar-sized hail yesterday. Lost a tree to a tornado, or lost a tree to a tornado 3 weeks ago. A tornado can do that. It can definitely do that. All right, let me quickly go back up to Missouri. I do want to check on that other rotation. Here's that area of circulation, which this looks like it's broadening out. So that rotation that we're talking about earlier in Missouri, it's definitely broader than before. Still wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado with this, but it's a little bit lower of a risk. And if we get a tornado with this storm in Missouri, it would be coming out of somewhere in here. Again, that's currently moving east-northeast. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning. Again, that's south of Springfield for reference in Missouri. By the way, this tornado, if we have one, it's going to be completely rain-wrapped. So if there is a tornado, it's going to be somewhere in here. Just west of Highway 87 and east of Highway 62. anything for northern Illinois. The main concern would just primarily be the threat for isolated small hail and gusty winds. That's really about it. There won't be much there. Here's the latest radar scan, by the way. This rotation's died out really fast. I mean, they probably, I mean, the warning probably could have been issued a bit sooner, but regardless, I don't think we actually had anything here. No CC drop, but that rotation, again, went Drunkenado style. It was going west, and it kind of turned down here to the southeast. See that in real time. That's pretty crazy. I don't know how many Drunkenados or drunk rotation areas that we're going to have here in Texas in one given week, but that's another one. That rotation has very rapidly weakened, and it's mostly just a damaging wind risk now moving to the southeast. Oh, new radar scan coming in. I should have waited. Dang it. What time is it? 3:57. So yeah, the next radar scan's coming in right now. We'll see if anything happens here on the next scan. Ozark, Missouri. Main concern, isolated wind and hail. And again, we'll go back to Missouri here in a minute. Probably. But we're going to first check in on the Texas storms and maybe even the Florida storms. Alright, there's the latest scan. This rotation has died so fast. I don't think we're going to have a new warning on this. And I think this warning will probably be canceled. That rotation did not last long at all. I mean, it lasted a while, but during the span of the tornado warning, it did not last very long. So that's what I mean. But if you're near Highway 87 or even just east of Route 96, just, you know, stay in your safe place for a few more minutes until the warning's officially lifted. I would be watching, though, this area southwest of DeQuincy, the closest, like here or here. We have a couple of little notches that are trying to develop, and we could get an isolated tornado out of that activity as that continues to move east towards Lake Charles in Louisiana. So that'd be the next area to watch for. We do have some storms also south and east of Houston. These are for the most part wind and hail producers, but I'm not ruling out an isolated tornado over the next hour or two. We do have a storm developing north of Houston that just looks strong, does not look super significant. We have some storms also back over in parts of southwest Texas that are also producing a marginal hail threat. And then back over in Florida, there's nothing that is severe anymore. So that is, you know, at least good news for now, but there's still a lot of strong storms here with lightning, heavy rain, and all that jazz. And then also the storm in south parts of Missouri, south of Merriam Woods and south of Springfield. Once again, is still producing an isolated tornado risk. We do have a tornado possible label on this storm in southern Missouri, so we'll continue to watch that as it continues to move east-northeast. That'll eventually go towards Theodosia, Smollett, Squires, Rome, Whitty, Merritt, Veracruz, Sweden. Got a lot of random places out here in Missouri. Toledo, Silverton, Noble, McClurg, Hercules. Winter Hercules, apparently. But all those areas will be in the track of this storm. Mainly an isolated wind threat with maybe an isolated brief tornado being possible. Alright, let's dive back into the storm. We'll wait for the next velocity scan. Should be in a second. How's it going, Del Toro? Welcome back. And welcome back, Ro. Everybody getting off work right now? Everybody coming home? Right now, 4 o'clock Central Time. Here's the latest NATOcast outlook, by the way, for today. It's actually kind of crazy. This is the latest outlook from NATOcast. They do have a more elevated tornado risk in Arkansas. The 15% tornado risk that they had down here in Florida, that did not verify. Nothing really happened in this area of Florida. Still got a low tornado risk across the board here along the Gulf Coast. It's a 5% from the Storm Prediction Center. NATOcast has it at a minuscule 1% or 2% within a 25-mile radius. So, interesting stuff there. Thank you, Jessica, for the $4.99. What about Pensacola, Florida? It should be mostly just isolated wind and hail. Overnight tonight, a little bit higher of a chance for damaging winds. Yeah, this tornado warning will probably be canceled in Texas. There's nothing left there. If you're in this tornado warning, again, just stay in your safe place for a few more minutes. But yeah, there's just really not much there at this point. The rotation's very weak at this point. And that's just south of Kirbyville, Texas, for reference. Still got a large cluster of storms, though, that's going, so that's something else to keep in mind. Is it avocado? Actually, I think it is. Yeah, that NATOcast outlook is an avocado. Yeah. Sure is. Yeah, those water spouts offshore, though, in Florida are probably really crazy. You have to say that. All right. Let's go back to Missouri again real quick. Still some broad circulation southeast of Merriam Woods. Now, I mentioned a second ago it was kind of broadening out. The initial area of rotation died out. We have a new area of rotation, though, developing here. Wouldn't rule out another tornado with this in southern Missouri. That is a broad area of circulation right now west of Theodosia. So something to keep in mind there as that continues to move to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. The tornado warning has officially been canceled in Texas, so we're back down to normal warnings. So that rotation literally lasted like no time at all. New area to watch for will be this storm, though, in southern Missouri, and we're still watching the storms in Texas, too. So a couple different areas that we're watching. Let me pull up Radar Omega on my top monitor here. But yeah, there's basically two different areas that we're watching for. That's going to be one of them. The other one will be back down in Texas with some potential for a couple of tornadoes as well. That'll be near Highway 12 and Highway 109 near DeQuincy, Louisiana. So we could still get another tornado there, but right now that is mostly a wind threat right now. But again, maybe an isolated tornado down there in Louisiana. But right now we're on the storm in southern Missouri. And I am watching the storms in Louisiana right now on my other monitor, in case anything develops there. Thank you, Who, for the 99% super chat. It's a nice setup. Thank you. Yeah, look at that beautiful setup. Look at this thing. It's crazy. It is a crazy setup. I got 2 tabs of Radar Omega now open. We got our OBS software, which I really don't need up, but it's there. Stream chat and all that. So, yeah. Got another version of Radar Omega on the right. We got everything. It's all set up and ready to go. All right. Thank you, Hatchet, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities, and that is our highest tier membership on the channel. Make sure to put some hearts in the chat for Hatchet. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Hatchet. Again, we're right now looking at the storm that is at least rotating to some extent here in Missouri. South of Bradleyville and south of Whitty. Hit the gritty and Whitty. This storm right now is moving east-northeast. We'll be going towards Theodosia and Squires over the next several minutes. So we're still watching this storm. But once again, that tornado warning in Texas was just canceled moments ago. We are still watching a wind threat that's now entering into Louisiana, which could still produce an isolated tornado. So we'll still watch that closely in case anything does develop there. Here's the latest velocity scan in Missouri. Still got circulation here. I'm not ruling out a tornado here in Missouri. Probably more of a wind threat, but we could still get an isolated tornado there. Also, the radar's updating in Louisiana. Here's the latest velocity scan right now in Louisiana near Vinton and DeQuincy. Still mostly wind. This is what we're looking at here. So we got 60 to 70 mile per hour winds on the leading edge of this. The warning here is going to be for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. This is a zoomed out look. So again, that's in southwest Louisiana right now, where that wind threat is. And then further down to the south and west, we don't really have a whole lot of rotation aside from the storm in Missouri and as well as the one maybe in southwest Louisiana. Majority of these storms here are mostly just isolated, you know, maybe isolated wind and hail, maybe a brief tornado. Just not much here. It's relatively minimal in activity right now. But yeah, we'll keep a close eye on it. And it's on my top monitor, so I have all eyes on both of these storms. And again, this is the one in Missouri right now, south of Bradleyville. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you know where we're at. Again, south of Springfield. We got more storms trying to fire up now in Oklahoma and Arkansas, where isolated wind, hail, and maybe even a brief tornado will be possible. For the record, this storm may have produced a brief tornado earlier back over near Hollister. Not officially confirmed, but we had some sort of little signature on radar that may have been something like that. Maybe a brief tornado. Bare minimum, probably a funnel cloud or a wall cloud. It was unwarned at the time, and so now it is warned as a tornado possible storm here in Missouri, with that broad area of circulation near Route 160. Moving currently to the east-northeast, eventually going towards Rome, Smollett, Squires, just south of Whitty, where you hit the Gritty in Missouri. And the next radar scan in Louisiana will be probably in a couple minutes, and then again, this one should be in any moment here in Missouri. So we'll see if that rotation still appears concerning. What flavor is in my water bottle? It is blue raspberry today. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Let's try to match this up with radar. Still got something there. Still got rotation. I mean, we're a little bit further away from the radar site, you know, than most storms that are in this area. But like that right there, radar hasn't updated. There you go. There it is. Still there. Got a little bit of circulation still. That's southeast of Forsyth, Missouri. How's it going, Shelly? Welcome back. Witty and witty. It's a pretty good tagline, though. Right here in Whitty, Missouri. Hit the Gwitty. Oh, man. By the way, if you do have any photos or videos from these storms, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below and like the stream. Those are all free to do. Keep posted with the latest as the severe weather continues across the southern plains, areas like Missouri, like where we're at right now. Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and as well as back into Oklahoma have a risk of severe weather today, and as well as parts of southern Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida. Bunch of states included in the risk today. Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin are honorable mentions. They do have low-end risks for just some small hail, gusty winds, maybe an isolated severe storm between now and 5. That should be really about it. The risk up there is relatively low at this point for those areas. Also, we do have a new radar scan coming in for Louisiana. Let's hop over to that here. So this is, again, the area of storms that we're looking at back down to the south. So the storm we're just looking at is in Missouri. This activity right now is in parts of Texas and as well as in Louisiana. Mostly a wind threat. Any of this white color that you're seeing here, or even a tinge of blue, moving through Vinton and Interstate 10, that is all damaging wind potential, probably upwards of 70 miles per hour. We still have some broad circulation on the leading edge of this, southwest of DeQuincy. So we could maybe see an isolated threat there for a tornado, but it's for the most part right now damaging winds. Port Arthur too, the same way, mostly wind, and then also back near Galveston, mostly wind and hail. And here's another warning just popped up near Treasure Island, and that's also going to be for, again, isolated hail and wind. And there's another warning that just popped up. All right, we're all of a sudden popping up with a ton of warnings. So another one just south of Nuevo Laredo, near the Hurbanville area of Texas. That's for quarter-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So we got a few warnings there as well. We're back up to 9 warnings. All right, let me go back to this. This is the one, again, in Missouri that we're looking at, which looks to be more of a wind threat now. I'm not seeing much rotation. We're still going to watch it closely. Again, just southeast of Forsyth. Got a little hook still. We got kind of some more cells kind of merging into this. So that tornado risk for the short term might be down, but if we get a few mergers here, we might see an isolated tornado here in southern Missouri or even in northern Arkansas. So again, we're still watching multiple storms right now in this area. We might have to go back to let me look. We have some notches developing now in Louisiana where we could get an isolated tornado. I'll look there in a second after the radar updates. Yeah, we got a bunch of new warnings. We're right now at 8. A few new ones in Texas. Again, this is the one in Missouri. Still have some broad circulation here. We have a storm merger that's happening here, so we could end up seeing something out of that when it comes to maybe a low tornado risk. Back over in Louisiana. Okay. We're up to a destructive storm in Louisiana now. So now up to damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour are now possible. So this is now officially a destructive supercell, or really destructive line of storms or cluster that's going to be moving here towards Lake Charles, Louisiana. So this has officially been upgraded to destructive. This is radar indicated damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. So again, that destructive tag right there gives you an idea of the magnitude of the storm. It's producing destructive threats here. Damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, especially across this area, is essentially like a large EF0 tornado that's going across this area. Because you can see here the velocities estimated on radar around 70 to even in some spots probably closer to 80 miles per hour near like Vinton, for example. But this area currently about 15 miles wide in terms of that main wind threat, which is going to be moving right into Vinton, Louisiana towards Sulphur and eventually going towards Lake Charles and near DeQuincy. So again, if you are in this area, you need to stay away from windows. This is a significant storm that is producing significant damage, more than likely to some mobile homes, or trees could be falling down, whatever it might be. Again, not a tornado warning by any means, but you should treat this as if it is a tornado warning, especially in this environment where there are probably a lot of mobile homes and there's also a lot of trees that could easily fall down. If you're in a mobile home, you need to seek sturdy structure, because this storm with 80 mile per hour winds could cause some significant damage to a mobile home. So again, DeQuincy, Orange, Vinton, and Lake Charles in Louisiana, you need to be staying away from windows. In addition to that, we could get an isolated tornado out of this, so just keep that in mind. But you can see that Boeing segment that's been developing here. It's an organizing Boeing segment, which has been our concern all day, was that this MCS could develop into something like this, where we get some sort of organizing segment like this. So unfortunately, we are probably going to see this damaging wind risk exist for a few hours, upwards of 80 to even at sometimes 90 miles per hour will be a possibility. We also do have a little bit of rotation that's been trying to develop here that's going to be back over west of Sulphur. We could get some sort of tornado threat there. With how strong the velocities are, if we do get a tornado, I wouldn't rule out an isolated strong tornado, but let's just hope that everything kind of stays, for the most part, a bit weaker. But unfortunately, this is a pretty significant Boeing segment of storms here that has developed over the last few minutes, producing a significant threat for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri, so things are starting to ramp up a bit more now. A new severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. I'm going to hop to that real quick. This is going to be... Oh, there you go. All right, so we did have a tornado when we were talking about it. So confirmed now, that storm that was unwarned that we were talking about, all thanks to Daniel, that storm officially did produce a tornado in Missouri. A tornado briefly touched down at Payne Stewart Golf Course to the southeast of Hollister. No damage was reported. I mean, again, we're talking about that as it happened. So, yeah, and this storm is going to continue as a tornado possible label with 60 mile per hour winds. So there was officially a tornado there that briefly touched down in Kirbyville, which, again, we were talking about that all the way when that was happening. I was kind of surprised we didn't have a warning on that, but either way, tornado was confirmed there. Okay, yeah, this is getting a little bit more concerning now. We are starting to get now a notch, so we could get a tornado warning here at some point near DeQuincy, Sulphur, or Lake Charles. Right here is a hook developing. Got an inflow notch also developing on this. With the, this storm's already producing damaging winds in a widespread area up to 80 miles per hour, but now we could also get a tornado here, which could make things a little bit worse here. So if you're near Lake Charles, Louisiana, you need to be, staying away from windows, Sulphur, DeQuincy, or Vinton, or even Orange. With that also being said, if you're in a mobile home, you need to seek sturdy structure because this storm is really significant. Again, we're talking about widespread damaging winds right now, around 80 miles per hour. This is not a storm that you want to be messing around with here if you're in Louisiana. It's a destructive storm. We got a notch now, which this is not what you want to see. We got an inflow developing there. And then again, big surge of damaging winds right behind that, all pushing into areas like Vinton, and as well as going towards Sulphur and Lake Charles, with damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour being possible. Orange here, it's blowing. That's a report from chat. I had some pretty large hail in Polk County, Florida. I'm retweeting the video on Twitter. That was a storm near Davenport, Florida, which was producing some significant hail. Wow. I don't know if this is their video. I don't know if this is real either. This is crazy. If this is the tornado that happened earlier, this is crazy. All right, we'll get to that in a second. I'm gonna try to figure that out. By the way, this notch is really developing right now. We got a notch on this line of storms. We could get a tornado warning on this if that rotation intensifies. Even if we don't, we're still talking about destructive damaging winds right now going through Vinton in Louisiana, going towards Sulphur and Lake Charles. Again, this is a destructive storm with damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. So you need to be staying away from windows if you're in this warning. And if you are in a mobile home, once again, you got to get to a sturdy structure. This is a very dangerous storm right now that's producing destructive threats, damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour being possible. We don't have anything confirmed in terms of a tornado yet, but this is definitely a strengthening area of rotation. You can see it right there near Big Woods. I would not be surprised if we got a tornado warning there just to go along with the mess that we have right now with the damaging wind risk going through this area near Lake Charles. By the way, if you're watching Cisa, or I don't know how you say your name, on Twitter, if that's your video, definitely respond to me, because I'm going to try to show that on stream. That's not a CC drop. That's in between the, that's just non-precip CC drop. Presumably. Because the rotation does not match up there. Unless we're behind. No, we're not behind. So yeah, that's probably just a non-precip drop. So the tornado that happened earlier in Branson, Missouri, at that golf course, that tornado was not small. It was not. I'm going to try to show a video. It was actually a larger, like, cone, like, kind of like this. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. So not seeing nearly as much on that rotation side of things. We haven't really had strong rotation on this yet, but we have had very strong damaging winds, and we also have a notch. Just waiting for the next reflectivity update here. If you're just tuning in, this is a storm that is producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Again, this is a destructive threat right now. Going towards Lake Charles. And again, we do have a notch that is developed here. We have a very strong Boeing segment that's also developed here. So damaging winds moving east. Going towards Sulphur and Lake Charles. What's a notch? Basically anything that I'm mentioning with like something like this, where we have like a little inflow notch. You can kind of see over the last few reflectivity scans that's developed. See how that's developed? It went from just a complete Boeing segment and eventually turned into more of a little notch or little hook there that's developed on this linear area of storm activity. If I get permission on the Branson video, I will show you guys. I'm still waiting on a response. Once I have the right of way, I will show you guys. At the bare minimum, the video will be retweeted on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. It's now officially retweeted. There you go. There's your new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so tornado warning on the storm near Sulphur and Lake Charles. The pink polygon will pop up again. But this is a new tornado warning now in Louisiana. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. That's away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. There is that warning. Again, this is right now moving eastbound, going towards Lake Charles and Sulphur. That rotation, once again, does not look super impressive on radar, at least on the high-res velocity. Let's go to Storm Relative. Yeah, it's not a super impressive area of rotation. It's pretty broad. With that said, we do have a strong inflow notch on this storm, which a lot of the time when something like that happens, we do end up getting a tornado. So we could get a tornado on this as it moves towards Sulphur and Lake Charles. So again, if you are in this tornado warning in Louisiana for Lake Charles and Sulphur, again, you need to seek shelter immediately. That's away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is currently moving eastbound. It'll be going towards Lake Charles in Iowa. I'll have another update on the radar here in a second. And again, even if this does not produce a tornado, it will produce extremely high winds. Again, we're still talking about damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour being possible in this storm. Did I say Iowa? I definitely meant to say Louisiana if I said Iowa. I don't know how in the world I said Iowa. Either way, this is in Louisiana. Again, going towards Lake Charles, Louisiana, Sulphur, and north of Vinton. Which, again, even if it does not produce a tornado, we are still talking about a surge of high damaging winds right now. Anywhere in this white right now is going to be a very significant threat for damaging winds. That could be as high as 80 miles per hour. This is still a destructive area of storms. If we do have a tornado, it would be somewhere in here, just north of Edgerly. It'll be approaching the west side of Sulphur, Louisiana, in just a few minutes, and eventually going towards Lake Charles. So those are currently the areas that are in the track of this particular circulation. And you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Just for the record, this is what the tornado looked like earlier from CISA. That's what the tornado looked like earlier. It's retweeted on our Twitter page. That's the one that happened in southern Missouri. And that is being verified as that was the tornado. It was actually a pretty large cone tornado, which is shocking for that sort of environment. And again, this is the tornado warning right now near Lake Charles and Sulphur. Something with Sulphur over the last couple of weeks. This is crazy, but we got another warning for Sulphur. This one's in Louisiana. There's an Iowa, Louisiana. There is. I don't know where that is. Here's the latest scan. So again, if we have a tornado, it would be right in there on the west side of Sulphur. Either way, the velocities right now look extremely high. Wow. Velocities are estimating a little bit off the ground at 100 miles per hour. And I'm not seeing a definitive CC drop, but again, we could get a tornado with this. This is a very significant area that we're looking at right now in Louisiana. Regardless of there being a tornado, there are damaging winds right now that are gusting upwards of 80 miles per hour, and this is a significant storm. You need to be seeking shelter if you're in this warning. This is a very dangerous storm moving eastbound right now. You know, any friends or family in the Lake Charles area? Give them a call or text. You know, make sure that they're in their safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in Lake Charles. If you are in a mobile home, you need to seek sturdy structure immediately. work into a ditch. This is not the kind of storm that you want to be messing with. This is a very dangerous storm with 80 to 90 mile per hour damaging winds, and then the chance for a tornado makes this just that much worse. We might have live camera views in this area. I'm going to try to see if we do. We do have a new radar scan coming in right now as well. All right, we do have some camera views. I'm going to pull one up here in a second. Here's the latest scan here for Lake Charles, Louisiana. Note to self, do not move to anywhere called sulfur. Yeah, with how things have gone this week, I would probably not either. All right, I'm not seeing any CC drop on this, but we still have a massive surge of damaging winds right now, moving right along Interstate 10, going towards Sulphur. We do have a live cam view, which I'm going to go to in a second. That's out of this area. The storm is approaching that live camera, so we're going to go to that here in a moment. The winds are probably going to be very strong, so these cameras will probably go out very quickly, is my guess. Here's the latest velocity scan. The velocities are still estimating winds. They're not at 135. There's just no way. But these winds, more than likely right now, are still in the ballpark of like 80 to 90 miles per hour, moving towards Stelgall and eventually towards Brimstone and Sulphur. Going towards Hollywood, Lockmore, and Westlake, and Lake Charles. Again, if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter no matter what. You got to treat this as if it's a normal tornado warning, as it is one, but this is a very destructive area of wind. They have gone ahead and issued a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Lake Charles, Sulphur, Jennings, and as well as Welsh, and Lake Arthur in Louisiana. And that is going to be for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, and there is a tornado possible label on that. But you've got to be, seeking shelter if you're in this warning. This is a very significant area of wind. It is a very widespread area of damaging winds, which is why the situation is just so serious. And it's impacting a lot of areas in Lake Charles, which is a very populated area here in Louisiana, where there are a lot of mobile homes. And so if you're in a mobile home, you've got to seek a sturdy structure now. Again, even if you're not in the warning, you should still be doing that. Even if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, you should be doing that now. If you're in Iota, Jennings, or Welsh, or Lake Arthur, Louisiana, get to that sturdy structure. Still trying to see if we have any reports on this too. We do have a live camera, which I'm trying to get to. All right, so we'll go to that in a second after this radar scan, because the live camera is just now getting into the storm, or it's about to be. Here's the latest velocity scan. I'm not seeing really much rotation right now in this storm. It's very broad, but the wind threat is very concerning. And anywhere in that light blue or white area, that is where damaging winds right now, upwards of 80 to even maybe 90 miles per hour, will be rolling right into Lake Charles. Look at that. Velocities right now picking up on winds around 90 to 95 miles per hour, a little bit off the ground, which, keep in mind, being a little bit off the ground, that's what we're looking at. So it might not be reaching the surface, but the winds that are reaching the surface right now are probably around 70 to 85 miles per hour. Again, this is a very significant storm impacting a very populated area. All right, this is the live cam. The wind's beginning to pick up here. This is going to be back over just west of Lake Charles. I'm going to full cam it real quick. Again, you can see the camera starting to shake here. There are trees around this, which is why I picked this live cam. But you can see the trees starting to kind of starting to sway. It's a little blurry, but gives you an idea of the wind starting to pick up here. This is going to be going right through the heart here of the west side of Lake Charles. So, relatively significant storm here. We'll go back to this in a moment. I'm going to keep it on my other monitor in case anything does start to pick up there. Here's the latest radar scan near Lake Charles and Sulphur, and we got a significant area of damaging winds right now about to enter right into Lake Charles, with 80 to 85 mile per hour winds likely in this area near Lake Charles, Louisiana, and Sulphur. The velocities are updating as we speak. Let's see if there's any couplet developing here as this continues to move east towards Lake Charles, Louisiana. Yeah, I mean, this is going to do some significant damage. This is the live cam, by the way, now, and this will give you an idea of what's happening. This is pretty much in the core of this wind. The wind is now just picking up here. Look at that. Wow. I mean, this wind is no joke. This camera's shaking like crazy. Trees are swaying like crazy, too. This camera's going to go out. There's no way it stays up. The wind is significant here in the Lake Charles area. This is not a joke. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning north of this one for 60-mile-per-hour winds and another tornado possible label. I mean, just look at that. You can see the rain on the ground, too. It's shifting directions. I mean, it might be hard to see because it's so blurry, but that right there, again, is the rain that is just blowing across the road here. Very windy in the west side of Lake Charles. This is a live view on a traffic cam. It's on I-10 at Ruth Street South. So if you're in this area, that's where that is right now. Yeah, it's very windy. Let me quickly go back to radar. Again, this is what we're looking at right now. We could have a tornado at any time, which we actually might have one. Got a CC drop here, which is what I was trying to verify before, just an update. There may be a tornado there north of Stelgall. Yeah, this more than likely would be a tornado just northwest of Sulphur. So if you're in Sulphur, you need to seek shelter. There might be a tornado on the ground in Sulphur, Louisiana. And we have a live cam view basically right where that is. And cars are drastically slowing down right now because of how windy it is. But again, there may be a tornado on the ground here. If it is, it's going to be going into Brimstone and Sulphur. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter near Lake Charles. Waiting for the CC'd update here. Let me open up another tab. Oh, there we go. All right, let's see. Yeah, we may have just had a brief tornado there near Brimstone. This is the latest correlation coefficient update. Again, notice that would be, if there's any debris, that would be where it is. It's in Brimstone, northwest of Sulphur, Louisiana. So we likely just had a brief tornado there. Regardless, significant damaging winds moving right into Lake Charles, Louisiana. This is a live cam view right now of that storm going right into the west side of Lake Charles. Look at that wind and rain. It is picking up like crazy in this area right now. That camera is now being hit by probably 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And I'm shocked this camera's still up. Those drivers driving westbound probably cannot see anything. That's how much rain is blowing right into their windshield. Because this is again moving west to east. All of that wind. So, I mean, this is just insane. This is a crazy live shot right now. Holy cow. I mean, that is wind. That's, again, this particular area of the storm is producing 80-mile to 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now. This is definitely not a joke. It's a very significant storm. Just, I mean, it looks like a hurricane out here. That's how, I mean, it literally looks like a hurricane or a tropical storm. Right on I-10 at Ruth Street South. It just looks crazy out there. This is, again, the radar. Still have a tornado warning here. Still got very high winds. Again, the velocities in this particular area, by the way, are estimated around 70 miles per hour. If that live cam was in Sulphur, there's no doubt that's going out because the winds right now in Sulphur are estimated around 90 to 95 miles per hour just off the ground. Again, very significant storm going towards Lake Charles in Louisiana. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is, even if it doesn't produce a tornado, we still have damaging winds that are upwards of 80 miles per hour. Just does not get much more significant than this for, you know, a storm like this in this magnitude. But cars are slowing down in all directions right now. Like it's getting kind of crazy out there. And this is right around rush hour. You know, this is rush hour commute. Again, we may have a couple of tornadoes here on the ground, maybe one or two. It's very hard to tell. Velocities, again, very tight right now near the Sulphur area. If we have a tornado, it would be right over Sulphur and then maybe near Brimstone. CC is showing like small little signatures here. a few moments ago on the west side of Sulphur. So we may have just had a brief tornado hit Sulphur, or might be hitting it right now. If you are in Sulphur, Louisiana, you need to seek shelter. If you've not already, Lake Charles, if you're in the north side near, Moss Bluff or Gross, any of these areas surrounding Lake Charles and the Pink Polygon, you've got to seek shelter. It's a very dangerous storm. Even if it does not produce a tornado, it is producing damaging winds upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour. Wow. And this is a very strong inflow. We got a hook and everything. The wind is still very strong on that live cam that we're just looking at. I'm looking ahead to see if we have anything else that we can look at down the road with live camera views. See what the velocities look like here in a second. It's always Sulphur for some reason. It's crazy. Yeah, this thing has turned into a very strong inflow notch, and we have a hook echo and everything now going right into Lake Charles. Hopefully a tornado doesn't drop here, because I mean, we already have a very significant damaging wind risk, but a tornado can make matters much worse. The wind threat has really confined now to the Interstate 10 area near Sulphur. So that's at least good news for the time being. It's at least a little bit more confined. It was much more widespread before. That live cam that we had there at Interstate 10 at Ruth South, or Street South, that camera has now gone out. So that camera now has at least... Oh, nope, it's back. Nope, it's gone. The winds have shifted directions here. I don't know how long we'll have this. Look at this. Wow. Look at that surge here of wind. It has changed directions. It was going this way, and now it's going that way, and then it went that way. We may have just had a brief tornado here, too. It's hard to tell. But that's right along Interstate 10 there. That's a huge surge of wind. And again, this is damaging winds probably around 80 miles per hour right now. Just west of Lake Charles. It's just crazy. And this is the area that we're just talking about a few minutes ago. I mean, we haven't changed positions. It's the same spot. I don't know how anybody's driving right now out there. I don't even know if I could drive through this wind. That's just insane. Literally looks like a tropical storm or hurricane right now. It looks worse now. It's getting worse. This is where the highest wind threat is right now. It's right on the south side of Sulphur near Interstate 10. Just a significant area of wind right now. I can't believe that truck is out there driving. I would not want to be driving if I was a truck driver right now. That truck is... Oh, man, that's dangerous. Holy cow. It's just never ending. All right, we have a donut hole appearing on radar. This might be a tornado on the ground here in this particular spot near Hollywood and on the southeast side of Sulphur. So this might actually be a tornado here. I'm trying to go back to radar. This is what we're looking at here near Sulphur. This could be a tornado near Hollywood. It's not officially confirmed, but that's exactly where the live camera is and still is up somehow. The wind's dying down a little bit now, but this area in Hollywood and also near Sulphur, we may have a tornado on the ground. At the bare minimum, we have extremely high damaging winds. Again, upwards of 80 to maybe even 90 miles per hour right now. Radar is estimating 90. So this is a very serious situation right now if you're on the west side of Lake Charles. Especially for those that are in mobile homes, you need to make sure that you're seeking alternate, you need to go to a safe place, essentially, because this is still a very dangerous storm right now. Currently moving to the east-southeast. And we're getting a radar update right now on this. Still a radar indicated tornado for the record. They just updated the warning. This is the latest radar scan. All right. Let's go back to velocities again. It's updating right now. It is still very windy there, just for the record. It's still very windy. I'm gonna go back to that camera in a second, I think. We also have a live camera view right in Lake Charles on a bridge. That might be interesting once the storm gets closer to that area. Here's the latest scan on the radar. Again, if we have a tornado, which it's very hard to tell at this point, if there were to be a tornado, it would probably be over Hollywood. Again, we have some sort of little CC drop there. It's very hard to tell at this point. Velocity is not super tight in that spot, but they are still very high. So the damaging winds right now still very high, upwards of, again, 70, 80, maybe even up to 90 miles per hour on the west side of Lake Charles, Louisiana. And again, this is currently moving right into Lake Charles, a very populated area once again in Louisiana. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. Here's a live camera from the one live cam that we've been looking at for a while now. That's a picture. This is the live cam near Ruth Street, which is now down. Never mind. So that one went out. We have another live cam on the bridge that is in the Lake Charles area. That is actually like live right now. Right on the bridge. The damaging winds now picking up on this storm right in Lake Charles. We have a significant swath of wind. If there is a tornado, it's probably rain wrapped, so I don't think we're going to see anything on that end of things. But yeah, again, this includes Moss Bluff, Gooseport, Lake Charles, Prien, Sulphur, and Bueller in Louisiana. Lightning and everything. This is probably not even the peak, by the way, of the wind. That's just the beginning. It's probably going to pick up again here in a minute, so we're going to continue to keep a close eye on that. Here's the latest velocity scan. Man, this is not going to end anytime soon. Significant area of damaging winds right now on the west and southwest side of Lake Charles, right there. Yeah, if you're in this warning, you need to be staying away from windows. Stay in your safe place. Lowest floor possible. It's a dangerous storm right now. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, it is producing some significant damaging winds. And we may have a tornado back up near Westlake. The CC has not updated, but that rotation appears strong on radar right over Westlake. I think that's a CC drop. This has been what we've been looking at for the last several minutes now. That appears as if there is a tornado. We have a bit of a cutoff on the radar here. Trying to verify here. I mean, that's more than likely a tornado. That is going to be right over Westlake right now. There is a CC drop right over that spot. So, again, if you're in Westlake, you got to seek shelter. There may be a tornado there as well. We've had a few different areas where there have been, again, possible tornadoes at least on this storm. And that's right in the hook, which would make sense. This wind is insane. All right, we'll go back to the radar in a second. This is going to be right on Interstate 210, just south of Lake Charles. I mean, this is just crazy. It literally looks like a tropical storm or hurricane moving through here. I mean, the wind just gets crazier. It's on this is on Cove Lane, or at Cove Lane on Interstate 210. I don't know if we're going to see a tornado or not here. All right, look. Oh, we're turning apparently. There may be a tornado with this. I'm still trying to figure that out. If there's a tornado, it's on the northwest side of Lake Charles. Let's go back to radar. Again, we still have some sort of debris signature by the looks of it over Westlake. Yeah, all right. That's officially a tornado now. So tornado on the ground near Westlake. Not official, but you know, by radar, this is definitely on the ground. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a CC drop and everything. Debris signature right over Westlake, very populated area. Again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is a very dangerous storm, and it's on the north side of Lake Charles. Near Westlake, it's going to be approaching the south side of Moss Bluff. This is live right now, and you can't even see anymore. It's so windy. This is just insane stuff right now in Lake Charles. Wow. I mean, this is just unbelievable. Look at this. You can't even see. You can't see anywhere past like maybe a tenth of a mile. That's how windy it is. But again, tornado is going to be on the ground near Westlake. It's going to be going right through the north and central side of Lake Charles. Again, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. This is a very dangerous storm. Going right through the Lake Charles area. We have other live cams that are kind of in the area of this tornado, so I am still keeping a close eye on that if we do end up seeing anything. But the majority of these cameras are being knocked out because of just the fact of the matter is the wind is just so strong. So there you go. Got a new tornado warning. It is radar indicated still.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've issued a new tornado warning for those in Lake Charles, Iowa. Which not in Iowa. I'm talking about Lake Charles and Iowa and Louisiana. And also going to be for Homewood, Hayes, Verrett, and Foreman's Hall. Again, if we have a tornado right now, it'd be right here crossing over Interstate 10. Which, trying to see if the CC matches up with that. This, again, if the tornado's on the ground, it would be going right into Lake Charles at this point. That's where the velocity... Oh, we just had flying debris. On this live cam, we just had something flying here, some sort of wood. The tornado that's on the ground right now would be right in front of us. I just saw debris go flying across the screen. Some sort of like piece of wood or something. I mean, again, for perspective, this is on the east side of the bridge. If there's a tornado, it's right in front of us. It's going to be right here to the west. I just saw flying debris. I don't know if I can go back on this camera, but there was just something that flew across the screen, some sort of wood. We still have a debris signature. So again, there's a tornado heading into Lake Charles, Louisiana right now. This is live on that storm. I'll go back to that in a second. Tornado that's on the ground will be on the east side of Westlake. Moving into Lake Charles, right there. So that tornado's moving right into Lake Charles, moving southeast. We just had power flashes on screen. This is, again, looking right into where that tornado would be. It would be right in front of us, probably on the left. I don't know if I can go back on this camera. I'll have to figure that out. But there was some sort of wood that went flying across the screen. That was lightning. Wind's dying down a little bit there now after that presumable tornado just passed. And if there's still a tornado, it's going right through the heart of Lake Charles. It looks like it's kind of occluding here on radar. So that right there, if there's a tornado, I just saw another power flash. This would be where we're looking for a tornado. If it's still on the ground, it'd be right over Lake Charles, pretty much the heart of it right now. Moving to the southeast. Wow, this is getting crazy. I'm surprised this warning hasn't officially gone confirmed. Trying to wait for that CC to update here as well. And that would be where your tornado is. It's going to be right there over the heart of Lake Charles. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Again, tornado has been on the ground here for a few minutes. Waiting for the CC to update, but look at this. I mean, this is just another live view again of all that wind. It's a significant storm. This is on the leading edge of the storm, too. Alright, it looks like we have that CC update. Let me go back to that. Looks like we have a tornado going right into Lake Charles. CC didn't update on this, but it updated on my other computer. This please update. It's updating now. Oh, it already updated. Never mind. 4:53. Okay, now we're ahead. So if there's still a tornado, it'd be near Pine Acres Trailer Park, which is, that's not good because that's a, you know, again, probably a lot of mobile homes in that area. Velocities are updating right now. Just for the record, again, we do have a very big surge of damaging winds on the leading edge of this, and then we have an embedded tornado on the back side of it. So it's kind of getting crazy here. Got a lot of different moving parts to this storm. If this tornado is still on the ground, it's going to be right in the center of Lake Charles. If not, it's approaching the Pine Acres Trailer Park near Hipple, which it looks like that is probably occluded. If not, it would be on the ground over Pine Acres Trailer Park, which it looks like we still have a small debris signature maybe there near Pine Acres Trailer Park. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to run to your safe place. This is a very dangerous storm still that's moving throughout much of the Lake Charles area. There are almost all of the live cams at this point have lost power. We still have a few, but a lot of them are losing power just purely due to the fact of the wind with this particular storm. It is still really significant. And this is, again, right inside the storm right now. The wind is just crazy. But, I mean, I swear I saw some sort of flying debris there. Some sort of piece of wood or something that flew across the screen earlier. I just don't know if I can go back and look at that, because it was on my other monitor. It wasn't on the main screen when it happened. I put one of these live cams up on the side. It's very hard to do that when I'm multitasking. I'll try. Just, it's hard to do that. Especially considering the fact that literally almost all of these cameras keep getting knocked out by power. Alright, I'm going to try to real quick. We have another radar scan coming in right now. Right, I'm trying to get there. Problem is, so many of these cameras are out right now. Alright, there's one camera that's going to be, again, right there in Lake Charles. I'll have to get somebody to do this when I'm live.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. It's going to be on the southern side of the storm activity. That's going to be really rural areas, but that's near Sweet Lake and Hackett's Corner, sorry, near Gibbstown. If you're in that warning, you also need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The other tornado that was on the ground, it appears as if it has occluded. So we are back down, still to 3 tornado warnings, but the tornado that was on the ground appears to now have lifted. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as this activity continues to move to the east here, eventually going towards Lake Arthur, Jennings, and Welsh. And you need to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. Get to a sturdy structure if you're in a mobile home. Even if we don't have a tornado, we are talking about widespread damaging winds right now, around 80 miles per hour. You can see the live cam on the bottom right of your screen right there in Lake Charles. The wind is still really high. And that's on the east side of Lake Charles, where we are currently looking at these storms that are moving through that area. Which, again, the majority of these live cams at this point have now gone out. So just for the record, a lot of these cameras are going out because of just how high the winds are. But that one still remains intact, which is shocking. Here's the latest radar scan here. And we still got a surge of damaging winds heading towards Iowa. We might have a tornado on the ground there. We're going to investigate that. That's just south of Iowa. Waiting for the CC to update. If we have a tornado on the ground, it would be over Sweet Lake, Louisiana. So that black circle I just drew. That would be the next area to watch for here. We really could have a tornado in any of this, by the way. I mean, there could be literally a tornado in any part of this area of storms, just for the record. There are multiple areas rotating once again, and legitimately any of these could be on the ground. CC still hasn't updated. Just for the record, let me zoom out real quick. So mostly a Boeing segment up here near Iowa. We could still get a tornado there, but there is a huge surge still of damaging winds around 80 miles per hour there. We also have a notch right here that's developed. We have another one to expect down near Sweet Lake. So a few different areas there that are currently at least rotating, that are once again producing the potential here for a tornado. If not, we are still looking at widespread damaging winds around 80 miles per hour. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the current threat. Let's go ahead and go back to the, we'll go back to the velocities in a second. The radar's updating. It looks like that live cam that we had has already gone out. Yeah, that camera's now gone out. I think almost every camera now has gone out in this area. We're gonna go to a live camera further down the road. All right, here's the latest update on radar. So essentially right now, I don't think we have a whole lot of rotation left near Iowa or even near Lake Charles. It's mostly wind right now. The area that I'm watching for now is going to be down here near Highway 27. We have two different areas of rotation, and we could get a tornado with either one of those. For whatever reason, the CC is behind on here by like 8 minutes. I don't know why, because it's updated on my other computer. I don't know what's going on here. Let me try to just open up a new source here. Let's try to do it this way. Nope, still no one update. I don't know what's going on here. But again, there might be a tornado with either one of those areas, and again, that'll be moving east, eventually going towards Lake Arthur, Louisiana, and down the road, Kaplan and Crowley and Rain, and eventually going even towards Lafayette, will be in the track of this area of storms down the road. So still a very significant area of storms right now, producing the threat for a few tornadoes. We've more than likely just had a tornado in Lake Charles, at least on the north side of it. Never was officially confirmed, but you know, by radar, it looked almost definite as if there was a tornado there. And then other than that, we are still looking at the threat for tornadoes, damaging winds again up to 80 miles per hour, could even exceed that number. Again, this area of storms has obviously been watching for a while here. Those live cameras have gone crazy. The damaging wind threat is for sure very elevated here. We are still talking about widespread damaging winds that are going to be in the ballpark of upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour. So if you are anywhere in this area, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. We do have warnings right along the Gulf Coast too, but really the main area of concern is going to be right in this Boeing segment, especially in that interior black circle I just drew. That is where the most significant and robust wind and tornado risk will be here for the next hour or two as this continues to move towards Lafayette. I do want to point this out, by the way. The Storm Prediction Center did a fantastic job at outlining where the most significant wind threat would be today. This hatched area is where we've been seeing that damaging wind threat really excel at 80 miles per hour. So props to them. I mean, it's like literally in the almost exact spot of where we're seeing right now this very significant damaging wind threat. All right, latest scan still showing some circulation near Highway 27. We may have a tornado there. Again, not officially confirmed. We don't have a CC drop yet on that, but that would probably drop at any time. Just northeast of Hackett's Corner, eventually moving towards Illinois' Plant. And again, we are in Louisiana. It's not Illinois, but that's going towards Illinois' Plant. And then we still have a very big surge right now of damaging winds up and down this line, pushing eastbound right now towards Lake Arthur and Jennings. So if you are anywhere in this warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. If you guys do see any reports, by the way, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Whenever I'm looking up, I'm actively looking at reports. And again, I'll try to relay any information to you. Yeah, things have gotten very crazy. All right, here's the latest scan on radar. I'm not seeing any CC drops right now. We'll see what the velocities look like as they update here. This line of storms got intense very fast. I mean, obviously, I've been watching for the last half an hour. It was very quiet up until now. So it got really intense really fast. This is what we're looking at on radar now. We still got some circulation near Iowa, which you can't see. Let me zoom out. We still got some circulation near Iowa, but it's broad. We have a circulation area here. We have a couple of very broad areas right in between all of that, south of Iowa, southeast again of Lake Charles, Louisiana. But those are the different areas of circulation that we're looking at right now. And once again, this is all currently surging to the east, moving towards areas like Lake Arthur and Jennings. This activity right now is moving eastbound at about 45 miles per hour, so it's very, very fast. Again, if you're anywhere in the track of this, you need to be prepared now. Get to your safe place if you're in the tornado warnings. And if you're in the severe thunderstorm warnings, you should also be seeking shelter, because this area of storms is going to produce some significant damage. If you're in a mobile home, you need to seek alternate shelter now and not later, because this is a very significant area of damaging winds, upwards of 80 miles per hour right now on the leading edge of this. We've had a bow forming on this area of storms for a while. It is a full-blown bowing segment of storms that's moving eastbound right now. All right, I have got to pee. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right. Cam is out again. I don't think we have any more live cams in Louisiana. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that might have been our last one, or at least in this area. Let me double check. All these cameras right now are going out. I mean, the wind is just so high. The power outages are probably huge right now in this particular area. Yeah, I'm pretty sure every single camera's out right now. The next area with cameras would be in Lafayette. So that's essentially the next area. But everything else, I think, has gone out there. Just, again, the winds are just so high. Alright, let's check out the latest velocity scan here. And still a lot of broad areas of circulation. I don't see any CC drops right now, which is good news. But we are still looking at a massive surge of damaging winds. There may be something developing near Iowa. So we may have something developing there, maybe some sort of tornado. That's going to be right over Iowa, Louisiana. Is Sulphur, Louisiana okay? Yeah, you're done, at least for now. Are there any damage reports right now in that Westlake area, by the way? Does anybody know? Have there been any damage reports there? I'm not sure if we actually... I mean, the rotation on radar looked for sure like a tornado. It never got confirmed officially, but... just curious. And here we go. Latest velocity scan. Not seeing a definitive correlation coefficient drop here, but again, this is the area that we're watching for a tornado. On the northeast side of Iowa, Louisiana, right there near Interstate 10, which I believe is where that live cam was. That live cam, I believe, has officially gone out. So I don't think we have any live cams left in the Lake Charles area. Just the wind is so strong here. So it's very, very hard. We actually might have one. Nope, never mind. That's down. All right. So every camera at this point has officially almost officially shut down. This is the other one. This will be where that rotation is. I'm not even sure what this is looking at. That's over Thompson at Interstate 10. I'll go back to that if we see anything. But again, that would be right where this rotation is. It's get that live cam we had was right in the rotation. So this area of rotation is right over the cross section of Highway 165 and Interstate 10. Again, currently moving eastbound. And that's going to be going towards Welsh, Louisiana, and eventually going towards Jennings. And new radar scans coming in now. We'll see if we have any new notches here. I think that live camera that we have on Thompson Avenue on Interstate 10, the one I just showed you, I think that live cam, I think it's definitely still going, but I think the problem is it's probably just trying to protect itself with how high the winds are. Because a lot of those cameras have gone down. I think almost every single one of them has. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, a couple areas of interest. One near Iowa. We got another one kind of in here near Interstate, or Highway 14, sorry. And then another one down here. So we got 3 areas. And the velocities have not updated yet, but they should in a second. There are cars upside down in Sulphur. Anybody know if that's officially confirmed here? The cameras in Sulphur, they may have came back. I'm not sure. Almost everything that I'm looking at is all down. I think a lot of them just went out just purely due to the fact we had just, again, the winds were just too high. We may have a tornado here near Hayes. Perhaps a brief tornado touchdown here in Hayes. A small CC drop near that couplet of rotation. Yeah, right there. Let me check the storm relative velocities. It's close, but there might be a tornado there. So if you're in Hayes or Niblet going towards Thornwell, you need to get to your most interior room of your home or building and away from windows. That could be a tornado there near Hayes. And then elsewhere, I'm not seeing anything, at least in terms of a confirmed tornado. But that right there, maybe a tornado on the ground. Moving eastbound. I mean, look at the evolution of that wind over the last 7 frames. Just a super strong Boeing segment here in Louisiana. A new watch is expected soon in southeast Louisiana, by the way, to address the threat that's currently happening. This is the area of interest. So this will be near the New Orleans area and Lafayette. All right, we'll have another scan here in a second. All right, let's see. There you go. Another tornado warning on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning for those in Welsh, Jennings, and Iowa. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. And that's a brand new tornado warning in the pink polygon. That's Iowa. It's just south of Fenton, Louisiana. It includes Roanoke, Louisiana, Welsh, Jennings, or just the west side of Jennings. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. The storm has had a history of already producing very high damaging winds, but also produced a tornado more than likely back near Westlake. So again, if you are in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. This is a very dangerous storm. Even if it does not produce a tornado, it could still produce damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. And yeah, this is just a very significant area of wind. Not seeing anything confirmed on this line right now, but we may have had a brief tornado there, once again, near Highway 14, just south of Iowa. But other than that, the only other confirmed tornado that we may have had would have been the one that was back over near Westlake. Oh, my bad. You guys can hear that. Yeah, the first tornado that I think happened was near Sulphur and Westlake. So if you know any friends or family there, give them a call or text. That's on the northwest side there of Lake Charles. And even in Lake Charles, we still had very significant wind. And perhaps even a tornado that went through there. Aside from that, I mean, we've had a few brief tornadoes up and down this area. We've had significant damaging winds. Believe it or not, the ASOS, or the AWAS, sorry, station in KCWF in Lake Charles only recorded a wind of 50 miles per hour. I find that hard to believe with how high the winds have been on radar and also the live cameras that we're looking at. It looked like a full-blown hurricane that just went through Lake Charles. Now, with that said, it's just one observation. There's, you know, a possibility that it's just an anomaly. You never know. All right, right now, again, we do have 15 severe thunderstorm warnings, just for reference. A lot in Texas. We got one still in Missouri. We don't have anything in the Midwest. We have a couple down in Florida. They're kind of everywhere. But the main chunk of the storms right now, again, are in Louisiana, where we do have an elevated tornado risk right now that's going to continue for the next few hours, in addition to a very significant damaging wind threat. This has become a significant situation, once again, in these areas where we are dealing with very significant storms capable of very high winds and tornadoes. And right now we do have a very high surge of wind approaching Welsh and even near Lake Arthur. It's a pretty large area here that is developed for a wind threat. This is all moving to the east right now. So if you're in Lake Arthur, Jennings, or Welsh, in Louisiana, you need to be seeking shelter. If you're near Crowley, I just butchered that, but Crowley, Rain, or the Kaplan area back over in parts of Louisiana, you need to be prepared for this. So if you're in a mobile home, you need to seek sturdy structure now instead of later, because this is almost definitely going to be hitting you. It might not be at the same magnitude, or it could even be at a higher magnitude by the time it gets to you. But either way, this is going to be heading in your direction for the next several minutes. Lafayette, you should be prepared as well. You don't need to go to your safe place. Nobody really has to, even if you're in Crawley, but you need to make sure that you have your plan ready. Lafayette, Abbeville, St. Martinville, any of those areas, you need to be prepared for this, because the highest wind threat will be going in your direction. Again, even if you don't see a tornado, you could still see very high damaging winds, which will cause damage to mobile homes. We did have a tornado in Sulphur, by the way. So, yeah, we definitely had a tornado in Sulphur. I'm going to retweet the video of it on Twitter. So yeah, there was a tornado again, another cone-shaped tornado near Sulphur. Sulphur, Louisiana this time, not Sulphur, Oklahoma. And that video is on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. Well, that's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. How in the world could Sulphur, in two different states, get hit literally in the same week? Or same couple of weeks, I should say. That's just unbelievable. And again, we kind of called that on radar. I don't know if the Westlake one has been confirmed yet. I don't know if that's the same tornado or not. That might have been the first one that we saw, and then the second one would have been over Westlake that was on the ground. Here's the latest velocity scan. And this is coming in right now. There was a tornado in Sulphur. Yeah, we have video of it on Twitter. There was definitely a tornado there. All right, we have a few different areas that we're looking at now. So we got one area of circulation north of Welsh. We got another one back over southwest of Lake Arthur. We still got that surge of damaging winds moving eastbound. So that's all still in play here. Let's go back to radar first. And let's go to velocities, CC. Okay, I'm not seeing really much in Welsh. Maybe something. Let's see. Nothing in Welsh right now, so we don't have anything confirmed in terms of a tornado risk. Also, just for reference, they just issued a massive severe thunderstorm warning, which is going to include areas like Lafayette and Crowley. I believe Lafayette's included. We'll see in a second, but a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for those areas has just been issued. I'm not seeing any definitive correlation coefficient drop on this area of storms, but we're still keeping a close eye on it. West side of Lafayette, you are included, or sort of, it's just west of Lafayette, so suburb areas. You are included in this new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 70 and also a tornado possible label. So that is what you are now included for on this particular storm. Lafayette is not included, but I would be staying weather aware if you are in Lafayette, because this storm has produced significant damaging winds here for the last couple of hours. It is also producing the potential for a tornado risk, which the tornadoes that we saw in Lake Charles, they look strong. I saw debris fly across the screen on one of those live cams at one point near Lake Charles. And I mean, you know, obviously any tornado is going to pick up debris, but like, you know, this threat is definitely not going to be done anytime soon. I do think this will continue all the way through at least Lafayette, but perhaps even Baton Rouge and New Orleans. So you need to be staying weather aware. If you do have any photos, videos, anything like that, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Please do not message me. Please just at me. And if you do see anything in terms of reports, you can also at me. I am actively checking Twitter on my top monitor to see if we do have any reports coming in on these particular storms. I do have a new velocity scan that just came in. All right, let's check this out. So still broad circulation near Welsh, mostly a wind threat. I do think we'll probably get a new tornado warning in a moment for this activity that's going towards the Guidon area and eventually going towards Intercoastal City. That'll be a little ways from now, but we do at least still have some circulation here on this leading edge. So this area of rotation right here, we might have a little bit of something in here. Let's go back to... Oops, what did I just do? I clicked a button by accident. I don't know if that did anything. Let's go to the CC, which this is 519. It's kind of on the leading edge. It's a non-precip area. Let's see the storm relative velocities. Yeah, so we still have a little area of circulation there on the leading edge, just southwest of Lake Arthur. Much broader area of circulation near Welsh right now, but that could definitely re-intensify as it continues to move eastbound, going towards Crowley, Rain, and Lafayette. But yeah, we still have some areas of circulation on the leading edge here. So there probably will be a new tornado warning, at least for the storm southwest of Lake Arthur. Again, that'll probably include areas near Guidon, relatively rural areas. And then the next area would be out here near Jennings and Crowley and Rain. If they do issue a warning, that would probably be where that's going. So at the bare minimum, though, there are severe thunderstorm warnings that do cover that potential for a tornado with a tornado possible label. So all that stuff right now is in play here in Louisiana. And here's the latest velocity scan coming in right now. Apparently Sulphur clocked 100-mile-per-hour winds. We are now getting damage reports. Significant damage at a Walmart. I am almost guaranteeing you that is the tornado that we saw on radar. We had two of them. That was the first one. So significant damage to a Walmart in Sulphur. I'm gonna copy and paste this. Also, in Lake Charles or near Westlake, damage reported on OST. I don't know what that is. Does anybody know what that is? That was also presumably from a tornado, because again, we were covering that storm, and that is exactly where we had a tornado. And if this tornado warning doesn't continue, or if we just don't have any in general, I will go back and show you guys that. There was a lot happening all at once, so we'll kind of go back and try to see if we can verify that. With that said, we do have a little tightening here on the north side of Welsh, Louisiana. So if you are in that warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We may have a brief tornado or something like that developing there. They have canceled the tornado warning on the southern side of this activity. Let's go back to the storm relative velocities here. I still think we have a little bit of rotation, though, just south of Lake Arthur. So I would at least still stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. We have another severe thunderstorm warning for Intercoastal City. And that is for damaging winds up to 60. And here's the latest velocity scan. And again, broadening area of circulation here. Mostly a wind threat right now. Again, that could definitely change, though, as this does continue to move eastbound. You still have a lot of little, kind of small little kinks in the line. So we could still see an isolated tornado there. Yeah, again, we're talking about Sulphur, Louisiana, just for reference. This is not Sulphur, Oklahoma. Completely different area. All right, so we have broad rotation for the time being. Let me quickly go back in time here. So this is when we may have had a tornado in Lake Charles. So first one was here near Sulphur. We had a CC drop on this one. So is this right here over Sulphur? We had a CC drop on radar. We could probably go back to that. Here's what happened over time, kind of weakened. We had a new area develop right over Westlake, and that right there was your tornado over Westlake. We have damage near that area. Did anybody say what OST meant? Does anybody know what OST means? Damage. Oh, sorry. Damage reported on OCT, unless that's just a road. Might just be a road. I can't tell. But that was our second tornado over Westlake, and that one included over Lake Charles. Now, if we go to the debris signature on radar, you'll also probably see that. By the way, tornado warning still continues for Welsh and Jennings. All right, so this was over Sulphur. It's a little bit harder to do this in real time. And notice that small debris signature right here. All right, so that right there over Hollywood. OST, not OCT, sorry. That was our first tornado that went through Sulphur and then eventually went through Hollywood. At least that's what it looks like. Again, not officially confirmed there. And then our second tornado here began in Westlake, which none of these were officially confirmed on radar at the time. But that was likely our second tornado that developed over Westlake, and that moved right into Lake Charles, at least on the northwest side. So we at least had two brief touchdowns, at least, by the looks of it, on radar. And again, we mentioned them both when they happened, but it's not officially confirmed, but I would almost guarantee you that those are both different tornadoes. Old Spanish Trail, thank you. So that's where we have damage being reported there near Lake Charles. And we still have a tornado warning here, which does include, again, Welsh and the west side of Jennings, which looks like mostly wind now, but we could still get an isolated tornado. And we still got a notch down here. So still possibility for a tornado west of the Guidon area of Louisiana. They did cancel that tornado warning, but I don't know. We'll see. We have a semi-truck that has been flipped over on the I-10 bridge in Lake Charles, by the way. I'm not sure if we can see that. I don't know if those live cams did come back. I don't think they did. But there's now significant traffic on the I-10 bridge. A semi-truck got flipped over there. And I was mentioning it there, too. I was like, you know, just it's hard to drive on those roads with those kind of winds. If you're ever a truck driver in that situation, just try to pull over or something. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. I am, this is the photo from Scott Kyle. So semi-truck on I-10 down. Again, seek alternate route if you can. I think that's the eastbound lane, but I could be wrong. It could also be technically westbound. It was not specified. Let's see if we have any other reports. Again, if you guys do have any reports, feel free to at me, at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. Photos, videos, you can also mention me on there. I'm still looking to see if we have any more reports here. Also, new severe thunderstorm watch was just issued for a large chunk of Louisiana. Here's that new watch. So that's going to include areas near Lafayette, east of Lake Charles, Baton Rouge, Macomb, New Orleans, Boothville, sorry, not Brothville, Boothville, all included in this new watch that goes until 12 o'clock tonight. Will not be live until 12, just for the record, but that watch goes until 12. Main concern, damaging winds, isolated hail, and then maybe a couple more tornadoes being a possibility. There's another overturned red big rig, 1 lane blocked on I-10 west near Vinton. So that's according to somebody in the chat. I'm assuming that's right. It sounds about right because of all the traffic that I'm seeing on the traffic map. So again, another overturned big truck there on 1 lane blocked on I-10 west near Vinton. So just a heads up there. We have now 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. It's getting kind of crazy. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning in southern Missouri. We got warnings kind of all over the place right now. I think a lot of those are in Canada, just for the record. Yeah, we got like 4 in Canada, so that'd be why. But still, a lot of warnings. Still looking at some broad rotation right now near Jennings, Louisiana. We're still watching that pretty closely as that continues to move eastbound. And still trying to see if we have any other reports here. Also, the severe thunderstorm watch. This is interesting. So the severe thunderstorm watch, there's now a high probability of severe wind, low risk of tornadoes, moderate risk for basically everything else. The probability of there being 2 or more tornadoes is a 20% chance, which honestly I would just kind of ignore the probabilities, but that's what at least says. High chance that we have at least 10 wind events. Again, this goes until midnight tonight in southeast Louisiana, and even in parts of southern Mississippi. We have a significant surge right now of damaging winds going right into Jennings, which again, Jennings, Louisiana, you need to be in your safe place. Significant surge of damaging winds heading right into Jennings as we speak. And also near Lake Arthur. Also, looks like we may have some sort of brief water or this is not water, this would be right on land, so possibly some sort of tornado trying to develop here near Highway 82. That's west of Intercoastal City, so something's trying to develop there. Not super strong, but it's strong enough. That's in between Cameron and Intercoastal City. I'm not sure if there's any towns there, but that's west of White Lake. So still a lot of areas of circulation. We also have one on the leading edge still south of Lake Arthur. It is crazy what's developed here over the last couple of hours, though. Really crazy stuff. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. And also make sure to like the stream. Share this with your friends if you have any friends or family in the track of these storms. And again, I use the word crazy quite often, but I'm not being, I'm not kidding. It got crazy very fast. We also have significant damage in Sulphur, Louisiana. There's a car that has been flipped over. I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter. A car was legitimately flipped over entirely in Sulphur, with some damage to some structures there near the Hornet Pizza, I believe that is, or something like that. So that was also impacted.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A lot of people are talking about how there's no warning in Branson, Missouri with that tornado that we had earlier. We actually kind of talked about that there. We were talking about when it was happening. New tornado warning for those in Crawley, Iota, Mermentau, Jennings, Interstate 10, just west of Rain. And if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We also have a flash flood warning for Cotton Port in Marksville, Louisiana. If you guys do see anything on Twitter, you can feel free to at me at MaxVelocityWX. Again, from what we've heard over the last like 20 minutes, if you're just tuning in, there is some significant damage there on the in Sulphur near the Walmart in Sulphur. So that'd be on this black circle in the very far right of Sulphur. There's a car flipped over from what I'm seeing. So a likely tornado there. Again, we spotted that on radar. Also a tornado report and a wind damage report in the same place. Overturned truck on Interstate 10. And there's also a tornado report, which I don't know if I'm able to click on that. That's behind the black circle. Let me see if I can click on that. Give me 1 second. There's a lot of damage reports, though, coming out of this area. There is a tornado report now where we saw a tornado on the radar a little while ago. Right, let me take off wind damage real quick. All right, here's that tornado report. As of 4:46. All right, so this is the tornado report in Westlake. Wind damage possibly associated with a tornado. Public reported damage to stairs detached from homes. Debris scattered across the yard. A neighborhood fence knocked down. And it's not even flying fences Friday. So, there you go. That is the latest there from that area. And again, almost undoubtedly a tornado there in Westlake, honestly. Again, we saw a debris signature in a very tight rotation area on radar. It was almost undoubtedly a tornado there, which we won't probably know until either probably tomorrow at this rate, but we'll have probably storm surveys on that here soon. I'm just east of Baton Rouge. Will this swath of storms move quickly? Yeah, this is moving pretty quickly. It's going about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So, yeah, 50 miles per hour right now. So this is moving relatively quickly. And just for reference, if we time this out, we can time this out real quick. This is going 50 miles per hour. So Baton Rouge will be hit by this probably within the next hour and a half to 2 hours. You're currently on track to be hit by this in about an hour and 40 minutes, so just a little after 7 o'clock tonight. So, that's where we're looking right now for this threat. That's really for any of this threat. I mean, again, we still have significant damaging winds across this entire line around 70 miles per hour. It's still a relatively significant area of damaging winds. And rotation right now is still relatively broad on this area of circulation near Crowley and Jennings, but we'll keep a close eye on it. And we still definitely have a tornado risk with this as it continues to move east towards Lafayette, St. Martinsville, New Iberia, and eventually going towards Baton Rouge in probably about an hour and a half or so. Hey, by the way, Chris, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Appreciate it. All right, let me see if we have anything else on updates here. Also, that live camera on the right side of your screen, that is not in Lake Charles. That's in Lafayette, I believe. So I'm gonna have to fix that. Also, in Florida, we could get an isolated tornado that's north of Tampa, increasing risk with the for the mesoscale convective system with an isolated severe threat. So that's just north of Tampa. There's a lot of stuff happening. Once again, there's a lot of different areas that we're watching, but that's the latest there from the Storm Prediction Center. Just another area that we need to worry about, basically. By the way, this threat for severe weather will probably be in Lafayette within the next, probably 20 to 30 minutes. It's really fast moving, so you'll probably be next hit by this as it moves east. What part of Florida? It's like northwest Florida. That's what the radar looks like right now. Again, that MCS is still well offshore, but probably Cedar Key is my guess. It'd be probably in this area, north of Spring Hill. Maybe even near Tampa, but those storms will probably be weaker by the time they get to Tampa. And we're currently looking at an MCS that is currently ongoing in Louisiana. We've already had a couple of tornadoes near Lake Charles with very significant damaging winds. You can go back in the stream and watch it. It was very intense there for a little while. And with that said, we are still watching for the threat of significant damaging winds. Not as high as earlier, but still up to 70 miles per hour. In addition to the potential for a couple of isolated tornadoes will also be a possibility. So that is currently what we're looking at in terms of the general threat for severe weather here across parts of southern Louisiana. And again, if you are new to the channel, subscribe and we'll keep you posted with the latest on severe weather coverage as this activity does continue to move to the east. I mean, we still have a massive surge of damaging winds here. I mean, all that yellow here on the velocities representing damaging winds around 60 to 75 miles per hour. It is still a relatively significant area of damaging winds that is moving eastbound. And we also have 16 severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of those in Louisiana and Texas. And also some other ones elsewhere like Florida, but that's still relatively weak in other areas right now. Also in Florida near Yeehaw Junction, that's going to be to the west of Vero Beach. We have a storm merger happening there. We could get a brief tornado with that. I'm going to quickly go to that real quick. So this right here, we do have a storm merger happening. So if this does successfully merge, we could get a brief tornado here. We'll see. They're close. They're not exactly merged yet, but they could merge. This one's moving more this direction, but this one's going a bit faster, so if they merge together, we could get a brief tornado near Yeehaw Junction, just to the west of Interstate 95, just west of Vero Beach. Something that we're probably not going to talk much about unless something really develops there, but storm mergers are a lot of the time how we do get tornadoes, so. Yeehaw! Yeehaw Junction. I think the population there is like 50. I could be wrong, or like 500. It's a very low populated area. All right. Looks like this storm probably won't get tornado warned again. I mean, I don't really see much here, to be honest with you. Looks like mostly wind. I think almost everywhere in here is mostly wind right now, and we could still get an isolated tornado out of any of this at any point, really. But it looks like more of a wind threat on that tornado warning comparatively to a tornado threat near Crawley and going towards Lafayette. Something happening in Illinois. People are talking about it. I kind of doubt it. I'll quickly check. Just a lot of storms. I don't see any warnings up there. Now, with that said, there might not be warnings, but again, we didn't have a single warning on the tornado near Branson earlier. And you know, that produced a tornado, which was brief, but still produced a tornado. And you know, we were watching that storm literally in real time as it happened. With that said, it didn't look super definitive. Like, it was definitive enough, I think, for a warning, but it just didn't look super definitive for a tornado on radar. But there was a CC drop. There was everything. Everything that you need for a tornado was there. Also, back near Houston, we still have a bunch of storms over here that are all moving offshore. Lots of rain. We have a little outbreak of storms happening down here in southwest, or southern Texas, really, west of Corpus Christi. If you're in Corpus Christi, you might get some rain. I know a lot of people have been wanting some rain there, so you might get some rain there. But overall, it's just mostly some hail and wind storms. Not really much of a tornado risk there. It's a relatively low risk for tornadoes overall over that direction. Went through a golf course in Branson. Yeah, I know. I retweeted the I retweeted the video there in Branson. Multiple overturned and flipped cars in the Monroe's and Verizon store parking lot across the street from the Walmart. Okay. If you do see any photos about that, feel free to at me on Twitter. I've had a couple of photos there of overflipped cars, or overturned cars, and even trucks. All that stuff is on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. But that doesn't really surprise me. Unfortunately, it looked like there was two tornadoes. They might have been even strong. They were brief, but they may have been strong tornadoes that happened there in Sulphur and Lake Charles, Louisiana. Also, our live camera in Lafayette will probably be hit here pretty soon on the right side of your screen. We'll keep a close eye on that. Russell, it does depend on the situation. It really just depends. Sometimes it's automatic, sometimes it's issued by somebody. Is the weather going to get bad in Beaumont again? I don't think so. It'll be mostly rain from here. This is really the main event here, is this. So this line of storms here, all moving to the east, that is the main event that we have right now. It's continuing to surge right now to the east. Yeah, I don't think we have any CC drops right now. We'll investigate that in a second. But the majority of this right now is wind. There is still a tornado warning here, but rotation's still relatively broad there. This is all just wind for the most part in here. Upwards of 70 miles per hour. Again, that's right now moving east. Lafayette, Abbeville, St. Martinville, New Iberia will all be in the track of that here down the road. How's the new setup working out? It's awesome. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Again, we have 4 monitors. We have the 2 on the right side too. It's amazing. Everything is so much smoother too. All right, there we go. Tornado warning has been canceled. So we're back down to normal severe thunderstorm warnings, which honestly, there's been nothing normal about the past hour here in Lake Charles at all. Still damaging winds rolling to the east, so continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this area, with damaging winds up to 70 being possible. Safe place if you are. All right, I don't know if this popped up on the live camera earlier. This is just from earlier. I don't know if the debris popped up on here. Yeah, you can't see it. I don't know if we can go back on this live cam and see it, but there's like a piece of wood that flew by on the screen in Lake Charles. I don't know if anybody got a clip of that, but yeah, there was flying debris here. There was a tornado with this Lake Charles storm. I don't know if we'll ever get a view of that. There's some sort of like flying piece of wood or something. I couldn't really tell what it was. North Carolina got 2 tornadoes last week. Really? Huh. I'm not ordering Culver's. No way after what we just saw. We don't need more warnings. Cody, if you go to the members only stream, I listed off all the specs near the beginning. There's a members only stream that you can watch. We're back to a destructive storm for Lafayette and St. Martinville. So if you're in Lafayette, St. Martinville, Louisville, New Iberia, Rain, Crowley, Kaplan, Abbeville, this is once again a destructive area of storms producing damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour again. Unfortunately, this is another significant situation that is evolving for those in Lafayette, which is another populated area here in Louisiana, with damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour expected. In addition to that, this entire area is, for the most part, producing damaging winds around 70 or 80 miles per hour. So, again, if you're in this area, you need to be... Yeah, there you go. There are the winds. So right over Esterwood, that's where the highest winds are right now, going towards Crawley. We got 80 to 85 mile per hour winds being estimated by radar in that little area. Now, further south, the winds are a little bit closer to 60 to 70, but even then, we could still see damaging winds extend across this entire area that are elevated, upwards of, once again, possibly as high as 70 to 85 miles per hour. Unfortunately, this area of storms just does not look to be weakening. We could still get an isolated tornado threat down the road, too, but yeah. Definitely unfortunate here. It's going to be going right through Crawley. Again, 80 mile per hour winds expected. Radar's estimating a few different pockets there. Around 80 miles per hour right near Esterwood. Also, a damage report there in Jennings, Louisiana, of shingles being blown off a roof or a 1-inch tree limb broken. And also, we should have some live camera views coming up here. We have one in Dustin, sorry. So we have that right now on the right side of your screen. So we'll see if we see anything there. All right. Also, another damage report in Iowa. Same thing. Shingles blown off a roof or tree limbs broken, something along those lines. Yeah, this line of storms is pretty large. We got warnings anywhere from just east of Alexandria back into the Abbeville area in your intercoastal city, Louisiana. Still relatively significant here. Deucin, thank you. Tree limbs broken near Crawley. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it's definitely going to produce some tree limb damage. At least can knock over some, you know. Okay. Whoa. I did not see this. Port Lavaca. That is significant. Emergency management reports 2 injuries. At least 9 RVs were flipped over with 2 confirmed injuries in Port Lavaca, Texas. This is a little while ago. The report was almost 3 hours ago. I didn't actually see this until now. It kind of blends in with the water. That's not good. And again, this is why I keep telling you guys, if you're in a mobile home, you need to find an alternate safe place. Again, this is a destructive area of storms going towards Lafayette. Unfortunately, all the people that live in mobile homes right now are not watching the stream. So if you know any friends or family in the Lafayette area or St. Martinville or Abbeville, this is a serious situation. This isn't like an ordinary damaging wind up to 60 mile per hour storm. All right, this is a significant area of damaging winds that's going upwards of 80 miles per hour. If you are in an RV, if you're in a truck, if you are in a mobile home, a trailer home, whatever it is, you need to find a sturdy structure because those are not going to be safe to be in. That is why I say this all the time. They're just not safe. It's not the same as being in a brick building or a house. I think a lot of people in mobile homes know that, but some people just still ignore it and they don't want to go somewhere else. You need to go somewhere else if you can. That is like a McDonald's, just something that's sturdy. It could be a McDonald's, it could be a Wendy's, it could be whatever it is. Order a McDouble or something while you wait it out. I mean, it really doesn't matter what it is. You just got to go to somewhere that's sturdy. Could still get a brief tornado on the leading edge of this too, but regardless, there's a surge of damaging winds right now heading towards Lafayette. But there's really no safe place in a mobile home. It doesn't matter where you are in a mobile home. It could be a bathroom, it still probably will not hold up very well. With winds this high, it will not hold up well. And the highest of the winds right now are near Crawley. Now granted, this could expand in size, but this is where the peak of the winds are right now, is right over Crawley, heading towards Lafayette and the south side of Lafayette. We could still get a surge though of wind even on the northern side. But this is all surging right now to the east. And look at that, 80 mile per hour winds. It's a pretty large area. There you go. It's that entire area of wind is about 8 miles to 9 miles long. So we're basically looking at like a 9 mile wide EF0 tornado. That's basically what this is. Obviously, it's not a tornado, but that's essentially what we're talking about here. That's why this is such a serious situation. You need to be staying away from windows. Now, again, this will probably knock over a few trees, especially smaller ones. It'll knock over branches. It could, again, damage mobile homes significantly. It could flip over RVs, could flip over, you know, it could basically flip over anything when it comes to trucks and stuff too. So yeah, if you are in this warning, you need to take it seriously and seek shelter. So again, moving eastbound. Is there a track of who this will affect? Yeah, we can track this out real quick. Let's see what the speed is right now. Still moving 50 miles per hour to the east, so that has not changed. It's going to be on track for New Orleans down the road. So here is the track right now with timing on the left side of your screen. I'll slowly scroll through this. It's going to be going right through Lafayette here, by the way, in the next 20 minutes. So if you're in Lafayette, you need to get to that safe place now and not later. St. Gabriel in an hour and a half. That's going to be about 7:30 or so. ETA on that. Eventually going towards New Orleans. Let's scroll down to New Orleans. I don't know if I put that in there, but it'll be near New Orleans in about 2.5 hours, so that is going to be right around 8:30. Possibly sooner. On the threat for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour here. Am I using tilt mode 1? Yes. Yeah, for everything we're using tilt 1, which is the lowest to the ground, by the way. This is a mini derecho. Whatever you want to consider it. I mean, it doesn't really matter what it even is right now. You just need to, be in your safe place during this yellow polygon. I kind of doubt this will be a derecho, but we'll see. I mean, this has been going for a while now. I mean, it started just west of Lake Charles, and so far it's gone about 80 miles. So I don't think it will be considered one. I mean, the only way this could be considered a derecho down the road is if this wind threat literally goes all the way through New Orleans, and then that would be the potential. But otherwise, I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. You just need to be taking it seriously. This is still a destructive storm. The winds are really high. I mean, across this entire thing right now. We have 80-mile-per-hour winds peaking almost in this entire area, just a little off the ground near Kaplan and Crowley. So this is still a relatively significant area of damaging winds, moving right towards Lafayette. Yeah, all right. A derecho is a widespread area of damaging winds that stretches over like 225 miles. And, I mean, again, we could see that here, but it's just something you really cannot predict at this point on this area of storms. It could stay intense all the way through that, but it's uncertain. That's what I'll say. Yeah, if you do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. Any damage photos, if you have any photos in general, you can at me as well on there. I'll be trying to retweet that stuff on Twitter. You know, whenever I'm looking up, that's when I'm looking at reports and stuff. Cody, that's not a bad idea. We'll consider that. Appreciate the idea. That's pretty crazy. Have the new RGB lights that we're getting just flash blue whenever we're drinking water. That would be crazy. All right. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a destructive area of storms producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, moving right through Crowley, Louisiana, going towards Lafayette and St. Martinville. Again, if you are in a mobile home or an RV, you need to seek alternate sturdy structure, as this is a very dangerous area of storm still, moving to the east. Also, if you are near Lorville or New Iberia, you also need to make sure that you are going to your safe place now. That's away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And this is still a relatively dangerous area of storms that is moving eastbound. It'll eventually go towards Baton Rouge. The most significant threat for damaging winds are more than likely going to go towards the New Orleans area. And then eventually towards Port Sulphur. So again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It might not be a tornado warning, but it's doing very similar impacts to what a tornado would do as well. Which, let's go to storm relative velocities real quick. Looks like we have a broad area of circulation north of Rain. We could get a brief tornado there. We also got a little area of circulation down there. So there's a couple spots that I'm looking at right now that at least have a little bit of rotation and a little bit of circulation. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. Today's flying trampoline meter was a medium risk, so one of the lower risks that we have. Now, with that said, we've probably had some flying trampolines in the path of this area of storms. It's very localized, though. I mean, you know, it hasn't been super... With the area of wind that we've been talking about that's been really significant, it's been really just in this area here. And eventually going into this area more than likely. So it's been a relatively confined area, from about Interstate 10 in Lake Charles back into Prairieville and the Theodocks area, I think that's what it is. So, yeah, it's been relatively confined to this area. We have had some winds higher to the north and higher down here to the south, but it's just not been as significant, and it's also been more isolated. This has been a widespread swath of damaging winds now that's been really chugging along here in Louisiana. It has no signs of weakening right now. The tornado risk might be a bit lower right now, but the wind risk has not really dropped at all. Did they have a virtual rail fin in Lafayette? I don't think they have one there. They don't have any Louisiana cams, I don't think. They may have had one before, but I don't see one on here. Hey, Jonathan, for the $5 super chat, what are the chances of a tornado in Florida? They just issued a special weather statement for my area for landspouts. The risk is relatively low. Landspouts are usually weaker than tornadoes anyways. So, yeah, I mean, maybe a brief tornado, but... I wouldn't be too concerned. I would stay weather aware, but I wouldn't say there's any reason to be worried. Just lost power for a second in rain. Yeah, rain currently getting the wind right now. And the cell surging right now to the east. And then Lafayette and St. Martinville will be in the track of this, and as well as New Iberia near Abbeville. All those areas right now in the track of this. All that yellow that you're seeing there on the velocities, that is the most substantial area of damaging winds right now. That's moving eastbound. So anything in the yellow there, that's damaging winds that are upwards of 70 to 85 miles per hour that are approaching Lafayette, Louisiana, and St. Martinville, and as well as the New Iberia area. Let me see if there's any other reports here on Twitter. All right, no new reports as of right now on Twitter on these storms, but we'll keep posted if anything else gets reported on this activity. Again, we still have a huge area of wind that is approaching Lafayette. It's all of this in here, with damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour being possible, and that is really quickly approaching Lafayette. So if you've not already and you're in Lafayette, you need to get to your safe place. Same thing with St. Martinville and New Iberia near the Jeanneret area as well. Yeah, there's been some peak velocities upwards of 80 to 85 miles per hour. We had peak velocities over 100 back over near Lake Charles earlier, just for the record. Also, storms have begun to try to fire up in North Texas near Bonham, but overall they have struggled in the environment that they're in right now. Apparently there was a trampoline park in the path of the storms in Lake Charles, by the way. Fun fact. $18-wheeler turned on top of a I-10 bridge in Lake Charles. Yeah, I've seen a couple of reports about that. Oh, the live camera went out already in the Sulphur area. Okay. Okay. I think that one's out. I need to find another one. The, we have a couple of live views in this area. This is a live view from Scott. This is looking northeast. there another camera? I don't think so. It's a couple. We have a couple of live views. The camera, though, that was right along the interstate where there's damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. That one's gone. So I'm not shocked by any means, by the way. That's just kind of how it's going so far today. All the traffic cams along this route have been going out. So there's really no reason to be surprised about that. The power outages here across Louisiana are probably going to be skyrocketing for the record. Which I will go ahead and check out the power outages in a second. Got another live cam view on the right side of your screen of that approaching storm. Looks like maybe a shelf cloud of some sort. Let's check out the power outages, though. Yeah, Louisiana right now at 36,000 power outages. That has been updated as of about 20 minutes ago. So that is still an increasing number for sure. The most significant area of wind right now is going to be moving right into Lafayette. So if you are in Lafayette, you need to stay away from windows. Please stay away from windows. This is a dangerous area of storms right now moving into that area. And we have another view going to be in Scott in a moment. So we have a live camera in Scott that we're going to look at in a minute on the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development website. We'll have that in a moment. But again, the surge of wind is about to go right into Scott and Lafayette. This could get relatively significant, relatively fast. Again, we have a camera, but it's facing northeast. We also have the camera on the right side of your screen that's facing west. Here's another view, by the way, of that area of storms here. Just look how fast the clouds are moving here, right in Lafayette. They are moving extremely fast. This area of storms, again, is moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour in the Lafayette area. Very dark and ominous skies. Is to be expected. And that leading edge of wind is going to be entering right into Scott, and we could get a couple of brief tornadoes out of this. So if you are in this area, you need to continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's a dangerous area of storms going right into Lafayette and right along Interstate 10. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, that wind right now quickly approaching Scott. Looks like we have traffic picking up near Rain, Louisiana, by the way, on Interstate 10. That might be from wind. It could just be normal traffic. I don't really know. Maybe an accident. Maybe a truck flipped over. I don't really know. Oh, there you go. New tornado warning now for Lafayette.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So again, tornado warning now in Lafayette. This is going to be in Louisiana. Again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And this storm has some rotation over Scott. So we could get an isolated tornado out of this as it moves to the east. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is a dangerous storm. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, it is going to produce similar impacts to a tornado with very high wind speeds, all being straight line winds. Moving right into Scott. We do have a live cam view, I believe, of that rotation, or we might here in a second in Scott. We're going to go to that in a second. That rotation, though, is going to be this right here, right over the west side of Lafayette. This is a very populated area, so it's a relatively dangerous situation if we do get a tornado. But that would be your area of circulation there near Scott. We should have a live camera view looking right at this, so we'll pull that up here in a second on the main screen. But that is the area of rotation. It's right over Interstate 10, and it's going to be moving right into the northern and central side of Lafayette. So you got to get to your safe place. That's an interior room of your home or building, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And again, the storm right now moving directly to the east at 50 miles per hour. All right, here's the live view. This is right in Scott. This would be right where the rotation is, just for the record. The camera is beginning to shake. You can see the trees swaying just a little bit. The area of rotation will be right in this area on the Scott Tower on Interstate 10. And until we get another radar scan, we're going to stay on this, because this would be where the tornado is. Yeah, it's on the west side of Lafayette. If there is one. The rain is picking up really quickly here. That's why it looks so blurry now. And this is live on the west side of Lafayette. Visibility has dropped to almost nothing in the last few seconds here. This is in like the northeast side of Scott. I don't know if we're going to see anything. I thought we might have an opportunity, but it's just become so dark so fast. You can see the camera shaking just a little bit. That shaking is quickly intensifying due to the winds picking up. It's the Scott Tower Cam. I don't know if we're going to see anything. It is just so dark. Here's the latest scan. We'll go back to that in a second if I see anything. This is the latest scan. I'm not seeing nearly as much when it comes to the rotation. We had a brief intensification there near Scott. It's broadened out a little bit on the latest scan. We could still get a trail, though. That'll be right along Interstate 10, approaching the Borough Bridge, or Borough Bridge, near the Lafayette area and Henderson. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to run to your safe place in case this does drop a tornado. Even if it doesn't, we're still talking about significant damaging winds right now that are heading right into the Lafayette area, upwards of 80 miles per hour. Yeah, that tower cam doesn't look too bad right now. I'm not seeing a whole lot of wind there. Not as bad as what we saw earlier by the looks of it. For the record, this is what it looks like right now. It's definitely shaking. We definitely have wind. It's just not as intense as earlier, luckily. Borough Bridge. All right, it is Borough Bridge. And this is live on the west side of Lafayette, where the area of rotation is. I'm not really seeing much here on that view other than just a lot of rain and reduced visibility. So if we did have a tornado, we probably would have seen it. We have more cameras up the road that I'm keeping a close eye on as well. But again, that area of wind is going right into Lafayette. The highest wind core that we have right now is going to be moving right into Lafayette, where winds are estimated on radar upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. A couple of spots near 100, but I think that's just elevated wind more than anything that's peaking there. It's probably closer to 70 to 75, maybe up to 80 near the surface. The warning has been downgraded to 70 mile per hour winds. So just for the record, it's a little bit lower. But that surge of wind right now is moving right into Lafayette and moving towards St. Martinville and eventually going towards New Iberia, near Route 90. We have another live cam coming up here in a second in Lafayette, so we'll see if we see anything there. Had a huge wall cloud. Don't forget, wall clouds and shelf clouds are different. You may have actually seen a shelf cloud. This is a live cam now on the north side of Lafayette. The wind is definitely picking up here. And the rain's also picking up pretty quickly. The right side camera, by the way, that's on the right side of your screen, that's on the northeast side of Lafayette. So that's probably the next one that we'll be looking at here soon. Just going to see if we see anything here. Look at that wind picking up right there. See the trees really shaking there. That's the surge of downburst winds here. So very high winds right now going right through Lafayette. This does not look as bad as earlier, as I mentioned. I think it's closer to 60 to 70 probably from what I'm seeing right now. Obviously, it could go as high as 80. It's definitely in play. But definitely some strong winds right now going right through the center side there of Lafayette. There you go. That's the big... It looks like a bigger surge now. Somehow the other Lafayette camera just went out. I don't know how in the world that went out. That's not even near the storms. Yeah, that wind's definitely picking up right now in Lafayette. Just for the record, this is what we're looking at. So again, rotation has broadened over the last couple of scans, but if we do get a tornado, it would be on the north side of Lafayette. Also got like something developing here, so we'll have to watch that. But this was the main area of circulation that's broad now. Might have something developing, though, just on the west side of Lafayette. So if you are in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is a rain-wrapped area of rotation, so you're not going to see anything for the most part, unless we somehow pick something up on the live cameras, but I highly doubt it. Wow. Look at this. This is the shelf cloud that we're talking about. Huge shelf cloud rolling right into Lafayette right here. Can't really tell what that is there. It might just be Scud, but we have a large shelf cloud moving right into Lafayette, and with how many clouds are out there, just how many, low-level clouds are out there, it's not a very definitive shelf cloud, but that is the storm right there that's moving right into this area. And this is still radar indicated. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on radar right now, but honestly, the wind threat is, enough, I think, for there to even be a tornado warning. There's just such high winds. I think you need to treat this as if it is a, again, a tornado warning. And, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. No, here's another. Wow, look at this. It's another view. That right there is very strong winds in Lafayette. These drivers can't even see. That's how. Look how slow they're going. This is the problem. I mean, the winds are just so strong going right into their faces right now. You just cannot see. Huge surge of winds right now on I-10 at Louisiana Ave. Cowell? I don't know what that says. This is, again, live. You can barely see. Winds are just so strong here. And the rotation's been a bit broader on the radar, but it's still get an isolated tornado. Yeah, those cars have slowed down drastically. If you're driving away from this, so if you're driving eastbound, it might be a bit easier. If you're driving westbound into that, you're barely going to be able to see. This is just, again, very strong winds right now moving right through this area. Just wow. Something. That is something. It's still strong, by the way. I mean, the wind has been lasting several minutes on these storms. It's been literally nonstop. Now, this is the tornado warning. Area of circulation would be on the east side of Lafayette. It'd be really just rain-wrapped area rotation. It's right near Interstate 10 for the record. So, if there is something, we might end up seeing it. Here's another view. This is a better view out in front of it. Again, that's your shelf cloud here. You got the storm rolling right in right now into this area. On the northeast side now of Lafayette near Bro Bridge. Camera again shaking here. Seeing if we see anything here. Look at all the birds flying there. That's not debris. I believe those are just birds that are flying away. They are flying away from the storm, and rightfully so. I would be too. Okay, yeah, that wind's picking up here now too. And these are winds probably upwards of 70 miles per hour. I'll go back to this in a second. This is, again, the storm that we're looking at. Again, area of rotation. If there is a tornado, it would be on the east side of Lafayette, moving eastbound. I think it's mostly wind at this point, but we are pretty far away from radar sites, so it's going to be harder to verify by radar. Again, if there's a tornado, it would be moving into the Bro Bridge in Henderson, and eventually going towards Parks. And broad area of circulation right here. This is, again, a live view right now on that storm. The wind is picking up right now in Bro Bridge. Grace, isolated means like, it's like talking about 10 cookies, but there's only 2 cookies on the platter. So it's isolated. Scatter to be like, you know, 4 out of 10 cookies. 7 out of 10 cookies is like numerous. That sort of thing. Alright, this one's really picking up. This is again a live view here in Lafayette. I believe the camera's looking eastbound, so that wind picking up going that direction. I would almost expect this camera to go out if the other one's going out. Wow. Those cars are not going to be able to see into that. Jeez. This one is crazy. The other camera that was looking eastbound, they've turned that one so it's looking westbound. Because, or sorry, that was looking westbound is now looking eastbound. That's how strong this wind is. They're trying to protect these cameras. These cars have come to a complete stop here. That truck has just stopped. I mean, this wind is just so strong here on these storms. And, I mean, this gives you a good idea and indication that if you are in southeast Louisiana tonight, I would just stay home. I wouldn't even try to go out there. I mean, that wind is just too strong. I would avoid traveling at this point. You can. As long as it's not an emergency. I mean, this is just a example of how strong those winds are right now. I honestly don't blame the truck for slowing down, because that thing could have easily flipped over. If that truck was going northbound with those winds going west, that thing is almost definitely flipping over. We had I think two different semis flip over, and yeah, this one's just insane. I think we had 2 different semis flip over in Lake Charles, at least 2. It looks like this car is just completely pulled over at this point. Like, they don't even want to drive in it. Wow. We've had some crazy live shots on these Louisiana traffic cams. And again, we don't have anything confirmed for a tornado on this storm. I've been monitoring the radar very closely. Obviously, we've been kind of going back and forth. It looks mostly like a wind threat, but I would still stay in your safe place because it is producing damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Again, in real time, you can just see the impacts even on the roadways here. Just very high winds near Lafayette, Louisiana, near Breaux Bridge. Let's go to storm relative velocity. So again, we got area of circulation here and another one near just north of Breaux Bridge. So a couple different areas. Going towards Parks and Henderson. Those are the only 2 other areas in the warning out in front of this that are, you know, cities. So continue to stay in your safe place during that warning. Again, that's a live view on Breaux Bridge. Very high winds. That car still pulled over. Got a couple of them pulled over there. Very, very high winds right now. Moving right into Henderson here in a moment. Looks like we have another live cam that has gone down. That was a big lightning flash. Just this wind is never ending here. This is the next area in the track of this, by the way, that's about to get hit. This is going to be Henderson. It was this one, I think. All right. This is going to be going... This is looking westbound. So this is a storm approaching back here in the background. That surge of wind is coming this way. Maybe this truck driver here is watching the max velocity stream and is like, I'm going to stay pulled over and I'm not going to keep driving here. You never know. Getting a lot of flashes in that Breaux Bridge area, by the way. I'm not sure if we have any sort of... there could be always a tornado there, but it might also just be wind, maybe power flashes or something like that, or it's lightning. It's very hard to tell, on radar at least. Velocities will update in a second. I do want to show you this again. Where'd it go? Is it this one? Nope, not that one. All right, let me find it again. So I was at least seeing flashes. It might have just been lightning. It could be power flashes. There's not a whole lot of lightning here, for the record. So we may have had a power flash in this area. Let's go to... Yeah, I'm not seeing any super tight area of rotation here. Still radar indicated rotation. Oh, come on. Why does it keep doing that? Okay, that camera just went out. Never mind. So Breaux Bridge's camera, I think, just went out. Yeah. There were some power flashes there in Breaux Bridge, so we may have just lost power there. Is either from wind or a tornado. It's very hard to tell there. But again, we just had power flashes there in Breaux Bridge. So power outage is likely there. Yeah, this is just east of Lafayette in Louisiana. Here's the live cam that's going to be looking right into the storm in Henderson. It's this one. I'm going to try to look westbound here instead of eastbound this time. This is the one looking westbound. That camera just came back, by the way, but it is now looking into the sky. Nope, still there. All right, right side of your screen. That's the storm right there in Lafayette, northeast side. This is Henderson live in the middle of your screen. Surge of wind will probably come in here in a second. Yeah, these are all Louisiana, like, dot cams. They're all the traffic cams they have. You can just Google it. Yep, there you go. Here's a surge of wind. It's gonna be right here. Whoever that truck driver is smart. He pulled over. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are just kind of pulled over off to the side there in Lafayette. Which, please do not pull over in the middle of the road. Please pull over, like, at least on the side if you're going to do that. Even then, I would still recommend that you just at least drive at a slow pace. But here you go. Here's a surge of wind that's coming in right now. Right into Henderson. There you go. Truck driver can barely see. Lots of red lights here. If we go back to the other camera that's looking the other way, you'll probably see it better. Yeah, there you go. You can see that surge of wind better. It's going that direction. So again, just kind of the same sort of scene that we're just showing you a second ago. But again, this is the warning that we're still looking at. It is still tornado warned. If we have a tornado, it would be either over Parks or over near Henderson. From here, the problem is going to become the radar coverage, because we don't have really any radar sites out in front of this. So, well, we have one, but it's still far out. So it's going to become a little bit more difficult to see exactly where the rotation is on radar, but that would be the next area in track of this. As this continues to move east, it'll eventually go towards very rural parts of Louisiana, just east of Henderson. It'll eventually go in the direction of Baton Rouge, so if you're in Baton Rouge, stay vigilant. Also, that live camera that I was just showing you, I believe, has gone out. Yeah. So that has gone out. This would be... Yeah, that's all right, never mind. That's officially gone out. So the live camera there in Henderson has now gone out. And the power outages are becoming more apparent here. We have probably some numerous power outages, not even just camera outages, but also power outages that are happening across this route. Right along Interstate 10. It's a huge swath of wind that is stretching from Opelousas back all the way through St. Martinville. So it's this entire area that's dealing with that threat. Now, they have officially canceled the tornado warning, which I kind of thought was, you know, that's fine, I think. I didn't really see anything definitive on radar anyway. With that said, still stay in your safe place, because the wind on these storms is crazy. They might actually have to issue a new one. We'll see. There's some rotation near Henderson on the latest scan in Louisiana. And the live cam on the right side of your screen, that's still on the northeast side of Lafayette. It is still very windy there. It's just crazy. That's been going on forever. This has been going on for literally ever there. Do you see a CC? Even if we looked at the correlation coefficient, we would need like a very strong tornado to be able to see anything. You have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for St. Martinville, Loreauville, and New Iberia. Again, if you're in that warning, you need to seek shelter. This is a very dangerous situation right now, moving eastbound. Eventually going towards Donaldsonville and Payne Courtville, southwest of Baton Rouge. This right here, right over Interstate 10 in Henderson, we may have just had we might have a tornado here. The live cameras have completely gone out here. I'm keeping a close eye on the live cam that is looking east or westbound. I'm not sure if we're going to see anything, but there is another camera out in front of this that would be looking in that direction. There might be something here near Henderson. Yeah, it's hard to verify here. There's radar sites in 3 different directions, and they all kind of show the same thing right over Henderson. We may have a tornado on the ground here that is unwarned. They just canceled the warning here, which, you know, I thought was fine, but this rotation has apparently just come right back, right over Henderson. Where in the world is this other radar site? That right there. If there's a tornado, it's right over Interstate 10 where we were just looking moments ago. Yeah, if you're in this warning, you need to, you know, anywhere in the severe thunderstorm warnings, you should be seeking shelter. See what the next radar scan shows. I'm not sure if we're gonna have a view of this or not. We have another live cam out in front of this that I'm keeping a close eye on as well. But yeah, we definitely have a rotation there right over Henderson. Again, we're probably not going to get a CC drop until like 2 scans later if we even have a tornado, so the correlation coefficient is not a super big help in this situation. But if there is a tornado, it would be right in that black circle. We have lost live cam footage on the Butte La Rose live cam now, which is a little bit ahead of this storm. So there are power outages actively happening here. That was not even where the storm was yet. Here's the latest radar scan. Okay, yeah, that might be a tornado there. We got a strong area of rotation right over Interstate 10. That's moving eastbound going towards Rosedale. And Gross... I don't even know how you say that, but that would be the next area in the track of that, back over there near Rosedale. Yeah, if you're in that warning, if you're anywhere in this warning, you need to seek shelter. There's no tornado warning on this, but there probably will be. It's my guess. Yeah, we don't have a CC drop, but it doesn't really matter. Again, we're very far away from the radar site, and if we do have a tornado, we're probably not going to see it on radar. There you go. There's the tornado warning. They've gone and issued it for that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So the first one was canceled, and they've gone ahead and reissued a new one as the rotation is rapidly intensified there. And that's again moving east towards Baton Rouge eventually. If you're in the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. There is a high likelihood that we have a tornado here, going right across or right along Interstate 10. It's going to be going right through Henderson, and so if this tornado is on the ground, it is going to be near the Sam Champagne Road. Looks like a lot of canals as well, so a lot of areas there north of Pat's Fisherman's Wharf, near Lucky Luke's, near the Margaritaville Bro Bridge Hotel. So that is where, if there is a tornado on the ground, that is where this is at right now. It's going to be moving right into the Atchafalaya area near the Cajun Heritage RV Park. If you are in that RV park, you need to find sturdy structure or get out of the RV, because that's not a safe place at this point. It's a very dangerous storm, and if there's a tornado, it could be on the stronger side of things. Again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Anywhere in the pink polygon. ASOS measured an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust, by the way, in Lafayette, so this area of storms is definitely producing significant winds. Also, an isolated hail and wind risk will be developing in Arkansas and southern Missouri. Just a couple updates aside from this one. Yeah, if you are in Henderson, you need to seek shelter. This is a dangerous storm. More than likely, we have a tornado on the ground here. If not, one could drop at any time as this does continue to move to the east. This will eventually go towards Baton Rouge. We have another live cam out in front of this. We might have a view of this at some point down the road. Still watching that closely. This is a rain-wrapped tornado. If we do have a tornado, it's completely rain-wrapped. Next velocity scan should be in here in a second. This is a very strong area of rotation. I mean, if the rotation is just insane on radar. The live cams are going out. I do think we have a tornado here on the storm. This tornado could be on the strong side of things too, but I do think we have a tornado here that's completely rain wrapped, moving east right along Interstate 10. that rotation is just insane on radar. You can't even see it. That's how strong it is. That is just really strong. I mean, we have a very strong couplet right now developing on this storm, going right towards Rosedale. This is literally going right along Interstate 10. Like, it's not even moving like south or east of it. It's basically just traveling along Interstate 10. If we do have a tornado again, this could be strong, and it might even be large as it moves eastbound. It is a relatively dangerous storm here that is developed here. But I'm telling you, like, the live cams are going out like well in front of this storm, so I do think there's something here that's possibly big. So if you are in this warning, again, you need to make sure that you're in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. But that is a very large and strong area of rotation moving eastbound. It's just very strong. Even if we don't have a tornado, we 100% have very high damaging winds. I mean, it's literally going right along Interstate 10. It's going to be traveling right towards Rosedale. Again, these are the velocities. Gives you an idea of the rotation with the storm. And even up here near, what is this? This is Rama. We don't even have a live cam there anymore. I mean, this is probably a tornado, or at least causing some sort of power outages from the winds. No debris signature, which again, we're probably not going to get one unless, you know, we have a really significant tornado, because this is just so, again, just so far away from the radar site. It's going to be hard to get any sort of debris signature on this. But that is one of the stronger couplets I've seen in Louisiana, honestly, in a long time. But it is, again, far away, so a lot of these winds are aloft. We probably, at the bare minimum, have a wall cloud, though. Alright, new radar scan coming in right now. See what the velocities look like. This isn't officially confirmed, for the record. We don't have anything confirmed. I'm just kind of telling you what I think is happening. Because, I mean, again, all the live cams 5, 6, 7 miles out in front of this are down. Which probably means power outages at the bare minimum. And, yeah, I mean, this is still a very strong couplet. They'll probably issue a new tornado warning near Baton Rouge, too, is my guess. It's a different CWA region, so. And no CC drop, but very, very, very strong winds. The radar's estimating winds aloft around 115 miles per hour. That's insane. That's a little bit off the ground, for the record, so it's not going to be at the ground, but we probably have damaging winds here. Somewhere, there you go, probably somewhere around 80 to 90 miles per hour here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So, new tornado warning now for Livonia. That's going to include Rosedale, Maringouin, just west of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. A storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. That's away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. And away from windows. We do have a live cam, I believe, now over in Whiskey Bay, which I think is like right here near DeGlaze. So that one actually came back up. We'll see if we have a view of that. If anything does go through there. That's going to be right over near Pelba, too. So that's live. But that right there would be your surge of wind. Again, that is more than likely 80 mile per hour winds that'll be going right into Rosedale, west of Baton Rouge, going towards Livonia. And then in addition to that, a tornado is possible. And if we get a tornado, it's probably going to be strong with how strong these velocities are. So this is a live view right now of that storm. That's right there in Whiskey Bay. It's right now moving eastbound near Whiskey Bay. And that camera, I think, has just gone out. So that might not be there for much longer. Again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. Going towards Rosedale. Here's that velocity scan, by the way. And still very strong rotation on this storm. That live camera's going in and out right now. I'll pull it back up if it stays up. This is going to be going towards the west side of Baton Rouge and near Rosedale and Maringouin near Livonia in Louisiana. Again, that's your area of rotation that I just outlined here. And we do have an inflow notch also showing up on radar. The velocities are going to update here in just a moment. So they should be updating. All right, here's the latest scan. That is bugged out. Let's go back to storm relative velocities. That is also bugged out. Okay. So, we're not really going to see anything on this scan, but that area of rotation is going to be right here. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be just south, it looks like, of Interstate 10. All right, so that's where it appears as if there's a tornado, it would be probably there. Along or south of Interstate 10, again, moving towards Rosedale. No eastbound traffic coming towards Whiskey Bay. Yeah, there actually is no traffic. Yeah, the traffic cam, actually, I didn't even notice that. Which, this could be anything, but I mean, like, again, there's no traffic right now. I believe this is looking westbound. There's no traffic going eastbound right now. At all. And this is live right where that rotation is. That, again, could be a tornado or just very high winds. I mean, radar's estimating winds right now at 125 miles per hour. Which, again, more than likely means we have something here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We at least have very high winds, or either that or a tornado. Another tornado warning just south of this, so we got 3 different ones. New area of circulation, which I was going to point out before, but there's a new area of circulation on the south side of this. That'll also be going towards Baton Rouge, and they're probably going to issue another warning on this in a moment. Just south of Baton Rouge. Yeah, I mean, I do think there's either just extremely high winds right now that are happening right along Interstate 10, or there's a tornado. It's one of the two. Either way, it doesn't matter. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. If you're on Interstate 10, I would avoid traveling it right now, at least in this area. Again, these storms quickly moving east at 50 miles per hour. And if we do have a tornado, again, it's probably going to be on the stronger side of things. The camera is shaking a lot right now on this storm just west of Rosedale. But our area of circulation, we got one right here and we got one right here. We'll have a velocities update in just a second. Just waiting on that. Wow, this is live. I think there's debris. There's debris. I think we have a tornado here. This is live. There's debris flying across the screen. There's probably a tornado or something like that here. That is debris flying right across the screen right now in Whiskey Bay. It's on that northern storm. Those are leaves by the looks of it. Maybe some other stuff there. I'm surprised this camera is even still intact, honestly. I'm not sure if it went out officially now. That was debris that just went right across your screen. Here it is again. This is live again. There's your debris. Still got a little bit of debris in the atmosphere. It looks like leaves. And that's when the camera went out, so that camera's officially gone. But yeah, there's a tornado more than likely on this storm, again, going towards Rosedale. Just by the looks of that, that's probably a tornado. Otherwise, just very high winds, but I kind of just doubt it's winds at this point. That looked like more of a tornado to me. Again, if you are in this area, you need to be in your safe place. It's a very dangerous storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning for the Plaque Mine area. Again, you need to be in your safe place if you're in any of these warnings. This was the storm that we're talking about with that tornado. This one also could be on the ground at any time as it moves east-northeast. But yeah, I mean, we got very strong rotation on both of these storms. Unfortunately, the radar's bugging out, but, you know, this is almost undoubtedly on the ground. From what we just saw, that looked like a tornado to me. That moved right through Whiskey Bay. And then also the other storm that's going to be going towards Plaque Mine. That one's been intensifying for the last few minutes. Winds on radar, by the way, with this storm down here near Interstate 10 are not 35 miles per hour, but they're probably closer to like 100. I'm not sure if radar's going to pick up on this at all. Unfortunately, the radar's bugging right now. But these winds probably are going to be in the ballpark of 110 to 120. Maybe even higher than that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We had another tornado warning near New Roads, just northwest of Baton Rouge. So if you're in that warning, you need to seek shelter. Another very strong couplet there that could produce a tornado at any time. And also the other live cam in Rama just went out. I mean, there's almost undoubtedly a tornado traveling right across Interstate 10. But we have a line now of tornadoes that are trying to develop here. Widespread damaging winds heading towards Baton Rouge, and unfortunately, we're probably going to have a few tornadoes heading that direction too. Here's the latest radar scan. All right, the velocities have come back to life here, showing us at least what's happening. This is the velocities radar. So again, we may have just had a tornado here near Interstate 10. If not, we have very high damaging winds right now moving eastbound. All right. So significant damaging winds there. Northern side storm that's going to be going towards Baker. That rotation's pretty strong. And then near Plaque Mine, we also have another strong couplet right there. No CC drop on anything, but again, we don't need a CC drop in this situation for there to be a tornado. Winds right now estimated by radar, and again, this is a bit off the ground, it's not at the surface, but 120 mile per hour winds are being estimated just off the ground. So at the surface, that's probably near 90 or 80 miles per hour. We just had a lot of debris on that one live cam with leaves, for the most part, by the looks of it. So we at the bare minimum here have had something when it comes to, you know, a damaging wind threat, but obviously possibly even a tornado there. So, again, we're still trying to see if we can get the Rama live cam too. But this is a significant storm right now. Hail is falling by the looks of it. The live camera is now upside down in Rama. I don't even know what the live camera is doing anymore. The live camera is doing like 360 turning right now. This is live in Rama. That's going to be on that other tornado warning cell. Can't really see much here. Do not park under overpasses, guys, or underpasses or whatever. Don't park under those. Why are we parking under them? Don't do that. That is dumb. Doesn't matter if you're a truck driver or not. You can't do that. It's extremely dangerous for everybody. And we have three different storms that are tornadic right now. We have the one going towards Baker, Louisiana. We have the other one going towards Baton Rouge. We have that one going towards Plaque Mine. So 3 different storms right now that are capable of producing tornadoes. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3. And another radar scan will be coming in here in just a moment. Let me get this off the screen. The one that's going towards Baton Rouge near Rosedale, that looks the strongest. And that one's probably the one that would produce a stronger tornado if it did produce. Here's the latest scan. We also have strong rotation just south of New Roads. This Rosedale one looks more like wind now. It doesn't look as strong on the velocities when it comes to a tornado threat. With that said, these velocities are still estimated around 110 to 120. So this is still a relatively dangerous storm right now moving eastbound. Oh, here's a replay of the debris that we just had. Thank you, Cody. Just for the again, I'm gonna just watch this back to see if we actually had something here.
We have a tornado here.
There's the replay of the debris.
This is live.
You'll see it here in a second on that storm near Whiskey Bay. You can see all the leaves there. See all that? Probably a tornado. If not, it's just very high winds picking up leaves off trees.
Across the screen right now in Whiskey Bay.
That was right there in Whiskey Bay. That was on this storm that's right now estimated at around 110 mile per hour winds off the ground. Which again, at the surface, this probably correlates to 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. The southern storm going towards Plaquemine is probably also going to be in the ballpark of 80 to 90 mile per hour winds, and then possibly even a tornado. We don't have any debris signature on any of this, so there's nothing confirmed.
This is live.
But I mean, if any of these storms do drop tornadoes, they could be strong and or large. Even though it's all QLCS stuff, I mean, we've had really intense thunderstorms here for the last several minutes, producing the threat again for tornadoes. And yeah, unfortunately, this storm right now is kind of in that playing field here for something like that. Any of these storms, really. And very strong rotation. We got broader but very strong winds area there, and also another area of rotation there near Plaquemine. We have a few more live cams, just seeing if we have anything. This is the one near the Gross area. That's live. Very high winds right now, moving right into that area. I'm gonna try to see if I can pull up a live cam on the right side. That's not in Lafayette. Yeah, look at those trees sway. This is the next area and track that potential for upwards of 100 mile per hour winds. A little bit off the ground, but even closer to 80 to 90 at the surface. We'll have another radar scan in just a moment. That camera may have been also going down. I don't know. Yep, that camera just went down too. I mean, we really don't have many cameras left because of all the wind that's happening with these storms. Yep, that camera that I just put up on there just went out. Yeah, this is quickly approaching Baton Rouge, so if you are currently in the Baton Rouge area, you need to make sure that your tornado action plane is ready. We have 3 different tornado warning cells right now moving in that direction. This could get pretty dangerous pretty quickly if you are in Baton Rouge, so make sure that you're staying vigilant as these storms move into your area. All right, here's the latest velocity scan that's coming in now. We'll see if there's anything more definitively here. All right, so we still have rotation here just southwest of Baton Rouge going towards Plaquemine. We still have rotation to the west of Baton Rouge, and we still have a broad area of circulation off to the north, west of Baton Rouge. I gotta zoom out again. So 3 different areas. Regardless of there being a tornado, we are still talking about some numerous to widespread damaging winds around 80 to 90 miles per hour. So again, if you are in this area, you need to make sure that you're staying vigilant and staying weather aware, because we got significant damaging winds and also the potential for tornadoes heading in the direction of Baton Rouge. I mean, yeah, literally every live cam right now is going down. We're probably not going to see much, just for the record. I mean, seeing if we can confirm anything by one of these live cameras that are right along the route. But once again, we are still looking at high winds. Let's go back to velocities here. And down here again, just southwest of Plaquemine, the winds are being estimated around 90, a little bit off the ground. So damaging winds as high as 80 will likely be possible as that goes towards Plaquemine. And then winds as high as 110 still being estimated off the ground. That'll be going towards Baton Rouge and eventually going towards the Brushley area. So if you're in that area, again, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And then also the storm that's back up near Livonia, that is still producing damaging winds as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour. Could be as high as 90 though, as that moves east. But this area has been the most intense this entire time. Very strong straight line winds heading towards Baton Rouge. If you are in Baton Rouge and you're in a mobile home or an RV, you need to seek alternate shelter now. You cannot wait. The storm activity is moving east at 50 miles per hour. You got only a few minutes until this arrives, so find that sturdy structure now and not later. And this is all about to cross right over the river, which I think it just did, but if not, it's about to. Yeah, this is all moving eastbound. Still watching the live cams closely. If you guys do see anything on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. You know, relay any reports and stuff like that. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll keep you posted with the latest new radar scans coming in right now. We'll see if we have any new details for you by radar. All right, that velocity scan's coming in right now. We'll see if we have anything new. All right, here's the latest scan. It looks like all the areas of circulation are still broad. I think really the biggest concern right now is the damaging wind threat. We could still get an isolated tornado with any of this activity, but I'm really the most concerned right now about this wind threat. Again, we're looking at, you know, numerous to widespread damaging winds heading right into Baton Rouge. That'll be upwards of 70 to even 80 miles per hour. I'm surprised this severe thunderstorm warning for Baton Rouge was only 60. I'm not sure why it's that low. The southern side is 80, so I don't know if they just forgot to update this morning, but this is definitely going to be closer to 80 or even 90 miles per hour. Again, no CC drops as of right now, so nothing confirmed. Still have three areas of rotation, not really strong. Very strong areas of wind, though, that are continuing to march east. And again, this will be going right into Baton Rouge over the next few minutes. So if you are in this area of warnings, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Baton Rouge, you should be doing the same thing. Even if you're not in the tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. I do want to remind you, even if this is not on the ground, even if we don't have tornadoes on the ground, we could still see very significant damaging winds that are similar to a tornado. Which is, you know, really one of the most concerning things here is what we're looking at right now, going right into the Brushley area with winds possibly as high as 80 to 90 miles per hour going right into the heart of Baton Rouge in a few minutes. Again, all these 4 tornado warnings are right in the same area, so we don't have to go anywhere else. I'll have another radar scan here in just a second. Huge surge of wind, though, going right into Baton Rouge. Yeah, another radar scan probably in just about a minute or so, maybe less. And we'll see if we have anything else for a view on these storms as they approach this area. Yeah, we do have a live cam in Baton Rouge, Louisiana on the right side of your screen as well. Flash of lightning there. Here's the latest velocity scan. And I honestly think the tornado risk might be going down here on this area for at least now. But the wind risk is not going down at all. We got a huge surge of damaging winds heading right towards Brushley and as well as Addis. So if you're in those 2 areas, you need to, again, seek shelter. There is a damaging wind threat approaching that could have damaging winds as high as 80 to maybe even 90 miles per hour. And we do have live cams here. I'll pull one up if we see anything. But the peak of the wind threat right now is coming right into this area. It's going to be going right into Brushley. It's going to be going right into Addis over the next few minutes. All right, the warning now for Baton Rouge was upgraded. So it's back up to 80 mile per hour winds. So that has now been upgraded to 80 mile per hour damaging winds, which should not surprise anybody. We've been talking about that for like 20 minutes now if you're in Baton Rouge. You need to be prepared for that. At this point, there's not many more things you can do if you're in Baton Rouge other than getting to your safe place in the interior area of your home or building and away from windows, as this is going to be in Baton Rouge in the next like minute or two. Again, that surge of wind is moving right into the southwest side. We got another one back up near Baker. It's pretty much in this entire area, but the worst of it is going to be right in here near Addis. And the tornado warning, by the way, on the southern side got canceled. I would assume the other two will probably get canceled, or at least the one near Rosedale will probably get canceled. This one should also be canceled, but it expires in 2 minutes. We'll take the warning counter back down to 2, just for now, because that one's pretty much done. Another power flash. I was not looking at the camera. Let me all right, the tornado warning also just west of Baton Rouge has expired. So we're down to the one tornado warning on the north side of Baton Rouge. Either way, we still have a destructive storm producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour right now moving into this area. Here's the live shot of the storm moving into Baton Rouge, by the way. You're not going to see everything, but the shelf cloud is right here. So we got that leading edge. We've had power flashes in the background. You can actually see those power flashes in the distance. It's a little bit hard to catch, but there's been a few power flashes there in the background. So we are still getting some power flashes here in Baton Rouge, or just west of Baton Rouge. Oh, yeah, we got a better view. Never mind, let's go to this camera. This is just west of Baton Rouge. And also, actually, all the tornado warnings have ended. We still have one that goes for like 30 more seconds. This is the view. Look at the left side of your screen. Power flashes in the background right there. You can even see it on the right side of your screen. But we got power flashes kind of happening non-stop here. There is still some lightning, so some of this could also be lightning. But yeah, this is going to be moving right into Baton Rouge. A lot of it looks like lightning from what I'm seeing in the last couple of shots here. But we had a couple power flashes before I panned to this, and we may have just had one. Lightning everywhere. Again, damaging winds up to 80 will definitely produce power flashes, just for the record. And they will definitely produce power outages, but you kind of see a lot of the flashes there, like at the top, that's just lightning. Some of that in the clouds will also be lightning. But again, that's that leading shelf cloud that's moving into this area. Also, all warnings have just been canceled. So we are currently only on severe thunderstorm warnings, but this one again in Baton Rouge is producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Yeah, this is right now on the west side of Baton Rouge. -1 warnings. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to have that on. -1 tornado warnings. That'd be something, wouldn't it? All right, here's the latest radar scan. So again, we got the highest surge of wind right now moving right into Baton Rouge. Addis is really getting hit by the worst of it right now. This will be going again through areas like Baton Rouge and Baker. Denham Springs is also going to be in the track of this. So be prepared if you're in that area. This area of wind is quickly coming towards you. Again, this is a live shot right now. That's going to be, again, right now near Baton Rouge. I have to pee, so I'll be back in like 35 seconds. All right. That storm is now rolling right into Baton Rouge. Wow. It has gone dark in another area too. We're going to go to that in a second. That's on the west side of Baton Rouge. Look at this. This is near Addis. Look at the wind going right across these people's cars here. That's where the damaging wind threat right now is peaking at near 80 miles per hour. It has gone pitch black there, and it hasn't even, the sun I don't even think has set yet here. Holy cow, that is dark. Oh, I'm keeping a close eye on radar. There's no rotation, so it's mostly just wind, or it's at least relatively weak rotation. But yeah, that's. I mean, again, it's dark here. I mean, the sun doesn't set for a while, so I'm not sure. If we go back to the other camera too, it's gotten relatively dark there as well. And there's live cams all over Baton Rouge, so we'll have a lot of different views of this. But it has just gone basically not pitch black, but pretty close to it here. Surge of wind right now going right through this area. South of Baton Rouge near Addis, or sorry, this one's the west one, so not near Addis. All right, let me try to find a different one here. The main reason why I'm looking for another one is because the highest surge of wind right now would be on the south side of Baton Rouge. And we'll also get a surge of wind in Baton Rouge. So there's a couple different areas that we're looking for right now. All right, this is the one on American Way. So that's on American Way. And live, just very high winds right now. Lots of rain. Obviously, it's raining. Fun fact. There's a lot of people driving out here too, which makes this a little bit more of a sticky situation. Especially this time of night. Or day. Alright, our next view that we'll be watching for will be on College Drive. But again, that surge of wind right now is going right through the south side of Baton Rouge. It's approaching College Hills. So if you're in this area, again, continue to stay, in your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows, the lowest floor possible. Again, still a very significant damaging wind threat here. This is a destructive area of storms producing damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. We have multiple live shots. I'm still kind of watching to see if any of those do pick up an activity. But Brushley, Baton Rouge, near Plaquemine, that is where the highest threat of wind is going to be surging through. It's anywhere right in here where we have that surge of wind. We have 3 different areas that are surging right into Baton Rouge as we speak. It looks like the worst of the wind is going to just stay south of Baton Rouge. So the absolute worst of this wind is going to be just to the south of Baton Rouge. Doesn't mean you're not going to see anything, but that is where the highest wind is, upwards of 80 miles per hour. We also have another area here that's going towards Prairieville, which is also in the same boat. So those are the 2 areas with the most substantial area of wind right now. Again, in the Baton Rouge area. All right. Yeah, Baton Rouge and even the south side, there's a lot of people here. Look at this. I mean, everybody's on the south side, unfortunately. Or a lot of people are. Again, you can see that very strong couplet, or not strong couplet, sorry. Very strong area of wind that's on the south side of Baton Rouge. And the worst of it, again, is on the south side. The center and north side will probably at least get wind, but probably not 80 miles per hour. It might be closer to like 65 or 70, but either way, wind is wind. It's still going to do damage to some extent. We could have flying trampolines. We could have flying debris, all that sort of stuff. Looks like, I mean, if you zoom in onto the city map here, there's a lot of people in here near Melrose East, Wooddale East. Does anybody know the population of Baton Rouge, like the entire city? Also, looks like we have a couplet trying to develop near Prairieville, so we could get a tornado there. As that continues to move eastbound. This is right now in downtown Baton Rouge. Wind is picking up there too. $200,000 people. Wow. That's a lot of people. Looks like driving through a hurricane. I think every storm that we basically looked at today has looked like you're driving through a hurricane. Visibility has been extremely reduced on every storm. Very strong winds right now in those areas. Another radar scan should be in here in a second. Again, we do have a strong area of rotation that's been trying to develop west of Prairieville. That's just to the southwest of the Highlands, going towards Interstate 10. New severe thunderstorm warning, I think, or that was just condensed. Never mind. All right, so just condensed. Here's the latest velocity scan. All right, here's the latest scan. So right now, mostly a wind threat for Baton Rouge. I'm not seeing anything tornadic for Baton Rouge right now. Doesn't mean that you won't see wind damage, because you probably will. But the worst of it, at least for now, is seemingly staying just to your south. Maybe on the south side of Baton Rouge, and even if then, we still have a pretty significant area of rotation that's trying to develop right now near Prairieville. We might get a tornado warning on this going towards Prairieville on the southeast side of Baton Rouge. That rotation's been intensifying. But yeah, look at that. That's rotation right there. We might get a warning on this. It's been there for a couple of scans now. Slowly but surely intensifying. Otherwise, mostly just wind in here. Which, you know, wind is wind. And this is still live in Baton Rouge. Just look at the surge of wind still. Still have a lot of wind there in the downtown area of Baton Rouge. There's some lightning there. Got a lot of lightning in this area. Perhaps a couple of power outages not going to be ruled out either. Let's see if we have any other live cams here. Well, we have live cams everywhere, but here you go. This is right where that surge of wind is, just to the south. It's a bit more blurry, but look at that rain going right across the road there. That is the strong area of damaging winds, upwards of 80 miles per hour, that is ripping through the southeast side of Baton Rouge. Again, very dark, and again, the sun has not set yet, I don't think, here. Wind is just very, very strong here. Live for 6 hours? We've almost been live for 7. I did not expect to be live this long today. I mean, this event has been a little bit worse than I honestly anticipated. I didn't think we would have it this bad. Now, for the record, the last time we had a hatched wind and hail and tornado risk, or tornado risk isn't hatched, but the wind threat has been hatched. Last time that's happened, we have not seen something, quite like this, where it's been this substantial. Because the last time we had something like this happen, it was like, we had wind and hail, it just wasn't that significant. And there's your tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new severe new tornado warning issued for Prairieville. That is going to be going towards Port Vincent. So if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter. That is away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And that rotation's been intensifying for the last several minutes now, and it definitely could drop a tornado at any time. I'm going to put a camera on the screen on the right side that is going to be in that vicinity. So we might see something there. Or actually, I'm going to try to find a better one. But yeah, if you're in Prairieville or Port Vincent, just southeast there of Baton Rouge, you need to seek shelter. This is a new tornado warning, and you should be in your shelter spot regardless of where you are in this warning. But in particular, this area, you need to be in your safe place. This is a storm that has been at least trying to produce a tornado here for quite a while, and it definitely could drop a tornado at any time as it continues to move east-northeast, eventually going towards Walker. Let's go back to radar. Yeah, look at this. We got our hook and everything right here. Strong inflow near Prairieville. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Walker, Livingston, and as well as Albany near Killeen. Those areas are the areas that we need to, be in your safe place as well. The damaging wind threat right now is up to 80 miles per hour, and it's a very significant area of storms going through this area. So again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is where that rotation is right here. So this is a live view of where that rotation is. We'll see if we see anything. If there's a tornado, it would be in here. This is right along Interstate 10 for the record, just to the south of Westminster. So if there's a tornado, we might see it in here. There's also a couple of other live shots, but I don't think a lot of these are going to show us what we need to, or what we're trying to see here. It's just it's going to be very hard to see anything if there is a tornado. And that couplet is going to go right over the Highlands and Highland community, south of Sherwood Oaks, south. Let's see if we have a CC drop. All right, we don't have a CC drop right now. But that area of rotation right now is just south of the Highlands. Going to be moving right towards the Jubin Park. Plantation Estates will also be in the track of this. That circulation, though, is going right over Interstate 10 as we speak. Which this is a live shot, I believe, of where that rotation is. It's going right over this right here. You can see that wind really picking up now. It was very, very faint until now in terms of the wind. There's a lot of car lights, obviously. We'll see if we see anything. If there's a tornado, we would probably see it in this area. Again, there might be a tornado no matter what, but that would be where we're looking for the potential for a tornado. We're going basically right over this live camera, and now it looks like that might have just gone out. This would be the area, again, that rotation just crossed over Interstate 10 near Route 61, and this is going to be approaching... Whoa, radar just glitched. If this is on the ground and there's a tornado, it would be approaching the Jubin Park, Evan Galeen Trace, just south of Walker. That is the area of rotation, just southeast of Baton Rouge. Again, Baton Rouge is right up there for reference. In Louisiana. Again, moving right now to the east, northeast, and northeast. This right here is a live shot of where, again, there might be a tornado. We were just looking at this a moment ago, but look at that wind right there on the bottom. That wind's changing direction, so there's definitely some sort of rotation there. And that car is racing. I do not blame them. Looks like that traffic light actually went out. It's a flashing red. And that is very strong winds right now on this storm. And again, this would be where the rotation is. It's right near the US 61 at Barrington-Foreman area. Those cars, I don't know how you can see. That rain, I mean, all that wind and rain is just going right into their windshields. And again, this on the southeast side of Baton Rouge. It's going to be approaching Old Jefferson, Shenandoah, Woodshire Village, Afton Oaks. Wow, just a surge of wind right now. I'm going to see if we have another view in this area. Prairieville and Port Vincent are the main two locations included in this warning. Here we go. This is the camera, I think, on the right side of your screen. A lot of shaking. And if there's a tornado, it would be somewhere in here. Somewhere in the mess of rain. Looks like debris. I mean, we could have debris in terms of leaves. It could be literally anything. It really does not at this point. I mean, debris with leaves doesn't always mean tornado. Wow. This is back to that other live cam that we're just on. This wind is not letting up. There is still very strong winds here. Either this is the backside, that surge of winds on the backside of the storm, or it's that area of rotation. It has remained pretty constant so far, going the same direction for the most part. Near US 61 at Barringer-Foreman area. The wind has been pretty much in the same direction. So this looks like straight line winds from what I'm seeing on this particular vantage point. Regardless, again, that is still going to produce some damage. The area of rotation that we were talking about does not look nearly as strong as before. Wait for the I'm trying to get the velocities on here. So this is the latest scan. I don't see a whole lot of rotation here. I see more of a wind threat at this point. But that live camera has officially gone out. I think almost all of those ones in that area have gone out. Looks like the power has gone out in that particular area. We still have the live cam on the right side of your screen, which is pretty close to that. You know, that's in the tornado warning still on the southeast side of Baton Rouge near Prairieville. And also just zooming out a little bit here. Again, we still have a lot of storms in here that are still producing the threat for significant damaging winds and also a potential for an isolated tornado. So again, that's just to the northeast of Baton Rouge where we have one area back near Baker and then the other one near Denham Springs near Prairieville. So another area of circulation just northeast of Baton Rouge maybe trying to develop. Still have a notch though. We still have a little inflow notch on the tornado warning cell. So definitely interesting stuff there. Now down the road, for the record, this is going to be moving towards the Mandanville area in Hammond. Eventually going towards the New Orleans vicinity. And as well as the Slidell. Which actually, they had a tornado last month. So they'll be in the track of these storms. Now I'm not saying you're going to get a tornado, but you're going to be in the track of these storms down the road. And this tornado warning does continue for the next few minutes near Prairieville and Port Vincent. But again, we're still looking, even if this does not produce a tornado, we are still looking at a destructive threat from damaging winds. And those damaging winds, again, could be as high as 80 miles per hour as this moves throughout Interstate 12 and Interstate 10, approaching Denham Springs right now. Eventually moving towards Hammond, Roseland, and Amite City. All those areas will be in the track of this threat. So again, if you're anywhere in the yellow shaded area here in that warning, you need to seek shelter. It's a very dangerous area of storms. The velocities right now, by the way, near Interstate 10 are peaking at around 80 to 90 miles per hour. So even if we don't have a tornado, this is still a very high wind threat that is moving towards the Port Vincent area over the next several minutes. Here's another view, by the way. This is near the tornado warning also. See the tree swaying there? It's right near Range Avenue. So this is in the vicinity of that tornado area. Just looking at the latest scan on my other monitor here, it still looks like a relatively, or it looks more relative to a wind threat here. Still, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation anymore. There's a very broad area of circulation where that notch is. See the tree swaying there. This is the latest scan. Still have a pocket right northeast of Prairieville, Louisiana, of damaging winds around 80 to 90 miles per hour. And then also further up here to the northeast, going towards Highway 447. We do still have the potential for, again, just really high winds, but I don't see that notch that like we had before. You remember back just east of Plaquemine, we had more of a notch there. Little inflow notch, and then it kind of went away. It's still there, just not nearly as definitive. But it looks like more of a wind threat to me. And wow, look at this. The wind has really picked up where we're just looking. The trees are swaying like crazy now. Wow. That right there would be the pocket of winds that we were just talking about. Near Range Avenue, near Baton Rouge. Lots of lightning, too. you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. Wow. Wow, that was a big flash of lightning. We're tweeting a pretty crazy video on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX2. But yeah, again, this is right now on the east side of Baton Rouge. Again, this is the storm that we're talking about. Very significant area of damaging winds, upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour. And that storm is relatively significant, with an isolated tornado potential, and also obviously the threat here for significant damaging winds. And that was right there near that was right along Interstate 12. Yeah, this has been an unbelievable area of storms. I mean, we've been talking about this for several hours now. I mean, this began back at around 4, I think, about 3.5 hours ago, and it still has shown very limited signs of, you know, weakening. It's still very unison right now, unfortunately. I don't think we're going to see any weakening signs probably for at least another hour or two. I think this is going to go on for a while. Here's that area of wind just south of Walker. So again, if there's a tornado, it would be in that circulation that I have circled there. North side of Port Vincent. Still not dead yet. I mean, we still have rotation. There's no debris signature, so we don't have a confirmed tornado. We are getting closer to the radar site, so we need to be watching that closely. But this wind is getting very intense. I mean, we're talking about 80 to 90 mile per hour damaging winds potentially on the east side now, Baton Rouge. That is again live here. With very high winds moving right through the Range Avenue on I-12. Again, this is a live shot. Just the trees are swaying like crazy. And unfortunately, I do think that we might not have a tornado, but we definitely have very high winds, which are going to cause a lot of damage. And honestly, at the rate that this has been going, I mean, a derecho is not something that can be ruled out with how this has been going so far. We've had damaging winds like this for a long time now. It's just not shown really any signs of weakening. It's been very significant for a while. Galvin, the radar site could go down. That's the problem. If these winds stay at 80 plus miles per hour, the radar site can usually hold up from most severe weather, but like, you know, there's always a chance that the radar site can go down from winds this high, which we only have really a limited amount of options in Louisiana. I think that radar site was out during the one severe weather event where we had a moderate risk earlier in April, and I think that radar site that is in front of this was out for that entire day, and so, or at least most of the day. So hopefully that does not happen again, especially if this threat stays as significant as it has been. I mean, you can still see the trees are just swaying like crazy. There's a lot of wind here. Tornado warning has been condensed. It now includes areas near Juban Park, near the Cola Yell area, just south of Walker. Velocity should update in a second. No problem, Galvin. Scott, the threat of tornadoes in Mississippi should stay low. I am hoping that this weakens out here over the next couple of hours, but again, it's really shown no signs of weakening. Unfortunately, this is just a non-stop area of wind and rotation. It's just been like that for a while. The velocity's an update. We'll just go back to this for the time being. And that's just southeast of Baton Rouge. Thank you, Scott, by the way, for the $5 super chat. What is a derecho? A derecho is like a widespread area of damaging winds that produces widespread damage across about 200 to 250 miles, sometimes longer than that, but it's at least usually 220 miles for a derecho. And it's very possible that this is or has been a derecho. Again, it's been... We don't really know yet, but I mean, it's very possible that this has been. By no means do I think this was definitely a derecho, but I think it's definitely a possibility, especially if this continues on the track it's going, which, again, has been producing damaging winds for non-stop hours now. Looks like that rotation is intensifying now south of Walker, so this is definitely not done. That black circled area I just put there. We'll probably get a new tornado warning for this if that rotation continues. No problem, Trippy. Appreciate the $4.99. Being told lost power in Baton Rouge. There are probably a lot of areas without power right now in Baton Rouge. Not everybody, but there are probably a lot of areas. Let me check the power outage map here. We're up to over 70,000 people without power now in Louisiana. This is from poweroutages.us. Main area is actually going to be in Pointe Coupee County and also in Iberville County. The Baton Rouge area, we are still probably going to have a little bit of time before that number actually updates. But yeah, that's a lot of power outages, according to poweroutage.us. Thank you, by the way, Sky, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Yeah, so the next area and track of this wind, just for those that are out in front of it, this is going to be for those in Albany, Hammond, Springfield, and the Punch-Atula area. That's the next area and track of this specific rotation. Now, if you're in Madisonville, New Orleans, I mean, even near Franklinton, I mean, any of these areas, you're pretty much at least in the line for at least a wind threat. So you might not be in the direct path of a tornado, but the wind is still really significant. And I mean, this is really where the wind is now confined to. It's mostly confined now to this area here where there are velocities still estimated near 95 miles per hour. I mean, it is just still very substantial wind speeds going across this area just south of Walker, south of Interstate 12 near Livingston. It is still a very significant area of wind. So even if we don't get a tornado, we are still talking about a significant storm here. Which unfortunately right now, this wind is on line to hit the radar site. And if that does happen, we could get a radar site outage. And that would be really bad because the closest radar site that we have after that is a very localized one near New Orleans. And then maybe one over here near, Mobile, Alabama. We got one near Jackson, Mississippi. And we got one over near Lake Charles. But the worst of the wind right now, which is anywhere in that blue, is heading right towards Hammond and right towards that radar site. That right there, unfortunately, is very high wind speeds heading that direction. New Orleans, New Orleans, all the same thing. I don't know. People call it both, so I just go with New Orleans. I mean, it could be either one. I don't know. See what the storm relative velocity show as well here in a second. Thank you, by the way, Bacon McGriddle for becoming a velocity member, and as well as Bear Mom. Also, thank you to, I think that's it. If I missed any super chats or members earlier, I do apologize, but it's been an unbelievably busy last few hours. Thank you, Bands, as well, for becoming a velocity member. Thank you, Doctor and Cindy, also for the $9.99 super chats. New Orleans? New Orleans? I don't know which one it is. I'm just going with the flow. I don't think it really matters. All right, here's the latest velocity scan coming in right now. Winds are still estimated near 90 miles per hour, heading right along Interstate 12, or just south of Interstate 12. It will be approaching Interstate 12. Unfortunately, these winds are still very high. So we are probably at least going to have a significant wind threat as this approaches Livingston and Albany and Interstate 12 going towards Hammond. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. They'll probably end up issuing another severe thunderstorm warning here soon for that Hammond area and the Punch-Atula area as well in Louisiana. But if you see those bright colors, that means high wind is coming, and that's what that is right there. That is very high wind. Moving into a very populated, another populated area, not very populated, but another populated area here in Louisiana. We'll have more live cam views, by the way, back over in Hammond. So we'll have some views of this storm as it gets closer. Yeah, we're still a little ways out from that, but it's a very fast-moving area of storms. Again, this area of storms moving east at 55 miles per hour, so it's moving fast. Unfortunately, the expectation sort of was that this MCS would be moving more into the Gulf, with very little of it back over here in eastern Louisiana. Unfortunately, it looks like this will continue to stay onshore for a while. Now, with that said, it should overall not be as significant as it has been, hopefully. That's what the hope is. So right now, the timing down the road, it will include areas like Gulfport. Eventually, I don't know why it doesn't show the markers here anymore. I don't know if I accidentally clicked something that I shouldn't have clicked. But areas like the Punkalatola area is in 22 minutes, Lee's Landing in about half an hour, eventually going to be going towards Oaklawn in 55 minutes, the Slidell area in approximately an hour, so that's going to be around 7 or about 8:40 Central Time. Eventually going towards Pearl River in 65 minutes, White Sand in 75 minutes, you got Poplarville in about 80 minutes, Long Beach in about 100 minutes, and 2 hours for those near Gulf Hills, Ocean Springs, and anything after that just becomes really long term. I saw Gulf Coast or Gulf Crest in about 3 hours, and Fairford's like Mobile area will probably be in about 3 hours from now. It's moving very fast, so if you're in Mobile, you'll be hit around 10:30 or so. Also, that tornado warning has officially been canceled because that area of rotations moved out of there. So we are back now down to, for the most part, just severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings. Wow. This is quite unbelievable. I mean, I wouldn't rule out getting an isolated tornado near Interstate 12 either. It's just that wind and going both directions is kind of crazy. The wind going away from the radar is weak, but like there's circulation definitely happening there. It almost looks like a hurricane. Wow, that's crazy. Thank you, Miranda, for the 19.99. Eat, please. Appreciate your generous 19.99. I don't know when we're eating. I did not think we'd be live this long, for the record, and I don't think it's ending anytime soon if this wind continues like this. It's been really crazy here in Louisiana. Poplarville, thank you. Yeah, I don't need all the pronunciations. If I get one wrong here and there, it's not that big of a deal. It's bound to happen anyway. This area of wind that's currently producing damaging winds around 70 to 80 miles per hour. If we do a little diameter here, that's about 4 miles wide or 8 miles long. Or actually, sorry, that's 7 miles long. That's a huge area. Now, going north to south, it's about 6 miles long. This is still a very significant area of damaging winds. It's going to be moving right into Hammond and the Punkalatola area near Albany and Springfield. Here's the latest velocity scan. Anyway, by the way, Joshua for the $10 super chat. Hammond. Yeah, I got you. Thank you. Here's the latest scan on the velocities. So again, we still have a very large but broad area of circulation. I'd say more than anything, this is just a wind threat right now, but we could still get an isolated tornado really at any time. It is a very rain-wrapped, by the way, area, so there might not be, you know, a tornado, but if we do get one, it would be a very rain-wrapped tornado. So do not expect to see this. Again, if you're a TikTok filmer or whatever it might be, just don't. Just stay inside. It's not worth going outside in that sort of weather. It is a very significant area of wind and potentially a tornado threat. And if we do get a tornado, again, it would be completely rain wrapped. You're not going to see it. And even if you do see it, it's not going to look good anyways. So don't film. We did have a video sent in to us earlier. Let me try to find this. I'm retweeting a bunch of stuff, by the way, on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. If you do have any videos or photos, or if you see anything on Twitter, you can mention me at MaxVelocityWX as well on Twitter. This was a video sent in by Lisa, this is Mama Bear on Twitter, near Rain in Louisiana. Yeah. Now that is intense. That's what it would feel like, or even just sound like in the wind right there. Play it one more time. It's short. That's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy right there. I was back over in rain in the Dustin area of Louisiana. This is still a destructive storm in Louisiana. Again, producing the threat for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Also, quick update for Texas. I know a lot of people keep asking. Texas storms have been mostly wind and hail. I've looked at my other monitor on this a few times, but it's mostly wind, hail, and maybe a brief tornado. But the threat should stay low. And then really the main concern right now is this MCS that continues to march east across Louisiana, where we could still get an isolated tornado and really, more concerningly, a very high wind threat, which I am really hoping that this kind of weakens out over the next couple hours, because I am starving. I really do not want to get DoorDash. Hopefully this just kind of stays on the weaker side of things here down the road. There's a lot of crazy videos that I am retweeting on our Twitter page, by the way, at MaxVelocityWX. Like a lot of crazy videos. Wow, there's some crazy wind videos. Way too many of you guys are standing towards windows. Just please. Do not stand near windows. It's not a good idea. Even if you get a good video, it's still not worth it. You could, there might be a trail on the ground with any of this activity, and it, debris could go flying right into your window. And you don't want that to happen. So, just don't let that happen. Stay away from windows, please. Was there any tornado confirmation in Lafayette? Not from what I know. The only confirmation that we've had today in terms of tornadoes has been over in Sulphur, Louisiana, and Lake Charles, or Westville. Westville and maybe into Lake Charles. We may have had two different tornadoes there, which again, we had those on radar, so we probably had tornadoes there. Thank you, Kandra, for becoming a minimum velocity member, and thank you, Isaac, for the $9.99. Appreciate that. Thank you. That's a lot. Warned a lot of my family because of you. I'm glad I can help. Sure you tuning in, Susan. Westlake? Yeah, Westlake, Louisiana. If there was a tornado there, it would have been right here. And then also another one near Sulphur, like right here somewhere. There's a couple different ones. Probably have two. We probably had two different tornadoes there, at least, maybe even more. In Lake Charles. None of those ever got confirmed on radar, which I was surprised by. I mean, we kind of confirmed a couple of them, I think. Hopefully. Hopefully we weren't wrong on that. Good news, maybe. The wind is dying really quickly here. It's still around 60 to 70, but last few scans have went from a very strong area of wind to really weakening fast. So let's hope that trend continues. Now, obviously, still stay away from windows because the winds are still very high, but we can hope and pray that this just kind of dies out, because I don't want to be live for 4 more hours covering wind and tornadoes. I'd rather this kind of just weaken out. And obviously, we are heading now into the nighttime, so daylight heating kind of ends here. So instability should be a bit lower. Let's kind of hope that trend does continue here. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, which this is not surprising by any means, but that's going to include Hammond, and then the Punta Tola area and Madisonville and Covington, just west of Covington, Louisiana. That is going to be for the threat of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. Also, thank you, Florida, for becoming a maximum velocity member. We are up to 24 members today. I do appreciate everybody becoming a member. If you have, I do appreciate it. Debris can include power lines. Debris can include anything. Debris could be trampolines. It could be hamburgers. It could be anything. Anything that's flying can be debris. Thank you, Keith, for the $4.99. Appreciate it. There are a lot of storms in South Texas. Again, we'll keep a close eye on them, but I just don't think they're that concerning. This is really the most concerning area. And I mentioned this earlier, but huge props to the Storm Prediction Center. I mean, this outlook that they had was, like, perfect for the wind threat. And this couldn't have been much more accurate, unless you just confined it to where the wind happened. The most significant damaging wind threat with the hatched area has been literally in this area. I mean, maybe Houston hasn't really seen that. Beaumont really didn't either, but, like, it was perfect in Louisiana. We still have that threat for the record, but, man, it was almost a perfect forecast for the wind threat. And even this tornado risk, by the way, it's been pretty spot on as well. For the most part, it's been pretty spot on. Hail risk, hail really never happened with these storms. It's been very minimal, but yeah, it looks like this wind area is really quickly dying out. It's mostly probably gonna be damaging winds up to 70. And still a low wind, there's definitely still a wind risk as these approach the New Orleans area as well. But we are going to continue to stay alive probably at least for the next half an hour or so. Maybe 45 minutes, maybe longer if needed. In case these storms do pose a threat to New Orleans, we're going to probably at least stay alive through that, unless it just does not look concerning at all. So, if you are new to the channel, subscribe, and we'll keep you posted with the latest as these storms do continue to move into this area. Thank you, Ramon, for becoming a maximum velocity member as well. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. 83,000 people without power in Louisiana. Yeah, that number is going to keep going up, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that number is probably going to keep skyrocketing here. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes higher. Tree down on John Browsard Road in Prairieville as of 7:18 p.m. So, unfortunately, we are getting some more damage reports there as these storms do continue to move to the east and produce more wind damage, mostly just straight line wind damage right now in those areas. Get this man a sandwich. Thank you, Jamie, for becoming a Velocity member. You guys do have any, if you guys do see any reports on Twitter, again, feel free to at me. I'll try to relay information. Here is the latest velocity scan. Again, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of high wind anymore. It's really died quickly. Down to about 50-mile-per-hour winds being estimated by radar as this does approach the radar site north of New Orleans. Again, the good news right now is that that wind threat has really kind of dwindled here into more of a marginal threat for damaging winds as this does continue to move eastbound. So hopefully that kind of just continues in that sort of direction. But still a destructive cell, that's what they at least say, for 13 more minutes. So continue to stay in your safe place. Same thing with the Pocatola area and as well as Hammond and near the Tickfow area near Independence. This will be approaching Westdale, Genesee, Bellwood. Again, anywhere in this area. In that yellow polygon, we're still looking at some damaging winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. We got some damage in Walker, Louisiana. Definitely do. There's gonna be a lot of damage in a lot of places. Thank you, Wolfgang, for becoming a Velocity member, and Jamie. And welcome to the Velocities. Is this expected to continue? I do expect this to continue for at least a few more hours. Florida, by the way, the sea breeze is kind of done. So these storms are probably going to continue to weaken over the next few hours. Maybe a couple of storms that try to produce something. We actually have a hook down here near, or over near Orlando. No rotation, but there's a hook. The storms in Florida should be relatively weak. Mostly just a wind and maybe a brief tornado with those storms that are coming from offshore. The tornado watch has been canceled or has ended. I think it may have just been let to expire. In the Florida Panhandle, the only watches that we have are in southern Texas and then also in southern Mississippi and as well as in southeast parts of Louisiana. That is where the watches do continue. Just a real quick little time lapse here on the velocities. This is over the last 75 frames. I just want to kind of give you a picturesque view here of what just happened. It's kind of crazy once it gets a little bit closer. Just look at that wind. Surging right through Baton Rouge. Multiple QLCS tornadoes trying to develop there near Baton Rouge. It kind of died out, and now it's just kind of circulating out. Pretty crazy. The wind's, at least for now, a little bit calmer than before. Let's hope it stays that way. What's for dinner? I have no clue. I would say the word I want to say, but I don't want to say it and then jinx us to more tornadoes. Please. Because I'm thinking about doing that place, possibly. We'll see. We're not doing IHOP. IHOP was not the place I was talking about. It is the C word. That's what I'm thinking about it. We'll see. We do have a couple of live cams in the Hammond area, or Hammond. Let me see if we have any view of anything here. It's pitch black, so I don't know if we'll see much, but... the sun is officially set here. How dark it is. They have a Cracker Barrel in, Hammond. Checkers, yes, Checkers. That's what we meant when we said the C word. I actually had Checkers once. It was horrendous. I'm going to watch the live cams closely. We do have one on the right side of your screen. That's in that area. So we'll keep a close eye on that. More wind damage reports coming out of this area. This is southeast of Denham Springs in Walker, Louisiana. Somebody was just mentioning this in chat too. Trees down along the Walker South Road and Arbor Walk Drive. They are completely blocked by trees. The tornado hit Baton Rouge. Nothing confirmed, but we had damaging winds upwards of 80 go through that area. All right, let's go back and see if we have any more reports on Twitter here. If you have any reports, feel free to at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX, and also make sure you follow us on Twitter. We're actually almost at 20,000 followers, apparently. And if you're new to the YouTube channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It is free to do. Hit the red button down below and subscribe if you are new here. Where is this live cam? Is this on the south side of the town? It is. All right, so this is a live view of this storm going into the Hammond area. It's relatively blurry, but it at least gives you a view of what we're looking at here with this storm. Might see the wind pick up here in a second. The wind would be picking up here in a moment with this particular storm. More than likely. Yeah, the leading edge of the wind from this live cam right now is like within a mile. We'll see how strong the winds are here. I'm kind of curious with the live cam here because obviously the cameras that we saw earlier with the 80, 90 mile per hour winds that were happening earlier, those cameras were shaking like crazy and the trees were too. We'll see if we have something similar here on I-55 at the Louisiana 22 road, Highway 22. Or if it's just like lighter winds. I mean, this might just be gusty winds at this point, or maybe some isolated damaging winds. I've never heard of Cookout before. I've been tagged in a lot of videos from the Branson, Missouri tornado. I've seen it. Again, I mean, we were live for that. We kind of talked about it. There was definitely a tornado on radar. Just, it was hard to confirm in the moment. Especially, you know, the problem was earlier when we were live covering that Branson, Missouri tornado. I mean, it's hard to confirm it from that vantage point on radar, and there always could be some level of contamination from hail, so it was kind of tough to confirm it by radar. With that said, it was a tornado. Luckily, it was only on the ground for a couple minutes. But we were able to call that a little ahead of time, and hopefully for those that were watching from the Branson area, were able to get to their safe place as well ahead of time. That is the hope. I'm not really seeing anything yet on that camera. The we'll probably have a view on that camera in a minute. The wind is still a mile or two west of there, so might still be a few minutes. That wind threat looks much lower from what I'm seeing on radar. My wife's son was hitting Branson. Hopefully he's alright. Looked like it was on an open golf course by the looks of it. Any damage reports in Walker? Yeah, we have some trees down in the south side of Walker. The only report we have is on Highway 447. It's near Walker South Road and Arbor Walk Drive. They're completely blocked by trees. Velocities are only showing 40 to 50 mile per hour winds now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the wind threat's dying down here. I just want to confirm that with the live cam, because this live cam is like right in the track of it. It's on the right side of your screen right now, but I'll full cam it in a moment once it gets closer. That live cam is in Ponchatoula, Louisiana. Max, get a louder water bottle, please. I don't even have any water left. I ran out of water. I have this entire Brita full before we go live, and it's now empty. And that happened, actually, about half an hour ago. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 60 for LaPlace, Interstate 55 near Lucher, northwest of New Orleans. I'm gonna get a water bottle real quick. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. Alright. I said 60 seconds when it really does not take that long. We may have a tornado on the ground. Or over a lake. We actually have a couple of spots. One right here, and then one right here. Possible water spout right now heading towards Interstate 55. I just caught that with my eye on my phone. Yeah, that right there is probably at least a water spout. Look at that right there. Water spout alert right over Lake Marie Pass. Or Marie Pass. That right there is a water spout. I don't know if this did anything beforehand. I really wasn't looking down here. Yeah, that just developed in the last few scans. So more than likely a water spout. That will be heading towards Acres, North Pass, and Galva. So if you're in North Pass, Acres, or Galva, right along Interstate 55 here, you need to be staying vigilant because we could get a tornado with this. Just northwest of New Orleans. I mean, this formed right over the lake. You can actually see the notch right there. We had another notch also up here that tried to develop southwest of the Ponchatoula area. But that one, I don't think produced. Or we might have actually had a brief tornado. Look at that. Maybe a small little debris signature. If it's not much, but there may have been something there briefly. And that's what we're looking at right there. So at least a water spout, but definitely could drop a tornado inland. Absolutely nothing in DFW. AccuWeather lied to me. I don't think you're really expecting much, honestly. I talked about it a few times earlier in the stream today, and even in, you know, yesterday night stream. Most of the storms were supposed to be south and east of DFW anyways. Yeah, this is the cell that's south of the one that's producing the significant wind threat. We have another velocity scan coming in right now. So anywhere near Hammond and south of Hammond will be an excellent track for this area of perhaps QLCS tornadoes. Wow. Yeah, that right there is a water spout. I mean, there's no doubt. That right there is a water spout heading right towards Galva, Acres, and North Pass. They're probably going to issue a tornado warning here. That is very strong. I mean, this is over a lake, just for reference. It's going to be moving inland here in a minute. Looks like just a few homes, hopefully. Doesn't look like too many people, but like, wow. Yeah, it looks like a lot of just a few homes, and that's really about it. But that right there, my friends, is a water spout. No debris signature, which we're not going to get one because it's just water unless we got flying fish or sharks, which sharks I don't think would live in this lake. That right there is just a water spout. That is impressive. Yeah, it's land between two lakes, as Games just said in the chat. We might have a fishnado. It's possible. It's going to be approaching Interstate 55. If you see any flying fish here near Galva, consider yourself, I guess, lucky? I don't know. Consider yourself in a position of most people would not be in. HRSRV confirmed it's a water spout. I don't know what that is, to be honest, but yeah, this is more than likely a water spout. Or a lake spout, if you want to call it that, but it's a water spout. They don't call them lake spouts. I should change the title. Water spout is in progress. There was a water spout in Florida. There's always water spouts near Florida. This is a little bit more rare, though. I mean, this water spout is happening right over a lake. That's very small, by the way. This lake is 7 miles in diameter. It's not even that big. If you're just tuning in to say water spout heading towards Galva, Louisiana, just to the northwest of New Orleans, is possibly picking up fish. High res storm relative. Oh, okay. Could just said velocities radar. I mean, that's what we're looking at right now. Yeah, that right there. See what if you're in Galva, you should seek shelter. By the way. Surprised I didn't issue a warning on this yet. The rotation itself would be approaching Galva as we speak. See if that rotation maintains intensity. We have not had a velocities update here. There we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I mean, this should surprise really nobody. We were just talking about it. Again, new tornado warning in Louisiana. That's going to include Galva. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Water spout in progress right now, approaching Galva. More than likely a water spout in progress, I should say. Approaching Galva, Louisiana. Let's see. All right, I'm going to see how many people are in this warning. I'm trying to figure out the population. And also, I don't know why the velocities haven't updated, but that water spout or tornado or whatever it might be now is going to be right in Galva. Our velocities radar should be updating right now. Yeah, we got velocities update. Let's see. See if this is going to be making an appearance on shore. It's a fishnado or water spout in Lake Maripass. And it might be a tornado. We're about to find out. If you're in Galva, Louisiana, you need to seek shelter. Let's see. Okay, it's not confirmed here, but that's strong circulation going to be moving right into Galva. After it moves through Galva, I don't think anyone else is out in front of this. Let me just double check here. This is actually for Manchac, Louisiana. The population in this warning is 400, so it's not super populated, but obviously if you're in this warning, seek shelter. That rotation's moving right into Galva. No debris signature, which again, if we had a debris signature, it would be fish. So the estimated population is 406 here, according to the National Weather Service warning. We also have some circulation here, which is not really that impressive, but there's something there. Let's see. All right, so this is the main pocket of rotation that's developed here. So that's, again, gonna be moving right off the lake into Galva, Louisiana. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. By the way, thank you, Christopher, for the $20 super chat. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity. Again, this is in Galva, Louisiana right now. We could have a tornado on the ground, or maybe even a water spout moving inshore towards Galva. Even if there isn't, we're definitely looking at damaging winds. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this does continue to move east-northeast over the next several minutes. Here's the latest velocity scan. We'll see if this is anything of a concern right now. And, oh, that looks like a tornado. Going to be right over Galva. So, more than likely a tornado. We'll see if we can confirm that with the CC. Can't confirm it, but that right there is a probable tornado right now on Interstate 55 near Galva in Louisiana. Velocities, can you just update, please? Please. There you go. That right there is more than likely a tornado. That is right over acres. Yeah. More than likely a tornado. Or either that or a water spout moving ashore. So if you're in this warning, again, you need to seek shelter near Galva. This is the radar site. Let me take that off. So that tornado or water spout would be literally right offshore, but moving right into Galva. So that's where again, for perspective for the terrain, if it is a tornado, it would be somewhere near Galva. If it's a water spout, it's probably still right here, crossing over Interstate 55. I would assume that this is probably going to be a water spout still, but now moving inland as a tornado. Because the strongest area of circulation is like right over the interstate. So that has probably just hit the interstate and is now moving right over acres in Galva. And then eventually moving east-northeast. Going to be going through the Batico Swamp. In the swamplands of Louisiana. Yeah, that right there. Definitely a water spout or tornado. Can't confirm it because there's no CC drop, but that's what we're looking at there. If you're just tuning in, this in Louisiana near Galva, where there is likely either a water spout or a tornado. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Christopher, Zachary, that area is just they were hit by some wind. That's about it. I don't think there was anything too substantial there. It was like damaging winds up to 60 when that warning was going there near Baker. Hopefully that answers your question. Thank you for your $10 super chat. Here's the latest. I don't have a CC drop at all. Which again, this was more than likely a water spout that just moved ashore and probably weakened. We still have a pretty definitive area of circulation at least, so we could still get a, maybe an isolated tornado as that moves throughout the swamp. But I don't think there's really anything here after this town. I could be wrong. I'm going to check the map here. Let's see. I'm pretty sure there's like nothing here after Galva, but let me double check. It might just be a lot of swampland. By the way, if there's a tornado or water spout, it is rain wrapped, so don't try to look for this. Yeah, for perspective, this is the geography. So we just had that possible tornado or water spout go right into here. After that, there's a canal. There's some water. More water. Trees, a swamp, and that's it. I'm not seeing any roads there. So, after pass through Galva, it looks like it's just rural areas. Now, with that said, if you are maybe out here for some reason, watching the stream, which I don't even know what's out here, to be honest. If you're in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. If you're just east of Galva, Swampnado. It might be a Swampnado, guys. Might be a Swampnado. That'd be a new name. Perhaps a Swampnado heading towards areas just east of Galva. Here's the latest velocity scan. Still a broad area of circulation going through the swamps of Louisiana. This is near the Betico Swamp. Gatornado? Not the Gatornado. Just a quick update. The storm that is back up near the Hammond and Tola area still producing damaging winds up to 70. More damage reports near Walker of trees down. There's a tree down on a house along Bonnie Drive near Walker. And there's also, closer to Walker, there's also scattered trees down along the Walker South Road, south of town. So, keep that in mind if you are in those areas. Gatornado? We're not talking about Gatornado here, I don't think. By the way, in the very unlikely situation that I lose power, it is because there are storms in the area. So, I don't think I will, but just throwing that out there. I think it's a very low chance it happens, but just want to throw that out there. If the stream for some reason ended at any point, that would be why. I think we're fine, though. Northeast of Interstate 55, another... Oh, look at that. That is a water spout right there. So this is over the water. Probably not going to produce anything inland, but we do have a water spout there. So, water spout there, and then that right there was a water spout. Right over Lake Pontchartrain, northwest of New Orleans, another fishnado. These are the ones that don't harm us most of the time, unless there's boaters out here, which I highly doubt. It's like 8:30 or 8:15. I'll have another velocity scan in a second. We should make a fishnado shirt, honestly. That'd be pretty funny. I'm not trolling you guys with these pronunciations, trust me. I'm trying my best here. Trying. There's that water spout. Or fishnado. It's a PDS fishnado warning here in the middle of the lake. No, in all seriousness, I mean, the water spouts, for the most part, probably will not do much inland. This one hasn't done anything. Just a broad area of circulation. I wouldn't be surprised, though. This could produce another, water spout as it moves into the lake. Because that's going to be moving in that direction, unless it stays inland. But it'll probably cross back into the lake. It's actually going to be interesting to see if that does produce anything. So we'll be watching that closely as that continues to move east-northeast over the next several minutes. And not seeing any other areas of wind, so, or any other areas of rotation, I mean. So that's really the main area of rotation. Just a quick update outside of this, we still have a bunch of warnings in South Texas. These will be moving out here pretty soon. We have an apple-sized hail in Texas. Wow, that's near Rio Grande City. Look at that scatter spike there near Falcon. That's a massive hail core. So we still have some pretty big storms down there in South Texas. Storms in Arkansas have been pretty minimal thus far. It's been very isolated wind. Maybe a brief tornado threat with one of those storms. We have a warning west of St. Louis with a tornado possible label, so we'll have to watch that too. So just a couple updates there on those storms. And back to our tornado warning, and then also our fishnado that is in progress here in the Lake Pontchartrain, northwest of New Orleans. Here's the latest scan, and that tornado warning's now been canceled. With that said, we still do have a fishnado, more than likely, in the Lake Pontchartrain. I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation, but if that's it, there you go. That's who's being hit right now by that water spout. I'm in the center of that lake right now. Pontchartrain? 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 Sure, we'll go with that. Further reminder, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. If you've been enjoying the stream so far, make sure to like the stream. And also, if you want to pick up a Max Velocity Drunk NATO t-shirt or mug, or our new collection of Max Hydration merchandise, you can pick it up with the shopmaxvelocity.net link in the description. That's the Max Hydration hat that we have now on our store. And we also have a sticker, and we also have a mug that have Max Hydration on it. This is the mug, by the way. It actually looks really cool. That also has our Max Velocity logo on the back of it, and also our Drunk NATO t-shirt, which you can pick up on shopmaxvelocity.net. Again, the link to that will be in the description. It's also going to be posted in the chat. Make sure to check it out, and I would appreciate if you support the page, but if not, it is totally cool. And we'll probably have a fishnado shirt at some point soon, because I just thought of that idea. So that'll be another thing that's probably going to be a work in progress. The velocity looks like 3 fingers. It actually does. 1, 2, 3. Then your hand. Wow. That's crazy. Can't believe you saw that. Hand rotation here in the lake. West and northwest of New Orleans. And we still got our fishnado. How long is that bridge? Must be 15 miles, right? It's 20 miles? I would never travel along this bridge. I'm just gonna be honest with you. 24 miles? No, thank you. No, thank you. Nope. Never traveling along that. Fishnado outbreak. It's a fishnado outbreak here across the lake. All right, real quickly, I do want to go back to a couple different spots. We have another one in, wow, we have 2 tornado possibles now in Missouri. We got one near Seymour. Near Mansfield, east of Springfield. We got another one west of St. Louis. A couple of different areas of rotation. Nothing super crazy, but there's rotation. It's here, Wright City, Missouri. So we have a couple of spots that we're looking at in Missouri right now. You can't see land when you're in the middle of the causeway. Yeah, I'm never traveling that road. I don't know who even travels that road, but no. I would personally, no. Just never. Just no way I'd do that. That is actually insane. That is such a long bridge. I mean, you know, we could get a water spout going right towards that bridge for the record. I don't know what that would exactly do other than just strong winds, but like, you know, that could do something right there along the bridge. It probably wouldn't do damage, but... yeah, we'll see. Anybody traveled along that bridge before? Just curious. Oh, there we go. Got two different water spouts by the looks of it. It's gonna be moving towards Maineville and Madisonville. Near Interstate 12. Thank you, Carla, for picking up a Max Hydration mug. I do appreciate it. It looks like if you purchase merchandise now, I can actually see the name. It never used to show the name before. Every day? You go on that bridge every day? That is scary. I would never. At least it's a straight line. I guess that's a positive. So I guess now, from now on, if you purchase merch on our store, it does show the names. I don't know. This is the first time I've actually been able to see it. It's never shown them before. Still have damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour that'll be heading into Covington, Madisonville, and Maineville over the next several minutes. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. We got a couple of fishnatoes here in the lake that we're watching. You got your Drunk NATO shirt today? That's awesome. Yeah, if you have a photo, feel free to send it to me on Twitter or Facebook or whatever. Fishnado has a copyright, does it actually? A Fishnado has apparently a copyright for fish tanks. Oh man, there's just no way. All right, here's the latest scan. So again, we still have two areas of circulation. One's really right along the coast near the Ben Eco Swamp. That'll be moving towards Madisonville. We have another one in Lake Pontchartrain, moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. So again, if you are in this warning, continue, or if you're in the lake, I mean, there's nobody in the lake, but you know, there'll be water spouts there. If you're near Madisonville, stay vigilant. We might get an isolated brief tornado there or some sort of water spout that moves inland. So that'd be something that we're watching for there. That's the longest bridge in the United States. That's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. I mean, we still got a water spout. I mean, we got a couple of water spouts here in the lake. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in southern Arkansas. That is going to be near Greenville, Mississippi. That's near Fountain Hill and Hamburg, Arkansas, producing half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And then the storms back over in Missouri, still a tornado possible label near Seymour, and also a tornado possible label west of Wentzville. Again, those storms are relatively, you know, just, I think, mostly wind threats at this point. Really, I think the last thing that we're going to be covering here for the next little while will be this activity, unless anything gets going up there in Missouri, because these storms, again, producing some water spouts offshore. So keep watching this here a little bit more here over the next several minutes. By the way, the Storm Prediction Center did issue a new outlook for tonight. So here are the changes for the latest outlook. We still have an enhanced risk. It's really just for southeast Louisiana now, and a very small sliver of southern Mississippi. Slight risk for South Texas, and as well as Florida, and as well as Alabama. The tornado risk is very well confined to just this area here. We still have a 2% tornado risk, though, back over in Arkansas, southern Missouri, and very small sliver of northeast Texas, and as well as back over into Florida. So we could still see an isolated tornado in any of these areas tonight, but the greatest concern will be right here along the Gulf Coast from Alabama back into Louisiana and as well as southern Mississippi. And then a low risk back over here in Arkansas. With that said, the wind threat still maximized in southeast Louisiana, and the hail threat is really only at this point in southern parts of Texas, with a very low risk outside of that. We are still watching a fishnado going right across Lake Punchar train. Eventually going to be going towards Mandyville. But this is going to be crossing over right over Interstate 12. I think that's what that is, right? Interstate 12? Is that this bridge? I don't know if it's called Interstate 12 or something else, but that would be going right over that. And then the other one back up to the north has kind of occluded. So the main one right now is this one, going to be going right through the lake. Long-tracked fishnado. Thank you, Cindy, by the way, for the $9.99 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Friendly, for becoming a 2-month minimum velocity member. Little Rock, Arkansas might be seeing isolated hail or wind or a brief tornado, but the risk is low. I would not expect too much there. Hey, by the way, Mina, for the $9.99 from earlier. I live in Texas, but I'm a Storm nerd. Been watching for over an hour. That's awesome. Appreciate you tuning in. Sorry I missed that. Also, thank you. Oh, actually, never mind. Thank you, Sweet Tea, also for gifting 2 members. I think I caught up on all the donations and stuff, hopefully. Here's the latest scan. Again, that rotation moving right towards the bridge between New Orleans and Madisonville. James for the $2 super chat. Punch a train. That's what it is. It's punch a train. That's it. I mean, I keep getting different pronunciations. Punch a train. That's what this lake is called. Any chance you can swap over to the New Orleans radar site? I can. Kind of shows the same stuff that we're looking at, though. And I actually think the other radar site was showing it better. We actually might have another water spout back over north of Kenner. I'm not seeing much down to the southwest of New Orleans other than just wind, like gusty winds. That's all it is? I should have said that in the first place. Just say punch a train in the chat and I would have said it. Causeway Bridge. Okay, that's what it's called. So if we do have a water spout, it would be approaching the middle section here of the Causeway Bridge between Kenner and New Orleans and back into Madisonville. So again, if you're in this area, continue to stay vigilant, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're in the lake, I mean, you can't really go to a low floor. And hopefully nobody's in the lake. But like Covington, Madisonville, Mandyville, you should be still staying in your safe place, where damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour are still going to be a possibility for those areas. And here's the latest velocity scan. The rotation near Covington does not look that concerning. But this still looks, at least for right now, the most concerning area of rotation, which is in the dead center of a lake. So, still not super concerned about that. See if there's any other reports on these storms. I am getting super hungry. Holy cow. We do have a new mesoscale discussion. Let's go over that real quick. So that's going to be for, oops. All right, so that's going to be for those in southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi. The severe threat will shift east along the central Gulf Coast this evening. damaging winds are the primary threat. And the discussion is that a well-organized mesoscale convective system has matured along the central Gulf Coast early this evening. An MCV, which is a mesoscale convective vortex, I think it is, appears to be embedded within the larger precip shield near the Louisiana and Mississippi border. Early day thunderstorm complex that spread along the northeast, blah 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 blah. As the leading edge of this MCS surges east into this air mass, there should be some sort of weakening as it encounters a less favorable environment. Until then, damaging winds can be expected with the surging squall line, what they call it. So that is the latest here from the Storm Prediction Center, which, for the record, have been very accurate today. They've been spot on with today's forecast. Thank you, Maddie, for the $5 super chat. We had a tornado in Iberville, perished by my home. I was working in one of the plants when I got the news. No damage, thankfully. I'm glad I could help. Yeah, we had at least some strong winds. We may have even had a tornado. Thank you, John, for the $2 super chat. Towers are impressive by Sulphur Springs, Texas. Oh, the storms. If you have any photos, feel free to send them in to me. I've gotten a lot of photos, I think, on Facebook. I just haven't looked. I haven't had really any time to look at the other photos. Let me see if I can pull up some of those photos. Yeah, we've had some towering storms there. Wow. Yeah. It's from Amy on Facebook. All right, there's a towering storm right there. That's a big storm, too. Pretty thick storm, left and right. Up and down, not nearly as large, but still. That's really the only photo that we had that was notable. Thank you, Bree, for the $4.99. Please don't order Culver's. The curse is real. I know. I'm actually probably going to get it, though, after. Unless it closes before I can even get there. Tucker, I'm fine. Gee, skirts. I don't even know if I can get there in time. What time is it? What day is it? Is it Monday? Yeah, there's no way. I don't think they close, I think, at like 9 or 10. It's already 9:30. What's the weather looking like tomorrow? It looks a lot more calm, I think. I'll show you in a second. Still got a large fishnado offshore south of Mandyville. So that's still going. Otherwise, the threat right now for tornadoes and all that sort of stuff does seem to be at least a little bit lower for the time being. Let's go back to... zoom out. We'll go back to the severe weather overlay here for tomorrow. Tomorrow's risk is pretty much going to be what today's is, but it's going to be a lower end thing. This is what we're going to be expecting tomorrow morning, by the way, is this area of storms will move into Florida, and that's what the threat is going to be for tomorrow. That's literally the area of storms that'll impact areas in the southeast with damaging winds, isolated hail, and then also the potential for a couple or even a few tornadoes being a possibility. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at right now for that threat. Oh, my bad. I forgot to change the title. There's no tornado warning. Mandyville? That's what somebody said in chat. I'm just going off of what people are saying in chat at this point. At this point, I'm just going to pronounce it how I think it is. Because even when I get the pronunciations in chat, it does not seem to be right at all. Mandeville, yay. Raining fish in Louisiana. It's been pretty crazy here in Louisiana. Yeah, at this point, I mean, honestly, the threat for severe weather is kind of dwindling. I think really the main concern at this point is just wind. Still watching, though, this area of rotation south of Mandeville, Louisiana. This is really the main couplet that I'd be watching for, going towards Lacombe and Interstate 12. Really going to be the main concern, in my opinion. All right. Also, it doesn't look like we have any sort of tornado threat right now for New Orleans. So just for the record, I mean, really our only threat, I think, for a tornado at this point would be in a couple different spots. We have one that's north of New Orleans that's moving that direction. That's a water spout potential once again. Most of these are just water spouts. And then the other one, again, would be just south of Mandeville, Louisiana, right there. So we have a couple different spots. One, maybe one right there too. 3 different spots right over the lake, but again, I don't think it's really that big of a concern right now for those inland. Not super concerned about it. Am I calling it? Not yet. We'll wait out for a few more minutes, see if anything happens. You sound like a local now with your Mandeville pronunciation. Thank you. I am officially from Louisiana. Not really. Imagine. I went to Louisiana once. It's actually kind of cool. How long is meteorology school? Usually 4 years. You do like AP classes in college or in high school, you probably can get it done in 3. Storms in South Texas, mostly hail producers. The threat right now in Arkansas is mostly just a hail threat. Still a low tornado risk, but it should stay low. We still have a storm over in Missouri that is seemingly weakening. And then the warning that's back over west of St. Louis is no longer even a tornado possible. It's just a wind threat. So far, most of these storms kind of weakening. But the ones that are currently in the Lake of Louisiana really are the only ones that have my attention. And it's just, again, mostly water spouts by the look of it. Some fish-nados, if you will. It's basically what we're looking at this point. The majority of these storms. They have a CC drop on the lake? I don't think so. There's no CC drop. If we had a CC drop over the lake, it's either one of 2 things. We got fish flying in the sky, or we got some sort of clear air issue with the radar. There's just almost no way that you are going to confirm a tornado here over the lake. It's just our water spout, I should say, over the lake, or fish-nado. The lake was shallow. Yeah, I mean, otherwise we're getting like other things picked up somewhere. I don't know what it would be, but like, again, it's just not happening. That'd be crazy. We have -1 tornado warning. Nice. We can make this number as -19 tornado warnings. There you go. That would be something. I didn't realize it was -1. The lake is fairly shallow. Is it actually? What's like the deepest point of the lake? Does anybody know? Somebody probably do a quick Google search on that. In Lake Pontchartrain. "65 feet? That's it? Oh, that's actually not that deep. I thought it'd be like a few hundred feet. It's actually kind of surprising, honestly. Thank you, Murphy, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. We have 30 new members today. Again, I do appreciate everybody that has become a member. And thank you to anybody that super chatted and donated anything like that, picked up a piece of merchandise. A lot of you guys have been supporting the page a lot recently, and I really do appreciate it. For anybody that's picked up a Drunkenado t-shirt, by the sounds of it, some of the first of the ones that were purchased have been delivered. So, you know, if you picked up a Drunkenado shirt or mug or, you know, sticker, those should be coming in soon. We've already sold a few of the Max Hydration merchandise items, which have just come out. It's a mug, it's a shirt, or no, sorry, it's not a shirt. It's just a mug, a sticker, and a hat. That's the only 3 things that we have for that. We'll also have maybe a fishnet or something coming out soon, but we will probably have a limited edition drop on the Max NATO, or not Max NATO. Max NATO, that's a new one. No, we'll probably, for the Max Hydration, we'll probably have a water bottle limited elite like release drop come out at some point. It might be like a limited edition of like 50 or 100 or something like that come out. So keep a close eye on that. That'll probably be in a few days or weeks. Depends on when I get to it. If the weather stays calm, it'll be in a few days. If not, it'll be probably in a few weeks. Thank you, Wayne, for the $4.99. Thank you to Drew for the $5 super chat. Look at the south side of the lake. Yeah, I mean, right now we're looking at least some circulation north of Lakeview. But honestly, you know, I honestly don't think we're going to get really a tornado there. The only thing that I am really watching for at this point would be near the Mandeville area for maybe an isolated tornado. We could still get one out of this activity. I just think it's a very, very low risk. We're not planning on doing an 8-inch shirt. Those that keep asking. It's not in the plan right now. I'm not planning on an 8-inch shirt or, you know, anything like that. A crawfish boil. I went to a place that has like those sorts of things. I'm gonna be honest with you. I never had a crawfish broil before, but like that restaurant that I went to, I can't remember the name. I got like fried shrimp there. It was the worst thing ever. Completely unrelated to a crawfish broil, but still. Crawfish NATO. Got crawfish NATO. That'd be pretty crazy. We could still have a fish NATO though here over the lake. Stop the cap. Well, after today, I'm going on a golfing trip, so I'm not sure what we're doing for live streams the rest of the week. Let me give you a quick rundown of day by day for severe weather. Let me just give you a quick rundown here. So for today, obviously this threat will continue for a few more hours along the Gulf Coast. As we go into tomorrow, severe weather is primarily in the southeast. We might even chase that, but it's primarily in the morning, so maybe not. By Wednesday, we could get some more isolated severe weather in Texas. And then Thursday, a potential for severe weather will exist in Texas probably. By Friday, we could get some severe weather in the Ohio Valley or even in the southeast. That threat should stay low. By the time we go into Saturday, threat should be done. Sunday should be quiet, maybe the Midwest or Ohio Valley, though. By Monday and Tuesday, I think our best chance for severe weather in the next 10 days will probably be Wednesday of next week. It originally looked like Friday, but models have kind of downtrended on that threat. So overall, that's what we're looking at this point in terms of the long-term threat for severe weather. So that's pretty much it at this point in terms of severe weather. Now, with all that being said, I am tired, and I don't think we need to be live anymore. I think the thread is kind of dying down at this point. If you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. If you want to pick up a t-shirt or anything like that, feel free to check out shopmaxvelocity.net. The link's in the description. If you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 a month. The link is in the description, and it's also the join button down below. It's also the link pinned in the chat. Thank you, Gorilla. Appreciate that. My golf handicap, I think it's 10 or less. I mean, I usually shoot in the upper 80s, typically, so. But yeah, again, I don't think tonight should be too much worse after this. I think we've had the worst of it already. But if you're new to the channel, subscribe down below, like the stream. If you want to become a member, again, that's the best way to support the page. Or even if Venmo donations or the donation link, those are all fantastic ways to support the channel. Again, you can do all that with the description down below. There are social links like Max Velocity on Facebook and Twitter, at Max Velocity WX on those platforms. I will be posting golf updates, by the way, on those platforms. So if you guys want to see my golf score or maybe like a golf shot or something like that, I'll have those probably on our Twitter page and Facebook page. So if you want to stay tuned on my vacation there when I'm golfing for the next few days, feel free to check that out. I have a long road trip ahead though tomorrow, so I do have to get some rest for that. Thank you, Chappie, also for becoming a Velocity member. But yeah, if you want to check that out, again, feel free to. Again, links in the description to our Twitter and our Facebook page. I will not be live tomorrow unless we're doing a storm chase, which even then I highly doubt. So at this point, really don't expect the live stream either tomorrow or Wednesday. Maybe something Thursday, maybe something Friday, but it looks low at this time because the threat just kind of looks low overall. All right. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Stay safe if you're still in the warnings. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. And again, have a tornado action plan in place if you're anywhere in these areas. We will be back with a video tomorrow. Probably tomorrow morning we'll have a video. So stay tuned for that. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified with our latest video. Subscribe to the channel again if you're new here. And we will see you guys all again in the next live stream or video. Have a good night. See you guys all again soon. Appreciate Tucker and Shelly for helping out tonight. And thank you to anybody that super chatted, became a member, liked the stream, or watched it in general, or subscribed. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. And we'll see you guys all again in the next one. Have a good night.